8th DePIN day, and I was about to say annual, but this is actually the 8th DePIN day in a year. So thank you all for coming. Very excited to have our sponsors, Spheron and Parasail. Those are our two lead sponsors, so a big thank you to them for helping make this happen, and a big thank you to Nadia, who is behind all of this, making it all happen. So let's give Nadia a little round of applause here. I've neglected doing that in the past, but all this, she's making it all happen, so I don't want to forget this time. But thank you for coming. You know, this is, we've got a huge day planned today. We've got some top investors. We have Guy Willett from A16Z. We have, giving a keynote, we have some very top projects in the DePIN space. So besides Guy, we have a whole panel of investors. After me, Sylvan from Parasail will be speaking, and a number of leading projects and founders. So excited that you are here. We're very excited about this space. I'm Tom Trowbridge. I'm a co-founder of Fluence, and we're excited to put on these DePIN days to basically further the DePIN ecosystem, make sure everyone knows what's happening in DePIN, and advance the general understanding of this incredibly exciting ecosystem. So I will start, you know, these are obviously our partners, and so I mentioned Sphiron and Parasail, but we're excited for all of the partners here, which are many of the top projects in the space. Hopefully this is not the first DePIN day many of you have attended, and it certainly should not be the last one. So keep that in mind. We're doing one again in Denver after this, and also in Dubai around Token 2049. But let's talk a couple minutes about DePIN. So DePIN is not a meme. And so if you think about, and that may be a bad thing right now, given how well Doge has performed over the past months, especially since the election. Maybe we want DePIN to be a meme. But I think it's important to realize this is a very different sector. And a lot of crypto actually is very meme-like, right? You know, we've gone from TPS being the metric, to community size being the metric, to number of developers, to the number of Telegram users, to the number of, you know, you pick a number of geographies you're in. And DePIN is different. DePIN is actually, the sector overall is really generating some real revenue and some real specific token economics, which I think is going to drive this sector substantially. And so what is it? Just in case, just to level set for everybody here, a lot of projects use the term DePIN. DePIN are decentralized physical infrastructure networks. And so this is a definition that we've created. I think there is no one definition, but I think this really works. It's crowdsourced physical infrastructure, and it's connected in a network to provide a service, and it's secured and incented with crypto economics. So I think that encompasses the core components of DePIN. You kind of got to have all three of those in order to be a real DePIN project. Ideally, you also have decentralized governance as well. Fluence has that, but there's plenty of crypto projects and plenty of DePIN projects which do not yet have decentralized governance that may or may not become or be a core component of DePIN, but you clearly need to have those three components. And so I think that is, just when we look at the ecosystem, keep those in mind. How big is this ecosystem? What is it? Well, first I want to divide it, not just me, but I think Masari also divides it between two segments. There's the physical resource networks and the digital. And the digital is what a lot of people in crypto, I think, have historically focused on. That's, you know, projects like filecoin, you know, there are storage networks, you know, like Akash, which is compute, like Arweave, etc., like Fluence, which is compute. That's digital resource networks. These are going after kind of the cloud ecosystem, and the cloud is an enormous industry comprised of compute, storage, CDNs, you know, a number of different kind of components when you decompose the cloud. This is enormous, and I think we cannot get to a fully Web3 world unless these digital resource networks scale and are used at scale. Otherwise, we're dependent on the cloud. So that has to work. The physical resource networks are kind of a newer component of DePIN, more or less, with the exception potentially of Helium, which is obviously a physical resource network that was one of the early ones. But these are in energy, wireless, geospatial, mobility, and I think some of these are ones where we're going to see revenue and have seen revenue very soon, and I think are really exciting. In this area, the physical side is also exploding. I think the physical side also is what is going to make this sector understandable and comprehensible to the wider public. And so the physical side, I'm excited about, and I think the press is going to be very excited about, because there will be revenue and clear use cases and clear tangibility of what they are. And a lot of that tangibility has to do with the miners and the service. And I think what's interesting about the miners and the service of this is over time, things become institutionalized, not just in crypto, but particularly in DePIN. So if you look at Bitcoin, I think a lot of this sector follows the Bitcoin trajectory. People started mining Bitcoin in their homes, on their PCs, and over time, it's moved entirely to really professional data centers, publicly traded companies focused just on Bitcoin mining with huge data centers and world-class infrastructure. That's been its evolution over the past pretty much 10 years. If you look at the DePIN space, that same thing is happening. HiveMapper started off with individual drivers buying dash cams, plugging them in and adding data to the network. That still continues, still goes on, but where is it going? Fleets are adding these cameras. And so you have taxi fleets, garbage truck fleets, delivery fleets that are putting these dash cams in. They put them in not just almost for other documentation reasons, and the crypto is sort of a secondary component of it. So you see that move. Demo, same thing. You put your device in the car to share data so you can get cheaper insurance, et cetera, and that starts with individuals, but soon you're going to have rental car companies do that because they want to understand what's going on with the car, want to understand what's happening with drivers. So you see fleets going there as well. Filecoin started with consumers storing data on their CPUs. That's moved to purpose-built data centers just focused on storage for Filecoin, and we're very familiar with that. And you have Aether and Akash start off with individual users, and I think this is not quite as clear. I mean, Aether has announced the Aether Edge, which is by definition a retail CPU initiative, but they also have CPUs from data centers and GPUs from data centers. Helium from individuals to actual companies deploying the Wi-Fi routers. XNet as well, homes and businesses to franchises with multiple locations that are providing cellular offload. I mention this because Fluence, we just started with world-class data centers. And the reason we did that, we are a decentralized compute platform. So we provide compute, which is what underlies, it's part of that cloud, the digital side of DePIN. And our perspective was, in order to have businesses use us, they need to know that their compute is happening in a similar facility or the same facility as leading Web 2 companies. And so the infrastructure and the CPUs that are on Fluence right now are almost all at Tier 4 data centers around the world. And that makes the sale process and the adoption much easier. We will add support for other infrastructure later, but first I think we have to prove our reliability, and it's easier when we can point to that. Here are some DePIN subsectors. We talked about this a little bit, but I think in the physical world, there is a large number that you wouldn't necessarily think of. Decentralized weather, where you buy a mini weather station, deploy it, and a network of weather stations is then providing more granular, precise, and updated data than you get from the large government-owned weather stations out there. So there's a lot of interesting points, and you get to a fascinating value proposition. And so this, I think, is what really drives DePIN and what's going to be interesting down the road. So Spexy doesn't have a token yet, but Spexy does drone mapping and drone imaging. Basically, the drone goes up, images, and the thing that's fascinating is it's 3 times better resolution than from a satellite. You can also map about 10 times faster than if you use an airplane. So if you want to map an area, you have to, and you want one of the companies that does it via airplane, it takes a certain amount of time. They can do it much, much faster.
They also can do it regardless of weather. You can do it with cloud cover, et cetera. And it's half the price. So you end up with a 60 times value proposition. That is very compelling. Hive Mapper is 40 times more updated than the Google option and is cheaper. GeoNet is, instead of 3-meter resolution for location, think about your phone, your Google Maps, that's about 3-meter resolution in terms of precision. Using the RTK network, Geode has 3-centimeter precision, and it's 1/10 the cost, right? So if you look at these, you see, I think what drives adoption is not 20% better, 30% better. It is massively better, and that's what I think gets DePIN adopted, is this level of value, which is compelling, and I think comes from these crowdsourced networks. So when you're not using, you don't have to spend to create these networks, right? These networks are cheaper partly because the crowd is funding the CapEx. No company has to pay for this, so that's why the pricing is much, much cheaper thanks to the token economics. And that's why I think DePIN is not a meme, because these businesses are actually generating the value and have the value proposition. What that also comes to is how the token economics fit in. And if you go back to these in particular, like, for example, whether it's GeoNet or Demo, when the network gets revenue, that revenue is used to buy the token and burn it, right? So revenue has a direct link to value. And I think that's particularly why I view DePIN not as a meme, because revenue is going to flow directly to token value. And I think that starts next year when revenue really starts to kick in for some of these projects. And then it doesn't matter if no one else knows about the token, because you have a buyer. And that buyer is the company, because it's getting revenue. And no one else buys it. You've got one buyer coming in and buying that token and burning it. That is very, very powerful. And I think that's going to start to kick in and is going to really wake people up to how the DePIN token economics are super powerful. So, and that's also why there's a number of VCs very focused on DePIN. EV3 will be speaking here today. They're the largest DePIN-focused fund, huge amount of investments in the space, but look right behind it is Multicoin. Multicoin, arguably one of, if not the most prominent funds in the space right now, obviously made famous by their significant bet on Solana. They have a huge amount of DePIN exposure. So you don't have to believe me on it, but you can look at them, and then you obviously will know A16, who will be here as well, DCG, Polychain, et cetera. All of these top investors have DePIN exposure, and that's only increasing. And you can see here's just an overview of the ecosystem, kind of top capital raised by DePIN projects. What I think is particularly notable here is the top two raised that money quite a while ago. And so DePINs now don't require that much capital because the infrastructure is largely crowdfunded. So if you look beyond those top two, they're far less capital raised, and I think that's also because the capital isn't needed for these businesses, which makes them that much more, I think, compelling and interesting. So I don't think you're going to see massive rounds in DePIN projects because I don't think it's necessary. And that's why interest in DePIN is booming. There are reports talking about it since 2022. We've got exchanges writing about DePIN, from Binance to Coinbase. I think we'll see others. Obviously, KuCoin did it as well, and more research on it. Media is ramping up coverage. You'll see plenty more stories on it. There's also more focused, dedicated podcasts to it. And, and that's why we're creating these DePIN days, to get people together, give the projects and the ecosystem the opportunity to speak about DePIN and to present what they are doing. This is a handful of the events. We've actually done a couple more. We did one in Korea. So this is a handful of them, which we've been excited about and keep working on. You can see we've done smaller, those are the big ones. We've done smaller events with Fluence and DePIN kind of all over the last 2 years, and we're going to try to keep this pace up. And if you don't get enough from today and you want more, well, you've got a podcast for that. And so this is the DePIN podcast, which I host. I think we've had 30 episodes with pretty much everybody you're going to hear today and many, many more who are not in Bangkok. So it's DePINed, DEPINED .xyz is how you find it. And you'll find, pretty much every project you've heard and more are coming. So definitely check that out. But thank you for coming. And I would like to welcome everybody, and I'd like to welcome Sylvan to the stage for his presentation. So welcome, Sylvan.
Thank you, Tom. Hi, everyone. How's it going? Hi, my name is Sylvan. I'm the co-founder of Parasail. And then today I want to share a bit about how we're trying to help building trust and driving adoption for DePIN and AI infrastructures. I know there's lots of buzzword here. I try to explain the best I can, just to make sure that it's not too superficial and it's actually practical and reasonable for everybody. So that's my goal for today. So just a quick introduction about Parasail. What is Parasail? What we're trying to build. So essentially, we are a modular stack that enables DePIN and AI infrastructures to build staking and unlock DeFi use cases easily and cost efficiently. I will also explain why DePIN needs staking and why DePIN needs DeFi shortly. We are backed by some of the leading DePIN investors in this space, and then we are lucky enough to partner with some of the leading DePIN projects in this space, including Fluence, which is the organizer of this event. So this is my agenda for today, right? I want to basically talk about what are the challenges in scaling DePIN and AI infrastructures, what we're trying to do to help bridge that gap, and then what are some of the additional utility and liquidity that we have enabled for DePIN assets. So let's go to the first one. What are the challenges in scaling DePIN and AI infrastructures? So if you look at this chart, right, so I think I don't need to, I think Tom did a great job explaining what DePIN is, and then also we are all aware of this growth of AI. But I also want to point to the composition here, where you can see that actually artificial intelligence that's deployed on cloud will be the primary deployment, which means that most of the AI that we know of in the future will happen on cloud. It will not happen on someone's like a local server and then for local use only, right? So that means that AI is going to get global, it's going to get borderless, and then it's going to live on the cloud. It's going to live on a cloud infrastructure. So in that sense, actually this brings a great opportunity for DePIN to become a core AI infrastructures. And why that is the case, it's because DePIN is crowdsourced. There has lots of great value proposition, as Thomas just mentioned, and then it has the potential to be more cost efficient, more resilient, better performing for AI than centralized infrastructures. And then that's why I am really, really bullish about DePIN, because I believe that DePIN can be a core, a major part of core AI infrastructures. And then if you actually, DePIN is not a small sector anymore, right? Right now, if you look at the DePIN landscape, this is a DePIN ecosystem map from end of last year, and then it's already pretty huge. And then this year, it's almost another 12 months has gone by. I'm pretty sure we have at least double or even triple the size of this map. So let's take a look at infrastructure network or DePIN networks, and how is that different from a regular blockchain? So you can see that this is a typical structure of infrastructure networks or DePINs, and it has essentially two parts. The bottom three layers, like DePIN applications, execution, and consensus, that's no different from a regular blockchain. But the top part are what's unique about DePIN, because it essentially carries two things. One is the coordination of hardware, right? You heard about it, like there's like physical hardware, there's also like digital hardware. You have compute, like in the context of AI, right? You have compute, you have storage, you have sensors capturing all the data, and also you have like CDN network that's like, you know, transmitting data. And then on top of that, you have a service level agreement layer, which is often get, you know, left out by people, but this is actually very important. It's like, what is a service level agreement? It's a agreement between the provider and the user. Basically, it says to the provider saying that, hey, I'm paying you this much money to acquire a service, and then you have to meet some key metrics for this transaction or for this deal to be effective, essentially. In a traditional like cloud or like a B2B centralized infrastructure context, you would write that in an agreement, right? You would say, hey, I want 99.9999% of uptime from you, and if that's breached, then you're gonna I'm gonna sue you, or you're gonna pay me some money as like either refunds or like a SLA penalty. But DePIN networks are crowdsourced networks, right? So all the hardware managers, providers are actually from all over the world, and then they come to a network in more of like a decentralized or permissionless fashion. So then that poses a problem for this, right? Because the DePIN networks or the protocol actually have no direct control or management over hardware. And that could cause, you know, very volatile and inconsistent service levels among providers, right? Let's say you want 99.9999% uptime from your providers, but these providers are coming from everywhere in the world, right? Some might give you, I don't know, like 70% or 50%, right? So if you're actually trying to sell the network, sell the service to a real paying customers who is demanding 99.9999%, then I think that's going to cause a serious problem for you, right? So like the result of that is like it's very difficult to maintain consistent network SLAs for revenue generation if you just have like a loose network, right? If you just like use token to incentivize participation, but does not set any economic consequences for providers when they're below their service levels. So to summarize, the challenges in scaling DePIN AI infrastructure is that it's really hard to build and enforce SLAs. And therefore, I mean, there have been some like DePIN projects when they're trying to bootstrap in their networks, they're only taking in, you know, highly credible like data centers or like institutional providers. They're not really doing it in a decentralized or permissionless manner. I think a primary reason for that is because they want to make sure that they have a high service level for their networks, and then so that they can sell this service to their end users, right? But if that's the case, then you kind of lose this advantage of like being able to crowdsource or crowdfund your network and allowing like as many providers to come in as possible. And then, therefore, like if that is the case, then essentially you're also kind of managing a centralized provider network, and you also lose the cost advantage to centralized providers. So it's like very hard to grow network and generate revenue. So it's kind of like this, right? You have people, you have money, and you have all these storage networks, and people cannot really come in as if they were coming to like a blockchain ecosystem where everything is trustless, because the blockchain part, right, the on-chain part are trustless, but the off-chain part might not be. It's like Filecoin as an example. I can trust the Filecoin blockchain, like it's trustless, but I might still lose my data on Filecoin providers. Okay, so what is our proposed solution? So we essentially want to build a trustless DePIN AI infrastructures, and then make sure that all the providers are encouraged and incentivized, or they have to, like stay long-term committed to DePIN networks and also provide high quality of service. And then if we take a look at some of the, you know, the largest DePIN projects, and then we can actually find some commonality of how they address this these challenges. Like so for Filecoin's case, they require a minor collateral mechanism, where for any providers who are coming to provide services on Filecoin, they actually need to put up some Filecoin as collaterals. And in the case of bad performance, in the case of storage faults, they will actually get slashed. And then we look at Fluence, right? It's something similar that they require a staking from the capacity that's coming to their network that's to provide like compute resources. And also, in the case of bad service level, wrong job execution, there will be first no payment and also potentially slashing. If you look at Aether, it's something similar. So basically, you can see that all these top DePINs are trying to implement a provider collateral model for their providers, so that they can actually set up economic consequences in case of bad behavior, bad service levels, and that's kind of what we call enforceable SLA. And from Parasail's perspective, we're thinking about can we actually generalize this structure and make it work for all DePIN and AI infrastructures? And that's why we are introducing the Parasail DePIN staking stack. So it is going to be a fully open source permissionless stack where you can just take this part of your code, to apply that to your network, and then you will have a provider collateral feature and an SLA module. So let me quickly explain what all of this means, and then how this would flow. So the essential part for this staking stack comes in two different modules. The first one is the on-chain part, where we set up provider collateral account that is connected to a particular provider ID, and then that account will require some type of collateral or funds, and using that funds to provide service level guarantee to a particular provider. And in the case of service failures, there will be operators that's constantly doing SLA checks, and after that, the operators would submit SLA result back to the provider collateral account to execute potential slashings. If there's no slashing, then there will just be regular reward payment. So in that sense, you actually have both the provider account and also a provider collateral account that's working together, and then they are using one SLA that's being implemented by the protocol to make sure that the service providers are encouraged to provide good services and are punished when they are having downtime or not providing good services. And then as of the operators, right now we're building on some of the top restaking platforms so that you also have pretty reliable operator networks that's coming in to execute all the SLA checks for you. So for any DePIN project, they only need to focus on their core services, which is whatever compute, storage, data transfer, or censoring, data generation, whatever. They just need to focus on their core part, and then all the on-chain collateral slashing reward management can be handled by the Parasail stack. And eventually, we want to create something like this, right? Where you have DePIN providers, you have stakers, and you have DePIN protocols. And then, normally the DePIN providers will be the initial stakers, right? Because they are staking for their own services. But gradually, this can be opened up to a dedicated model where you can actually take funds from the community, from the token holders, to collectively secure this network. But again, what we're trying to create is, we want to create alignment between the DePIN protocols, DePIN providers, and also the stakers. So if you're interested, if you're a DePIN project, please scan this QR code and then fill in a contact form. So we will contact you to give you the first try of the Parasail stack, and then also collecting feedback from you guys to see what are some of the additional features that you need, what are some of the requirements that you have, so that we can help you to make the experience better. Cool. All right, and then the last part of my speech is going to talk a bit about beyond just DePIN core service. It's about okay, so now we have this staking feature enabled. what are the additional utility or liquidity that we have created for the DePIN token assets. So I want to bring up a case study, which is Filecoin. So Filecoin is one of the largest provider network, and then they have lots of providers, and also they implemented a provider collateral mechanism. But the problem is you have very strong mining yield, but that's only allocated to the provider. And then also you have lockup periods, you have skewed cash flow, you have slashing. And then basically we integrated with Filecoin, and then we, on top of their provider collateral mechanism, we also created a delegated staking mechanism for them, right? So basically it's what I was just mentioning, where you can actually have a delegation pool that's collecting money from token holders and then using that to delegate to the entire network to create a diversified pool for diversified reward profile for token holders, and also allowing DePIN providers to access to funding and liquidity when they want to scale their network. So that's essentially what we did for Filecoin. We activated delegated staking for Filecoin. Previously, only provider or miners can stake themselves. If you want to stake with a miner, you have to kind of form a OTC agreement with them and then transfer the money, off chain. But right now, everything can be done on chain and then being managed by a smart contract. So then we enable permissionless participation from all token holders to collectively secure the network. And then on top of that, we created a liquid staking token for the Filecoin network. And then we integrate that with some additional DeFi use cases to attract liquidity and participation interest, not just within the Filecoin ecosystem, but also beyond the Filecoin ecosystem. So we create something called PFIL, and PFIL token is a Filecoin token that's been delegated to a storage provider through Parasail, and then it's a very convenient and capital efficient way to access Filecoin reward. And then we're creating, this is the same diagram, but we're creating, interest alignment among Filecoin providers, Filecoin holders, and also the overall Filecoin network. We create a very robust dedicated staking tokenomics, where you have the locked Filecoin as the underlying asset, or as the representation of where the value for PFIL come from. And then because that locked Filecoin is constantly generating new Filecoin, and that creates more PFIL that's being redirected to users. So then they actually have a pretty smooth reward profile, and also all the liquid Filecoin are being used, pump it back to the PFIL tokenomics, so that you also see very organic liquidity and buy pressures to create a very healthy and robust tokenomics. We integrated with many DeFi use cases, such as bridging, cross-chain swaps, some auction contracts, some trading strategy. We're working with some funds to have neutral, delta neutral earning opportunity based on the Filecoin yield, and then the Filecoin yield actually comes from a PFIL. And then these are some of the DeFi integration that we have. So right now, actually, you can participate in Filecoin staking from any chain, any major blockchain, not just on Filecoin. And then this is one more thing that I really want to talk about. So we are actually working with the Filecoin web service team to enable Filecoin restaking. So Filecoin web service is a new initiative on Filecoin that's trying to generate various type of service levels. So if you want, let's say if you want cold storage, that will be one service class. If you want hot storage, that's another service class. If you want, fast retrieval, that's another service class. But then the problem is that Filecoin only has one SLA, right? Which means that you need to kind of create additional SLAs on top of the Filecoin layer 1 to accommodate all these requirements from users. So in that sense, we actually use the exact same staking stack. But then instead of having the protocol here, we're just swapping out with the real users. And for the SLAs, because it's programmable, so we can actually accommodate various service levels for them. So we are very excited to roll this out and then see how we are able to enable additional deal inflow and data storage inflow for the Filecoin web service, and also for the Filecoin network through this stack. Yeah, so this is just like some highlights of filecoin integration. And I hope that is informative to everyone. And then I hope everyone now realize why like staking is actually very important for DePIN project, for decentralized infrastructure networks, and also for the growth of AI. So contact us if you are interested in, keep discussing about this. If you're interested in trying out the Parasail stack. And then also we have a booth just right outside of this door. And then, so talk to us. We're very happy to, engage in deeper conversation and discussion with you guys. All right, I think that's about time. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much, Sylvan. It's much more usable, and so we really appreciate that. Next up is Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence. So let's welcome Evgeny to talk more about Fluence.
Hi everyone. Okay. Hey, I'm Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence, together with Tom and Dmitry. And I'll just quickly go through what we do at Fluence, what are our latest updates, and what are the most important things. So basically, that's our thesis. So like we are building decentralized compute platform, trying to build the alternative to big cloud platforms that basically monopolize the market. And it's probably not great visible, but it's kind of obvious fact, right? So the cloud, the big cloud space, like the compute, that the backbone of the internet is run by three big corporations. I think they roughly have 70% of the market, and then there is a like fast-growing AI space like LLMs and machine learning, which is, if you look at this, like modern models, they like 90% run on NVIDIA. So this a little bit not real chart, but we all know that like most of AI right now runs on NVIDIA. And there are AMD is doing some is moving forward, but still the state is that's total monopoly by NVIDIA in terms of hardware. This was a little also like covered by Tom and Sylvan in their talks. So basically, what we see and what we believe is that the growing demand to compute and the infrastructure serving this demand would massively be outside of clouds. So we would see more like edge compute use cases. We would see some distribution of the AI training, inference, backends, and all the Web3 nodes being run almost everywhere, and that's all would be sort of outside of big clouds. So we believe that it's actually like a big opportunity for compute infra projects to bet on. We also would see like new chips and wide variety of AI hardware to serve all the growing demand. And for you just to better understand what's like one of the big problems with the cloud is that the cloud is very expensive actually. And basically if you look at real hardware costs and like a capital costs and maintenance costs, it's a small part of the final price that they give to customer, because they includes like quite a lot of first of all they buy the hardware. So they have to, they produce custom hardware, they invest in R&D, then they buy the hardware, then they have a huge teams that operate and develop their ecosystems. They pay taxes they optimize it, but they still pay quite high taxes in US and European countries. And they actually take quite a good margin. So cloud is a really good business right now. So they take quite high margins on their, especially on the products that are high in the stack. So like all kind of serverless and AI tools and like workflows and all this stuff. So we believe that there's also like huge opportunity in terms of price reduction for the compute infra. Basically, we are trying to disrupt the cloud with Fluence. So we aggregate global compute resources. We connect enterprise like providers, professional providers, having enterprise-grade servers in data centers and certified data centers. We verify this capacity exists, and as a protocol managed by the DAO, we take no margin, no fee. It's completely decentralized. So that's why the price here is really on the level of providers being break even and like have reasonable amount of margin for their hardware operational business. But then everything else, all this software stack on top, is not actually adding any margin for the customer. Yeah, so this is just a quick slide about ecosystem. So we got some of great Web3 investors covering us, some of great Web3 projects also being early involved. We have partners with providers who have experience running DePIN networks like filecoin and stuff for like several years. So they are like really professional. Like they've been doing mining operations before. Some of them come in from Web 2 data center operations. Some of them come in just from Web 3. So they got experience. They know how to manage hardware. They are a professional because we are trying to make the cloud that people can rely on. Reliability and SLA points is, as Silvan also mentioned, super important for customers. Like if we really want this to be adopted by Web 2 people, by like really SMBs and enterprises who right now rely on the cloud, we want this to be like, we want to provide availability, we want to provide SLAs. For this, like we have to, be in the right, well-connected, certified data centers. We need to have professionals operating the servers and so on and so forth. So that's why we partner with the best people in ecosystem. These are some current metrics. So we've got some community members. We did developer reward when we issued the token earlier this year. Roughly like almost 10,000 of people claimed this reward to try the platform, and we have quite a lot of compute capacity committed to a network. It's not all yet connected to a network because we wanted to grow it slowly and with new customers coming in and new revenue coming in. But actually, like there is a huge reserve of capacity that we can connect quickly to a network as soon as we grow. So one of the important thing of Fluence is that because it kind of aggregates capacity from multiple providers, they are professionals, but still we are in Web3, we want a little bit trustlessness involved. We basically, what we do is the protocol verifies the capacity that they connect. Basically, we can measure the performance of the servers, and we can be sure that they are connected in the network. And whenever a customer load needs to be deployed, the server will be available, and we will be able to use it. So that allows us to, better sort of predict that we can actually like serve the customer and know that this hardware would not go down in a second, or like it's not. Or it's registered on a protocol but doesn't exist in reality. So we solve this by having this proof of capacity. Then staking is part of the protocol as well. So basically, every physical server that is connected to a network needs to be activated by token stake. So we have it stake pegged to dollar value. So sort of like we have this compute units, which is CPU cores, basically, and every CPU core in our network is targeted to earn $10 per month, which is reasonable revenue for hardware operators and really great price for customers. And it requires basically 20x stake in FLT on every CPU core. And this produces roughly 60% APY, which is split between provider and staking provider. And it basically, like, of course, is a part of crypto protocol. Like if you stake to certain servers and then they go down, they're unavailable, you lose the stake, and provider also got slashed. So we launched the staking in end of September. So it's been like around 2 months been live, been testing stuff, and we have so far we have more than 2 million FLT staked. We basically see that there is much more staking demand actually in our community, but we are artificially like limiting the amount of hardware added to a network for now. We want to make sure that everything works perfectly. That's why the availability to stake is limited, and we see that as soon as providers add new servers, that we basically say, hey, you now can add this amount of servers. They add servers, they get in almost immediately staked. So the model works so far. Plus because there's a fixed amount of staking has to be staked per server. People who don't have enough FLT or want to distribute their risks across many providers, they can stake in the pool, and we collaborated with Parasail to have a Fluence staking pool, which gives people this PFLT liquid staking token back. But now they can stake in the pool, and they don't need to follow updates about new servers being added to a network. They just earn some yield that Parasail pool gives to them. So there are options if you're active and you want to maximize your returns, you stake directly to Fluence protocol, but you need to have some capital, or you can stake in a pool and just get the yield automatically. In terms of milestones, so we launched mainnet earlier this year. We announced the DAO, the token, and we launched with basically the product of cloudless functions, which are WebAssembly based. Then end of September, we launched staking and liquid staking and started really growing the network. Now we are stepping into the next stage where we want to add more basically cloud products. Like cloud requires something basic besides actually serverless and functions, requires something like Amazon EC2, so basically virtualized compute space, very universal. So that's why we are, it's kind of announcement of announcement. So we are launching virtual machines and we are launching them in a limited manner as an alpha private testing program for now in a few weeks. So basically, virtual machines allow you to rent whatever capacity exists on the network. There are standard machines, multiple locations, multiple providers sold from a single console. Only certified data centers, so it fits for enterprise use cases if you care about your data security. And we have all this affordable pricing that is built into the protocol. In there, it's like a little bit different from provider to provider, but the target, like rough target, is this defined by the protocol. So in terms of pricing, again, this is if you compare to hyperscalers, it's actually much cheaper. If you compare to bare metal and like providers like Hetzner, it's still cheaper. But when you compare to Hetzner, you have to be accurate because they, for example, sometimes provide low-end CPUs that don't give you performance, so you have to measure performance. You have to run benchmarks. Here, the point is that we are trying to focus mainly on high-end hardware, high-end CPUs. A lot of memory per machine, quite fast disks, and and we will be adding GPUs in the future. So for now, for CPU compute, it's we believe that's a great product for people to try. And we have, so if you're interested to try to be the first to test this stuff, just feel free to scan QR code or reach out to us later at our booth. We are inviting people to test it. And especially if your workloads are Web3, like if you do, Web3 nodes, protocol nodes, if you run some backends for Web3 apps, so like we're happy to onboard you and help you try the things and reduce your cloud bill by a significant amount. And the last thing is, as I mentioned, we did a developer reward for like where you can get FLT if you contributed to Web3 open source repos in the last year. It's still active. It's active until March 2025, but it halves, the amount you can claim is halves every 3 months. So if you haven't yet checked your eligibility, please go to claim at Fluence Network and check it because maybe some FLT are waiting for you. Yeah, I think that's the last slide, actually. Thanks, everyone. That's all updates we have for now.
Great. Thank you, Evgeny. One point I wanted to make on staking. Evgeny mentioned there's terrific demand for staking. We have a lot of people that want to add compute, huge amount of staking demand. We only have staking enabled, though, for the community. So if your tokens were locked, so for our investors, for example, their tokens are locked. They are ineligible to stake. So we specifically architected this so that only the community could stake and has the capacity to stake initially. And I think that's a very important point because that allows these rewards to go first to the community. So with that, I want to welcome up Prakash, who is talking about Spheron, one of our kind of core sponsors for both this event and others. So welcome.
Empowering devs with decentralized compute. I think decentralized compute feels like one of the lowest hanging fruit for the DePIN space right now. Because as we know, decentralized training and inferencing seems plausible, but it is very far off in understanding how eventually it could become a tangible product or a use case in decentralization. Once I speak of decentralization, as there are so many products out there, there are numbers which are forecasted again and again, showcasing the number of GPUs connected on them, showcasing number of data centers which are connected on top of them. My name is Prakash Pathak. I am fairly young in this segment of DePIN, but we have been into this infra space before it was called DePIN. I've been closely working with scaling Spheron for past 2 years now. And the focus was to make something which is not short or for a short-lived hype event. And we are here for real change. We were doing DePIN before it was called DePIN and understanding what tech truly means and to truly decentralize cloud. As we preach that we have been decentralizing cloud for past 4 years now, how does that truly happen? Do you get an actual link where you can go ahead and you can utilize Spheron? So I would show you something which you can use it right away off the bat without any precautions, without any cautions around compute, is the Fizz node. Fizz node has truly been a complete success in past 1 month. We have scaled to more than, right now, I think this is 7th November's metrics, but we have scaled more than 3,000 GPUs connected on Spheron and live right now for actual workload and compute, which can be utilized for anything from fine-tuning to clustering to inferencing, any sort of compute requirement as such. So retails compute connected on top of a network, acting as a data center grade GPUs. Now you must be thinking, how does that work? How does a GPU gets connected on top of a network and can be utilized throughout? And what about the latency? What happens to the latency? So for example, how many of you have a Mac system at home? Can I see a raise of hands? Oh, many. Yeah. How do you connect your Mac system? And let's take an example. How would I start utilizing that Mac for a simple inferencing task? This is a small question for all of you because the audience seems awfully quiet. There are two images you can see on the screen right now. Is one where a dev is based in Bangkok and the consumer is based in Bangkok. And the GPU supplier is also based in Bangkok. The other image shows that there is a dev which is based in Bangkok, there is a consumer which is based in US, and the supplier is also based in Bangkok. So which model would have the higher latency? Is it going to be 1 or 2? MCQ time. Come on, guys. Be a sport. See, Clemens is a sport. He already answered it. Guys, people for 1, can you raise your hand? Higher latency. Okay. You guys need some inferencing education. People for 2, can you raise your hand? Yes. Yes, it's going to be 2. This is how latency works. And this would definitely have higher latency. Decentralized compute actually faces a lot of issues through latency. And it is one of the biggest problems of actually decentralizing compute. No matter how cheap you can go in terms of leasing out machine, you have to understand the product or the protocol or anything which is around should be scalable, robust, and on par with companies like AWS, GCP, or Azure. Decentralized network comes as decentralized access. As there is a saying that goes that data is the new oil, and data is something which is very much entitled upon one of the most powerful entity any company can have to make decisions around you. As now, compute has become a currency around the data. As of this oil is required to run this engine, compute acts as the engine which is required to run this whole segment of different applications which you are experiencing right now. So you must be wondering, this guy has told us so much about how a user is going and utilizing decentralized compute, but how does that happen on a day-to-day basis on Spheron? The Spheron matchmaking engine is state-of-the-class matchmaking engines which utilizes connected data centers all around the world and different fizz nodes which are connected on their local systems or providers, which give the access to users to go ahead and utilize Spheron right off the bat. We have services like APIs and SDKs which can be implemented easily and so composable that you can integrate compute right off the bat. Spheron utilizes clustering of different nodes and machines together, where it can easily resolve the issue of different payloads on top of multiple machines. So Spheron acts as an actual compute for anything which you build around AI. As my previous speakers have mentioned, that there is a lot of tangibility in terms of understanding what DePIN truly means. Decentralized physical infrastructure. Is it a market narrative? Is it a wave? Or is it actual tech? As we all know that we have been working closely with all of these data centers and providers, Spheron utilizes its time to working closely with the providers and actual users to define the bridge between them. And this is how an actual compute bid looks like at Spheron. How does a dev places a bid on top of Spheron and a compute order gets executed on that bit, selecting the closest or the most highest tiered GPU on top of the data centers. And once the orders are matched, both the fizzers and users get connected with each other, and the machine is accessible for leasing. This is how straightforward and simple and robust the architecture of Spheron is. To make decentralized compute more accessible, to make decentralized compute more to make decentralized compute more scalable with Spheron. There are, as a developer product, there are few things which we have intentionally designed for anybody in this anybody to utilize. Is the matchmaking engine, is the desired system picking, the SDKs and APIs around Spheron, which can be used right off the bat for any application. Spheron is meticulously built on top of Arbitrum because of few cases and the decentralization it provides and the leasing and the compute verification. All of those things happens on chain and verifying the type of compute which is getting connected on top of Spheron. The payment structure of Spheron is fairly as flexible as buying groceries from your store as you're buying compute. And we want compute to be as accessible as a day-to-day commodity for everybody, because compute is going to act as one of the most important commodity in coming time. And the UI of Spheron is completely focused on the developer experience of how do you really integrate to different AI applications you have been building around. The whole idea to build Spheron was to build something robust, easy, accessible, and yet scalable in terms of a Web3 tech which stands still with the other robust options. Now, you must be seeing that all of this is written in caps, so this must be important, right? So, benefits of using Spheron. How would you use Spheron and how it would help you to reduce 90% of your cost? As a developer who is based in San Francisco, or as a founder who's based in India or Japan or anywhere, my raised capital, the 30% of that capital goes into buying actual compute to the actual production life cycle. So for me to truly understand decentralized compute in terms of pricing, in terms of understanding why decentralized compute can give you much cheaper bare access to the compute which is required for prolonged period of time, Spheron comes as one of the products which is easily accessible and easily scalable. It allows you to create federated learning and data training and inferencing models on top of it. And you have the access right off the bat to data center grade servers. And you can use the cheapest server to the most highest tier server as per your own need and requirements. And we have successfully came to reduce latency to a substantial amount and to be as comparable as Web 2 alternatives in this segment. And as we have seen that there are so many DePIN companies doing amazing work around compute, around mapping, around a lot of things, which is so interesting to see. But compute is one of the biggest currency and is one of the most sophisticated currencies once we understand how AI truly works. We are really amazed of what people have really achieved by utilizing Spheron and how devs have created something which they are scaling right now. And something that is not on my slide right now, but I would love you guys to see, is I think we are aware of services which are called Node as a service. Spheron successfully created world's first DePIN node as a service, which is called Supernoders, and which has eventually led to more than 15,000 users utilizing DePIN to run actual nodes. And then now the next step is to create GPU nodes as a service, which can be easily built on top of Spheron and can be used as I speak of today. The use cases. This is something which interests me a lot, because I think today itself I was having a conversation at my booth that how we can build personal AI or how we can create personal AI in terms of just utilizing Spheron's compute, and which can scale to the prioritized learning in hospitals, as the data is proprietary and it cannot be shared around. It cannot be inferenced and shared as the data stays in one place. Spheron can act as a response and prompt mechanism between two hospitals, and then there is an LLM trained on top of it. So inferencing your data without actually sharing the actual data points and weights is something that is possible through Spheron. And we have been closely working with different researchers from multiple universities and college professors to understand how Spheron can be scaled on a mass level. There is also one of the use cases which were recently came to our GitHub is to create a chat inference for a local network which acts as a private AI for you and your family without connecting to actual internet and without losing your privacy around it. This can actually be worked upon a simple small language model which can be run on top of Spheron. And we have been closely working with multiple open source contributors who are on top of Spheron and incentivizing those developers throughout. And there are so many use cases that can be built with Spheron by just one click. As composable, scalable, and decentralized, I think Spheron has the ability to create million more such use cases, and we would love to have you on that. Thank you so much, guys.
Great. Thank you very much. It's certainly great to hear about use cases that are deep in Web3. We're getting ready for the panel. This is our first panel of the day, so let's, they're getting these chairs set up, and we are going to welcome, let's get people start to come up here. So Joe, Wes, Felix, Clements, and Renna, let's get up here and get this panel going. We are ready to kick off.
Check, check. All right. Hey, everyone. How's it going on this Friday? We're going to give Rena a little time. She's not feeling the best, but who is feeling the best in here after a long week of DEF CON? I'm Joe Bender from Demo. I'm joined by some great speakers here, and let's go around the horn and get introductions out of the way and learn a little bit about these projects.
Hey, I'm Clemens. I'm with Infura and DIN. DIN is the Decentralized Infrastructure Network, which is decentralizing Infura and MetaMask. And we have over 12 chains that we launched in the past year, and also 50-plus providers that we distribute to. And it has just announced yesterday that we're launching as an ABS.
Fantastic. And hello there. My name is Wes Floyd. I'm a developer relations person from EigenLayer. And we are a platform for restaking and helping folks build services, particularly DePIN services, that are sort of off-chain services that can be validated on-chain. So thank you for having us.
Hello, everyone. My name is Felix. I'm with the partnerships team at The Graph, where we power about 70 chains at the moment. And most of my time is spent making sure that number goes up, hopefully adding another 0 by the end of next year with all the roll-ups coming in. We'll see.
Hey guys, so sorry about that. Was waiting in the other room and thought this panel hasn't started. But glad I'm finally here now. And thanks for everyone for showing up in the rain. My name is Renna, and I work at Off-Chain Labs. For those not familiar, Off-Chain Labs, we are the builders of Arbitrum, which includes Arbitrum One, Arbitrum Nova, and Arbitrum Orbit chains. We also bought Prism, a Ethereum consensus client, so we work on Prism as well. At Offchain Labs, I focus mainly on the DeFi growth side of things, but we are having a more strategic focus on DePIN as well. So nowadays, I focus on DePIN and DeFi growth. What we mean by growth is more so helping projects in the earlier stages of chain exploration, helping them with chain strategies, and also helping them get to market, understanding the Arbitrum ecosystem, and generally just making sure that their time as builders in our ecosystem is efficient and smooth.
Awesome. Yeah, I've heard all 4 of these projects all around DEF CON all week, so excited to learn a little bit more. Let's dive in. We love when things go great in Web3, but what's even more important are some of the challenges. So what are the primary challenges each of your projects face in building a secure and resilient data layer for DePIN applications? And let's get even a bit more specific on the technical operational hurdles related to all of it, maintaining uptime, ensuring data integrity, handling scalability, the works.
Yeah, I can get started. So DIN works in the RPC space for now. This is kind of our starting point for the endpoints of Infura and also then MetaMask. And so the 3 things that we look at are the internode consistency, the economics, and the quality of service. And so because we are trying to figure out and route to the best providers and also provide these access to networks, we have to make sure that they're giving the proper information and the technical data. And so there's a lot of verification that goes through, as well as even testing to make sure that all of these nodes are up and running and can maintain their reputation. And so a lot of that's, we were working in these working groups with a lot of Infura competitors to begin with, and it was actually fun for the first year to work side by side with all of them to see how they solve their problems, to share the technology. Everybody ran bare metal, and to figure out how we can have a unified protocol so that we can all talk together.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of devs that rely on Infura has to be stable and foundational. Rena, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I think on data integrity, a lot of the times that's more so on the dApps building in the ecosystem. But in terms of uptime and scalability, if you look at kind of the history of the different chains we have, right? So Arbitrum One, which is probably what most people know, Arbitrum 4, like the DeFi chain, it's a standard optimistic roll-up chain. When we started, working with more gaming teams that need a bit more scalability, better TPSs, we developed Arbitrum Nova, which is an antitrust chain. So the difference being how data is posted back to Ethereum via a data availability committee. And so with that, we have even matured more to Arbitrum Orbit, which is a permissionless way for projects to deploy their own L2, L3 using the Arbitrum tech stack. And it's with Orbit that we're really seeing scalability kind of being pushed to not the limits, but being really innovated on. And so some of the stuff we're really doing to try to address some of the challenges is working very closely with our roll-up as a service providers to really understand the projects building on Arbitrum, what their needs are in terms of making sure that we have hit, the TPSs they need. So Conduit actually built a website called rollup.wtf, kind of tracking all of the different app chains, if you may, and different L2s, and seeing how the performance of it, the scalability, the uptimes, and everything. And of the top 5, maybe, I think top 3 or 4 are all Arbitrum Nitro chains, whether they're Orbit or, whether they're built by Conduit or not. And so I think what we really want to focus on is making sure that we keep building and improving Orbit to be truly scalable and to be truly, efficient and reliable. Some things we're doing with that, not just for Orbit, but across the board, is we released Stylus, which is a new programming environment where you can code in Rust, C or C++ to be EVM compatible. So that really brought another kind of era of optimization and gas in computation power, memory improvement to be really cost efficient as well, right? So to just further enhance our tech stack beyond just, maybe some of the DeFi needs to being able to serve DePIN builders and above.
Very cool. Yeah, so there's sort of 2 things that EigenLayer is doing around the data space and challenges we have, things we're working on. EigenLayer broadly is a service for anybody to build any sort of off-chain service that they want, but have it validated on-chain. We pull together the capital and the operator network, and you bring your service, and you're good to go. We have also built our own service in-house, partly as an example of what a service could look like. That service is called EigenDA, or data availability, very similar to the technologies that Rena was just describing, to service L2s. So that technology exists. It's it's used by a number of leading rollups, but there are opportunities for improving that service even in itself. Like the way that the data availability service works today is that the sequencer from the layer 2 rollup can write to the data availability layer, and that data gets propagated across the network of operators. But I used to work at Filecoin and other networks as well, and there's always these challenges of how can you prove that those operators or service providers or whomever they are actually delivering the data. I mean, I think you guys with DePIN are doing a great job of SLA provisioning, but how can you ensure that the data is being delivered, it's being to the users that request it? So the big innovation we're working on for next year was described in the Eigen token white paper, this term called intersubjective token forking, which is sort of a mouthful, but we are very excited about it. I think it will have big benefits for data availability problems and saying, is a given operator actually delivering data? But also, like more broadly for DePIN projects, I think it can help us take things that are sort of difficult to measure, that are subjective, and make finite financial opinions about them on chain to incentivize proper behavior.
So there's a few elements that we are looking at the graph. On the one hand, making sure that our network becomes more resilient, becomes more performant, especially on the graph node level. So even if you don't want to be a client of the graph and you want to self-host a graph node, that we've got you covered. One of the main challenges we are trying to solve right now is actually providing more use cases and open up the existing network of indexers, meaning compute, that we have to, for example, offer verified data that our users can query now, or also enable them to build AI agents on the graph network. It's what Semiotic, one of our co-developers, is looking into quite deeply at the moment.
Can I also just add that I was speaking to Felix a few days ago, and one of the other important things is the community of really like the experts that have built the clients that run these different blockchains. They are very, very hard to find, and when things go wrong, like for example, we have people on staff in Infura that help the Geth team because they're so familiar with the implementations. So I think that that's also very important operationally to get the connections to all of these experts.
Cool. I want to come back to you, Felix, for a second, and ask, how does the graph decentralized indexing system improve data accessibility for DePIN applications, and what unique benefits does decentralized indexing bring to real-world infrastructure projects? How do you see that impacting the UX for dApps and just Web3 in general?
Do you guys remember a couple of years ago when Twitter started to heavily rate limit their API, which effectively killed off a bunch of projects that were relying on Twitter data as their main source, for example, for semantic analysis? So one of our...
as a marketer, it was horrible for analyzing engagement.
So one of our missions is to ensure that no one, not even us, can get between you and the data you need in production. So in that sense, for us, decentralization is not just a marketing meme. It's actually a means to an end, because our indexers in the back are forced to compete each other on quality of service, latency, etc., etc. So if you look in Graph Explorer, you will typically see 5 to 6 different indexers on any subgraph. And the one with the best quality of service will be allowed to actually send you the data that you requested, thus is paid for it. And in case anyone ever were to go down, there's a bunch more to pick up the slack, which makes the network itself quite resilient.
Cool. Wes, at EigenLayer, could you explain a bit how restaking and middleware add an additional layer of security to DePIN, and in what ways does your guys' specific approach enhance trustworthiness of the data and prevent vulnerabilities, especially as DePIN, which is kind of like a fairly nascent trend and sector of Web3, begins to scale and grow and diversify in the projects?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing I love about the DePIN space is that every DePIN builder has a really unique idea to solve some meaningful problem in the Web3 space, whether it's weather or physical or compute or database. But those new project builders do face a challenge, and one of the challenges, how do they secure their network? They may have their own ideas about a certain algorithm. Maybe it needs to be ZK proven, or maybe it's a threshold encryption signature. And so when they think about the mechanism for validation, they also have to think about the economic security, particularly if it's a sort of a proof of stake style system. It's like, do you have $10 backing up the security of your network? How much does it cost to, maliciously attack your network? Do you want $1 million? Traditionally, folks had to raise capital themselves through VCs or other mechanisms to kind of bootstrap security, crypto economic security. And so our hope is to bring together the capital in one place that can help bootstrap that economic security, bring together the operator network so that anyone that has a unique idea for DePIN, maybe it's a real-world thermometer and a certain use case to kind of like supply chain. I was talking to someone today, supply chain for coffee beans as an example. Whatever their unique idea is, they can focus on that unique idea and not have to rebuild the wheel of crypto economic security.
Cool. Coming back to Clemens here. At Infura, can you discuss the role of decentralized RPC nodes in supporting DePIN networks and how they kind of compare to traditional RPC solutions? And what are the key advantages of these decentralized RPC nodes in terms of reliability and how they contribute to scaling dApps effectively?
Yeah, great question. So the RPC itself, the developers, the DevOps people are actually the same in decentralized and centralized. It's really more of the business model. They care about how to run things efficiently. And when we think about DIN, we think about democratizing the trust portion, which is, the big players like Infura, QuickNote, Alchemy, they have the marketing power in order to build their developer base, right? But what we're looking to do is to keep the small players around so this doesn't all go into AWS in the future. So we're trying to make sure that these smaller players are able to pay their bills and to find different ways to take their expertise and have different ways to take advantage of that yield. And so we're trying to do the good work of this B2B DePIN space and allow people to get access to as many networks as possible without that being their kind of main distinguishing factor. And so that type of business, the payments between them, the netting of those payments, hopefully is useful to all of these bare metal node providers.
I think it's most certainly useful to them. Rena, over at Arbitrum, with your focus on scalability and cost efficiency as a layer 2 solution, how do you see L2 tech specifically enhancing the capabilities and adoption of DePIN networks? And what unique challenges or conversely opportunities does this infrastructure present when applied to DePIN networks?
Yeah, I think right now when DePIN projects consider where to build, typically it's some type of EVM, Ethereum, Solana, Peak, and a few others. And a lot of the projects I speak with, when they decide to go the Ethereum route is because at the end of the day, Ethereum is still where users' activities and most importantly, liquidity is. However, Ethereum L1 is just not scalable by design. And this is why you have Vitalik's rollup-centric roadmap where Ethereum L1 relies on L2s to bring the scalability aspect to builders. And so amongst L2s is where I think we are most comparable. With Stylus, obviously that opens the door for more programming environments, but as today in the same breath, it's still amongst other L2s. And with that, Arbitrum has continuously been the most advanced in terms of tech innovation. We were the first one to reach stage 1 in the rollup-centric roadmap. We had fraud proof since day 1, and we have been leading in liquidity, in users, and everything. And so in this environment, I think the challenges and opportunities are all kind of the same, right? Challenges is how do we, at least from the partnerships end, is how do we all just as simple as bring awareness for builders that, Arbitrum Tech, we have all of these capabilities, right? We have Stylus. We are implementing things like Bold, which is decentralized validation. We are working on decentralized sequencers. How do we, work with builders to figure out what challenges that they have and how do we kind of work with them on the tech? Because at Offchain and Arbitrum, we have this belief that it's your chains, your rules, right? Our tech shouldn't be constrained on, and builders shouldn't be constrained when they're using our tech. They should be able to innovate and customize. And so a lot of that is just working very closely and understanding builder needs. And I think the opportunities here is both on the supply and demand side, maybe even more so on the supply side, where you kind of look at users, what motivates them, creating that kind of just network effects in terms of perhaps like, project tokens, like how do we bring value to that? And I think, I just hope that, we could really bring kind of a different ecosystem for DePIN builders where you have tech that really is advanced, it's innovative, and then you also have an ecosystem that brings additional value occurred. There's a lot of DePIN projects that's kind of already tapping into this idea. So we have Aether who did their node sales on Arbitrum. We have WeatherXM who's actually building on Arbitrum 1, and one of the reasons they're doing so is to kind of tap into that DeFi side of things. We also have a supply chain network DePIN project that's building very data heavy, very math heavy DePIN network using Arbitrum Orbit. So I think we're going to start to see a lot more of these innovations using Arbitrum's tech stack. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Nice. I got a question to go around the horn here on looking forward. What advancements or collaborations among foundational infrastructure providers do you believe will most significantly shape DePIN's future? Are there any emerging technologies or partnerships that you think will drive DePIN infrastructure to new levels of resilience, efficiency, or security? Clemens, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think this is less about DIN. I really believe a lot of these outcomes will be around zero knowledge, and I'm just kind of a nerd about it because data availability and kind of the ability to privately save that data is kind of what we've all been kind of after. The decentralization portion of the storage and the immutability of that data is important, but I'm really interested in trusted execution environments in order to increase the efficiency rather than having, thousands of L2 chains and trying to figure out where the money goes to across all those chains and the additional fragmentation. So I like the abstraction that's happening, and I like the ability to reuse the economic security that already exists.
Rena, how about you?
Yeah, I agree on the ZK side for sure. I know we are obviously an optimistic roll-up, but our research team led by Ed Felton has been actually looking into kind of use like ZK and research in that. Still further out, but I think some of the ideas that our research team has been discussing publicly is this concept of hybrid ZK optimistic proving system. Because as it stands right now, ZK is still quite expensive. However, perhaps there's a way to implement this into the optimistic rollup process in terms of bisection process, where down to a last challenge step, that's when ZK kicks in. It's probably more cost efficient. But in terms, back to your question on like kind of infra partners and collaborations, I think for us specifically thinking about Orbit, we have to really rely a lot on like our DA partners, rely a lot on our RAS partners to really help us push innovation, help us work with the different DePIN networks to really see like what we could build together. Some of the stuff that we're actually looking into that we announced, I believe today, is that we're actually looking at adding Reth, Nethermind as additional components on top of Geth. So we're really trying to think of more ways to just optimize the tech stack for scalability. And I think a lot of that will have to come with like partnerships with infra and others. We can't do everything on our own.
Very good. Yeah, one thing I think that could help move the space forward, I come from more of a enterprise Web 2 background and used to work with one of the hyperscalers, and so our customers always had this nice, clean panel they could go to, and in this nice service console, they could say, okay, I need to spin up some compute, I need to spin up some storage, I need a database, and it was very easy, and it was all kind of consolidated. Whereas in our world, like we have this explosion of all these DePIN projects that are really fun and organic, but it is also a bit all over the place too. And so, to the extent that people can build overlays or systems that make it easy for people to have a consistent, more unified experience across the DePIN projects, I think that would be neat. At EigenLayer, we have this vision of creating sort of SaaS-like apps as these services, so they can be kind of plug and play, ZK Prover networks or bridges and oracles. I think what DIN is doing is really good as well, is kind of creating like SLA layers to kind of have visibility across projects is a great step in that direction. So if anybody has like motivations in building, there's not like a great solution yet, like an AWS console for DePIN, but I would love to see someone build that.
I really love that ZK is mentioned first. I used to work in data privacy before, so this always resonates quite well. But circling back to the graph, there's a few elements here. On the subgraph level itself, it's about making the developer experience easier. For example, making subgraphs more composable, so you don't have to build the whole thing from scratch. You just use something pre-existing, tailor it to your needs, and just be off to the races. That's one element here. And then also going back to what I mentioned first, where, just looking at new use cases. Basically talking to people here on the ground. If you want to see us build anything in particular, reach out. We're very open, and yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to talk about DIN because I was but for the DIN side, the important part is that our major customers are the foundations and the new chains that are coming out from testnet to mainnet that want to connect to the developers via the gateways, right? So everybody has their own developer base, and so we want to connect with them as much as possible so you can build the right use cases and expand on that. And I think what likely will happen, this is my theory of interoperability is around when you look at Amazon and you're delivering services, you care about the intention of getting the thing that you purchased. And where it's going through, it's either cheaper or faster or more expensive, doesn't really make a difference. Where it's stored isn't really as important as getting it delivered to your door, that last mile. So hopefully, the intention of what is being built is different from the infrastructure that powers how it gets done.
Cool. Okay, pop quiz. Fluence has been killing it this year. There's been a handful of DePIN days this year, but we haven't had a DevCon in 2 years since Bogota. The word DePIN did not exist at the last DevCon. These events always kind of reinvigorate me in Web3, seeing all the exciting stuff going on around the industry. What is one of the most intriguing or exciting things you have seen this week that is just promising for the future, makes you optimistic about the potential of this tech, or one of the best talks you saw, or an observation on DePIN from the last couple of days? There were numerous DePIN side events, a lot of projects represented in Bangkok this week. Someone jump in when you feel inspired.
We've been working with AltLayer, and I'm excited for their autonomy, their AI agent that's able to help with some of the distributions. And there's a sneak peek launch, and I'm really excited to kind of dig into it to see how they're using LLMs and generative AI to support infrastructure as well. Like how does it help the rest of the space? How is it deployed?
Cool. Yeah, Clemens has talked a lot about Infura on the panel today, but he moonlights as an AI warlock, really doing a lot of experimenting and tinkering there.
I think so. This is my first DevCon, so I don't really have a comparison. But before I came to DevCon, I thought DevCon was very much Ethereum builder focus, and so it's actually been quite surprising to see, institutions, funds, VCs, and other outside of just purely Ethereum kind of events, talks, projects, happenings. And I think on the DePIN side of all of this, it's feeling like, when we talk about just overall crypto innovations, advancements in the space, that DePIN is now talked in the same conversation. I think before DePIN felt like a side event, and now it feels like DePIN is like, part of the main character, main cast, which is great. I think that's when you really can, get innovations and tech advancements together, when you have everyone discussing versus just kind of this niche group of people bouncing ideas off each other.
Yeah, definitely, and has made us as an industry kind of reflect on what is DePIN. Is Bitcoin DePIN? It runs on physical hardware, and projects that have been around for years before the DePIN term came alive, like Filecoin, like Helium. We're still figuring out as a sector what exactly DePIN is.
BitTorrent, that was DePIN.
BitTorrent. Don't tell my ISP about that. I might still download a new movie or two.
Yeah, they're going to send you the bill from the music you downloaded 10 years ago. What I find is also my first DEF CON, by the way, and just in general, the reignited vigor that everybody's displaying, not only because numbers go up on CoinMarketCap, but also because, especially in the DePIN space, stuff becomes a lot more clear as to what DePIN actually can be in the future. At our event on Sunday, I talked to a really cool guy who are basically running a DePIN mobile carrier network in the Middle East. They're huge. Never heard of them before, and they are doing quite well. And so those are the things that make working in Web3 just so valid in the long run.
I would say actually just honestly seeing this group of folks like grow, because back 2 years ago in Bogota, it was, people were very much more focused on sort of core Ethereum tech, and there's still a large group of people, and there's a lot of opportunity to innovate in core Ethereum tech. But, as that tech, like any good decentralized technology, as it sort of becomes more stable, what's the next layer to build on? And I think like this conference is a really good example that in the past there was aspirations of how could you build these more complicated systems. We've also had this collision of these new provable technologies, the zero knowledge provable stuff, which is so hard to predict when it's going to land, but it just happened to land, and we can do a lot more off chain now and prove it on chain. So I think it's just it's really impressive to see how the space has become so much more realized, and I'm now I would say realistically optimistic as opposed to just optimistic 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. We spend all day, every day, 9 to 5, sending emails and looking at Slack, but coming here and zooming out a bit and seeing all the big problems we're tackling with creative solutions. I'm excited to get back to New York, start working again, start pushing DePIN forward. And I'd like to thank all 4 of our panelists for being here today and sharing some. Go follow them on Twitter, go learn about their projects, and hope you guys have a great rest of your DePIN day.
Great. Thank you so much. We now have a short 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back to hear Guy Willett from A16Z talk about very, very particular topic. So enjoy a quick break.
This is that once in a lifetime.
Uh-oh. Okay, everybody, finish your caffeination. We are about to kick off. All right. Come on in. All right, I think I will probably not attract too many more people, so I think we're probably going to kick off in 1 second. All right, guys, we're going to kick off right now. The coffee break is ending. We are kicking off with Guy from A16Z. So let's give a round of applause right now and welcome Guy to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Wonderful to be here with you all. My name is Guy Willett, and I'm an investor at A16Z Crypto. I will start with the fun part, which is to say that nothing I talk about is legal, tax, or investment advice. And if you have an interest, you can read disclosures at a16z.com/disclosures. So with that out of the way, I'm going to tell you a little bit about kind of my personal opinions on why I think decentralized physical infrastructure networks are interesting, how I would define them, and then some of the questions that I tend to think about and care about when we talk to founders. And so first, I would start by defining DePIN projects as any sufficiently decentralized network that uses cryptography and or mechanism designed to ensure a client can request physical services from a set of providers. And then by example, the three categories that I kind of personally think are most interesting are telecom, often called DY or decentralized wireless energy, and then transportation, or you could also call it logistics, micromobility. This may be a little bit of a hot take, especially at an event hosted by Fluence and with a number of cloud projects here. But at least for me, I think we ought to use the term DePIN to refer to physical projects that either require the deployment of hardware or touch a real-world Oracle problem, as opposed to decentralized cloud projects. I'm very interested in the set of decentralized cloud projects, but I think we ought to call them decentralized cloud projects as opposed to DePIN projects. And I think sometimes DePIN can now be used to mean colloquially, I make a token and I give it to people to do something, which at some point loses a lot of the semantic value. So at least for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to talk about things that I think are inherently physical and either require deploying new hardware or interacting in physical space and translating that interaction on-chain. I think decentralized wireless and telecom is interesting because of kind of this broad shift in telecom companies, at least in the US. Energy is the first sector I personally have talked to people who are building in the space, don't understand anything about crypto, and they kind of laud the virtues of decentralization for its own sake. Which is very rare. I think, if you've been working in crypto for a long time, decentralization is near and dear to our hearts, but a lot of other people don't necessarily care. So hearing something like, I am generally interested in the idea of decentralization is always compelling for me personally. And then lastly, I think a lot of the Web2 gig economy startups could be better run, owned and operated as a collective. And this is things like ride sharing or food delivery. And so the first question maybe to ask yourself is, why should you care about DePIN? We have this wonderful event here today, which is a lot busier than the DePIN events were a couple of years ago, and certainly busier than before we had the term. But at least for me personally, I care about these physical infrastructure projects because I think they provide the largest upgrade over existing solutions. Oftentimes when we talk about decentralizing finance or decentralizing Web2 infrastructure, we're talking about upgrading over products that are already pretty good, especially if you live in the West. In many emerging countries, there are significant upgrades, but at least in the West, we have pretty good products. But for the most part, if you're upgrading from an incumbent monopoly, like an energy grid or like a telecom company, you are not just going from Web 2 to Web 3, you're going from 1995 to 2024. And that to me is quite compelling. Second, DePIN projects really comprise what I think of as being the largest potential for consumer crypto. I think occasionally there's this false dichotomy between the idea of infrastructure and apps. It's a very hot topic to debate on crypto Twitter. And at least to me, we ought not have this dichotomy or this difference. And so a lot of DePIN projects are building not only core infrastructure, but the application on top of it. And it's really simple for me to describe something like a decentralized Verizon or decentralized energy grid to a person who knows nothing about crypto, and they immediately understand why this might be valuable and interesting. And then third, I think DePIN projects are much more likely to touch our everyday lives in ways that a lot of other crypto projects will not, and it will be much more apparent to users. So, you know, if modern life is very dependent on the internet, on financial services, on electricity, on internet connectivity, well, I feel like we're only addressing a couple of those things with the existing set of crypto projects, and so DePIN broadens that quite a bit and is what makes me interested personally. So some of the questions that I care most about when thinking about a DePIN project, the first is, why should you decentralize? Because I feel like oftentimes, if you're building in crypto, you take for granted that decentralization is good, but it not necessarily is, especially from a product perspective. And usually the answers for DePIN projects are, to start with, we would like to make it easier to crowdfund or to raise capital, which I think is a perfectly fine reason, but is not particularly interesting or unique for DePIN projects themselves. The second is something more towards the idea of aggregating latent capacity. And this is an idea that filecoin really pioneered, the idea that we have a little bit of extra space in our hard drive, and if we could aggregate that as a whole, that broader network would be very, very valuable. And you start to see this with things like virtual power plants in the energy grid. Then I think one of the things that has made DeFi very successful is this idea of permissionless innovation, that anyone can contribute to building the core infrastructure that runs our daily lives and financial services. And I think that same idea ought to be applied to the very large-scale networks that we all interact with every day. So I very much hope that, you know, a developer in their mother's basement has the same access to build the energy grid or the telecom network of the future as, you know, today someone working at PG&E or working at Verizon. I think the second common question is, how do you go to market for these sorts of projects? Because you are selling not to people who want to buy something that has the word crypto involved in it, but to normal people who care about the products and services for their own right. And then the third, and I think most difficult technical question, is about how you verify these physical services, because they are more complicated than forming consensus over a state transition function or building a ZK proof. Yeah, so I think like the simplest thing to say here is that most prior blockchains have been able to evolve totally independent of the real world, so to speak. Ethereum was able to build a blockchain and then a financial system that did not necessarily need to touch the traditional world. But if you're trying to build something like a telecom network, if you're trying to touch the energy grid, if you're trying to deliver food or literally transport people in ride sharing, you have to interact with the real world from day one. And oftentimes that means changing the definition of decentralization. And I think there's often a tension between decentralization and integration into the physical world. And the simplest version of this is, do you force people to pay for the service in your native token, or do you allow them to pay in something like USDC or even with a credit card? The second, I think, is how you consider your go-to-market when decentralization is not necessarily a product-level good for the end user. And oftentimes you need to find a reason that decentralization is building a better product experience for the user. And I think the two most common that we see are either aggregating latent capacity or building a developer platform that allows more people to contribute and surfaces other better ideas that would not necessarily have come from large enterprises. One of the big questions here as well, many of the spaces that I've talked about, telecom, energy, transportation, they have regulation that does not exist for financial services or for crypto projects, and is totally separate. In some cases, this can be a hindrance, but in some cases, it can be really enabling. And for example, in the case of something like Helium or with wireless projects, CBRS, or Citizens Broadcast Radio Service, made free and available, part of Spectrum, so that you could pass wireless messages without needing to participate in a Spectrum auction. That's, I think, one simple example. Many countries in the West have a requirement to allow you to sell energy back to the grid, which is definitely an enabling fact for building decentralized or distributed energy. And so I think finding kind of these key points where there is an interest and a willingness to engage on the behalf of the more traditional world is quite important. And then finally, kind of the technical question that is most interesting to me from a mechanism or protocol design standpoint is how do you verify these physical services? So if you would like a decentralized network to pass packets for you, to provide transit to your phone or provide transit to your physical person, it's already complicated and there's already breakage for something like Uber or DoorDash to ensure that when you call a car, it arrives and it takes you where you're supposed to. This is even harder in the context where you can't trust any of the data or the participants in the network. And so we're going to talk a little bit more about that. One of the simple network designs that I like to think about is clients requesting services from providers. And if clients are interacting directly with providers, it's very easy to see whether or not the service has been correctly provisioned, because the client can observe it directly. Unfortunately, this does not effectively allow crypto projects to provide a subsidy in the form of a token. Oftentimes, one of the most effective things that you might do with your token is introduce an inflationary reward at the beginning of the network when your network effect is small. And it's quite hard to do that if everyone is transacting peer-to-peer. You see this with decentralized exchange designs. There's a communication complexity problem of some of the original peer-to-peer exchanges, and so many of them moved to a peer-to-pool model. You see this with DePIN projects as well, where clients are not interacting directly with providers, but they're asking the network to pair them with a provider. And now you have the complexity of if the client and the provider disagree on whether the service was correctly provisioned, they have to be able to prove to the network who is right. And because you can't trust either of these parties, you have a decentralized verification problem. The benefit of this is that you then can more effectively introduce token rewards for providers who are contributing services when the network is small and helping bootstrap it. So hopefully this makes a little bit of sense. And if the protocol is client to network as opposed to client to provider, the service provider has to be able to prove, in the case of a fault, who was at fault. And so decentralized verification matters often because you want to enable composability, permissionless innovation, and credible neutrality just in the same way we have for DeFi projects. And it also allows you to more effectively subsidize early network participation by creating a token reward, effectively solving the cold start problem. Eventually, the network does have to become sustainable, and so you need a verification layer that satisfies the decentralization level of your kind of product and goals. And so oftentimes, the simple solution to this for an early DePIN project is to manufacture their own hardware, have an embedded key in the hardware, and then rely on messages that are signed by whitelisted keys. This obviously does not scale in the long term because you can't have a single party manufacture all devices on the network. So eventually you need kind of a software level abstraction or verification mechanism. For verification in a more traditional context where you're trying to form consensus over compute, there are a bunch of options. You can do consensus, you can create validity proofs, often called ZK proofs as well, or you can use an enclave. Trusted execution environment, which has become much more popular and I think is actually often a good solution for DePIN projects as well. But if you want to take a purely software approach, my personal favorite is a random sampling mechanism. And this has been in different ways used in a number of projects, primarily focused on decentralized cloud or decentralized telecom, like Helium, NIM, Filecoin, and Orchid. And the way this works is essentially you have a pseudo-random beacon that generates requests for service to the network and then sees whether providers are correctly responding to those requests. If the provider does correctly respond to the request, they receive a reward akin to a block reward in something like a proof of work or proof of stake network. And if they don't, they are slashed. And oftentimes, the allocation of requests in a client to provider network is mediated by a proof of stake token. So when the client requests services, the provider will be randomly sampled based on stake weight. And this mechanism, I think, will probably be the best, at least short-term approach for kind of a purely software crypto economic approach. Paired with enclaves and in some cases trusted hardware, you end up having pretty good verification for a very hard physical challenge. So some of the kind of open questions in this space, first is how do you randomly generate these measurement requests without anyone knowing about them? Because if you can predict when you're going to be measured, if you know there's a pop quiz on Monday, you can study for it, so to speak. So how you have a pseudo-random beacon that will create these challenges without pre-notifying anyone is a hard cryptographic problem, and if you're working on it, I'd love to talk to you about it afterwards. So hopefully now you have a sense for what I think DePIN ought to mean. It ought to mean physical services and physical networks interacting with the real world. I think there's a lot of interest and compelling people working on decentralized cloud projects, but at least for the purposes of this group, I hope we can start to refer to things like energy, telecom, transportation as DePIN and make it much more clear for people who don't spend time here by calling decentralized cloud projects the simplest possible name. I think you should care because these are the services that, in my opinion, are most likely to touch and interact with the daily lives of normal people in a short time frame. And so, if you've ever had the same experience I have of trying to explain what I do for work to my family at Christmas, this hopefully will arm you with a better explanation, something that's a little bit more intuitive and exciting to someone who maybe doesn't understand what an AMM is. And then some of the hard questions when you're building a DePIN project, I think, are how to verify the service, how to do an effective go-to-market motion in a world where you have to touch the physical world, and then how you navigate some of the more complex regulatory questions when you're touching things that are existential to our everyday lives. So if anyone has any questions, I'd love to take them, and thank you all for listening.
5 minutes for questions. Any questions for Guy? I'll start with one question then for you. Decentralized governance. Where does decentralization come in? Does it come in terms of hardware provisioning? Does it come in governance? Does it have to be both?
Yeah, governance is a tricky topic. I think the simple answer for DePIN projects is that in cases where there isn't a good technical solution, or the technical solution creates a lot of overhead that would make the commercial aspects of the project lack viability, you can often simply kind of whitelist through governance a provider. So the simplest version of this is there are a lot of DePIN projects that want to crowdsource a data set. There are a number of projects that are creating physical maps of the world and then selling access to that. It's very hard to store and then provide low latency access control to those sorts of data sets. And so a number of projects basically, through governance, elect someone to run an AWS server or something similar, and then work on behalf of the DAO and on behalf of the protocol. So that's one example where I think governance can help to solve some of the complicated problems. But for the most part, in my opinion, if you can minimize governance, you probably ought to, because it's quite difficult to incentivize participation. And then I think humans are more fallible than code. So a lot of what we ought to focus on, I think, is translating some of those difficult questions into autonomous systems.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hello. Sorry.
Huge.
Hey, Sylvan, co-founder of Parasail. So I just have one question. Do you think that permissionless provider participation is necessary or a must for DePIN projects or DePIN networks?
I mean, it depends on the project. This is kind of an abstract presentation, so it's hard to make any broad generalizations. But I think if you want to build something that anyone has access to, and I think like part of the virtue of crypto is that we create systems that anyone can participate in. I personally think one of the kind of optimistic takes on crypto, one of the benefits is that you assume the sum total of participation and like good ideas in the world is going to be very beneficial. Like if anyone can participate and can propose, you're going to have a better end system. And if you kind of want that benefit of permissionless innovation or of composability, then oftentimes you need to let any provider participate. But it really depends on the application. So I think there's a lot of nuance in that question. And when you decentralize at what pace is more complicated here as well. Because with some things you can build on Ethereum and be decentralized from day one, but it's often lacking the efficiency to compete with a traditional existing solution. So I think that's more of an art than a science.
I have the mic already, sorry. I'm Jonathan from TU Berlin. I have a question. Do you I think there is a general purpose DePIN verification solution, or should it be like project specific in any case?
Verification is often deeply coupled with how you distribute an incentive to participate in the network. So most projects couple verification with how they distribute a token to the set of providers in the network, and almost all of these are marketplaces essentially, where there's very little value to use the marketplace if there's no one providing services in the marketplace. So often I think it's hard to have a general solution. I would also say you probably want to take advantage of the specifics of the service you're offering. For example, if you're doing food delivery, you can have two people interact with each other physically and share a PIN, which you already do in something like DoorDash or Uber Eats, which makes the verification problem much easier than if you're trying to do something like decentralized energy, where you can't prove computationally, or there's no kind of handshake between two people when I want to buy energy from you in a microgrid, for example. So I think for better or for worse, at least at this stage, there probably isn't a generalized solution. And in part, that's because DePIN is such a broad category. You probably wouldn't say, like, is the technical solution to your telecom company the same as to your energy company? And so, again, maybe the presentation is a little bit abstract, but hopefully it's inspiring people to solve these questions.
Thanks.
All right, I have a couple questions about demand and PMF. It was great to see your talk going deep into it. Number one is, how do you reason about demand sales onboarding process? Meaning, a lot of DePIN networks fail to get demand, supply is easy, and so on. I think one of the key reasons for this is that we have not found a crypto-native equivalent of the decentralized sales force that actually works.
Yes,
there's a lot of programs that have tried various things like this, but none of them are actually good. Do you think there's something structurally impossible about this problem, or do you think that it's just not that some people are going to crack, and then once that happens, we'll be able to generate demand similarly to supply?
I definitely don't think it's structurally impossible. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here giving a presentation. I think the simple answer is that it's very hard for anyone to build a new piece of infrastructure and then get someone else to use it before you've been able to use it yourself, or get someone to sell it before you've been able to sell it yourself. And so a lot of projects, including some of the ones that we've invested in, the original development company focuses less on core protocol development after the project has launched, and then they focus much more on providing an abstraction layer or an interface to the traditional world. So you've seen this in the case of Helium, where Nova Labs now runs a cell phone provider. And if you live in Miami, just like you would go to Verizon.com, you can go and get cell service from them, and you pay in dollars, and it's a very simple experience, but under the hood, you're using their 5G network. So I think oftentimes to kind of bootstrap the usage in one of these networks, you have to take a little bit more of a hands-on approach, which is a kind of a different thought process than if you were building a DeFi project. You wouldn't necessarily build a bank on top of your AMM for go-to-market. So I think we maybe have to have a more pragmatic approach to getting people to interact with these systems for DePIN projects and for more traditional projects than we have in the past for things like L1s or DeFi.
Yeah, and the second is products, especially infrastructure products, have to evolve a lot with time as the use cases change. Many of the projects right now are building things into their protocols that are based on assumptions about how the world works today. Few of them are actually thinking ahead to what the world will look like in the future, and many of them don't have a good way to adapt. So to me, that spells that those projects are going to eventually get replaced by something else, unless we build good adaptive mechanisms to evolve the product. Have you seen any interesting or clever ways to do that, of making sure the network or the people building the product are able to reimagine and rethink the underlying system to be able to adapt to the future?
Yeah, I think this is maybe this is a broader question for projects that launch and have good success in many cases, or it's going okay but not great. How do you get people to continue to participate, and what does it look like for kind of the inventor of a project to continue to participate in it over time after the project is properly decentralized? I think that's kind of a question all blockchain projects are grappling with, including Ethereum. So we're here this week for DevCon. I don't know anyone has kind of a perfectly platonically good solution. I think for better or for worse, you probably need people who are idealistic and really want to build something and create a change in the world that is separate from the rational benefit. And so, I personally tend to get along really well with people who are a bit idealistic, and I think there's probably not a way to get around that long term. most of the projects that we all think of as being kind of foundational to crypto were built because people had free time and were interested and contributed open source code. And so I think we probably need to channel some of that ethos, and hopefully that will continue to be true into the future.
Great. Well, let's give a round of applause to Guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, my fireside chat with Juan Benet. Getting some chairs up here. Here we go. Great. Welcoming Juan. Hello, hello.
Thank you.
Great. Listen, thank you. First, a little introduction to Juan. For those of you who are not deeply familiar, he's the inventor of IPFS and the founder of Protocol Labs and obviously Filecoin. Filecoin raised $200 million all the way back in 2017, when that was real money. And he was, I guess, the original DePIN project before DePIN even existed. And so it was actually functioning and working before the name even happened. And he studied computer science at Stanford before inventing and basically building and deploying IPFS. One other very important thing that he and Protocol Labs did was invest in Fluence. So very, very happy to have his support and to be tied into the Filecoin and Protocol Labs ecosystem pretty closely. So I'm very happy to have Juan on stage to talk about his experiences in DePIN. So let's, Juan has talked about the history and the foundation of IPFS and the inventing of it many times before. So I think what we thought about for this talk was to go into a little bit more, kind of accelerate beyond that and get into some more specifics on DePIN and on IPFS and the problems, solutions, and that are relevant to that particular invention, and then also and then kind of abstract it to DePIN overall. So with that, I guess the first question would be, in inventing and building IPFS, what were some of the very hard problems that you discovered, solved, and potentially are still working on?
Yeah, and thanks for having me. Super excited to be here. It's very good to see the entire DePIN landscape evolve. When I first started on this in 2013, 2014, thinking about these ways of using cryptocurrency to evolve the stack, there was a very real uphill battle of talking to a lot of people about this new model, how it could work, and so on. I remember talking to a lot of the people that are now in the industry about it, who were like super skeptical, it's never going to work, and so on. And so it's been awesome to see the massive level of success, and it's been great to see so many networks now scale to tens of thousands to millions of people involved in various ways around the planet. I've seen many people uplifted out of poverty, actually, by being able to mine and participate in these networks, which is really, really important, a good way to bring digital infrastructure as a means to create better wealth globally, and a lot of services that are just getting better overall. Now, we have a huge gap between the systems that we have today and the consumer apps that we rely on every day. And if we want this whole model to work, we have to close that gap pretty aggressively and pretty quickly. And so I hope that what we talk about today and in the future DePIN-oriented talks can help a lot of the DePIN founders and product builders, and especially the people working on product and the engineers, to make really good decisions and move quickly to providing extremely good foundational products with the crypto layer underneath the hood. So with all that kind of out of the way, so IPFS, I'll dive a little bit into the thinking behind IPFS and Filecoin. There are two separate protocols for good reason. IPFS is a way of describing the addressing of information and the movement of information. So think of IPFS as an equivalent to HTTP. It's an HTTP designed for peer-to-peer interactions, for distributed interactions. You're able to describe web objects, so web pages, web applications, data, and so on, in a content address way, which means the addressing scheme refers to the fingerprint of the content, and that means you can find it anywhere in the network. So think of that as operating a little bit like BitTorrent and other and Git and so on, these distributed type systems, and think of the web being able to move around that way. And Filecoin is a separate incentive layer built to create a massive scale storage platform to be able to serve data in this DePIN-oriented way in the IPFS network. So think of Filecoin as an equivalent to Amazon S3 or Google Cloud or Cloudflare R2 and so on, and the other suite of products. So one of the things that we've seen evolve over the last few years in the Filecoin network is that when you think about storage and the storage of data for computation and whatnot, there's actually a host of little products on top. Well, not little products, huge products. S3, Glacier, R2, the CDNs. These are massive scale products that together form a very large scale storage and data delivery platform. And so Filecoin is as an ecosystem with many, with several networks tackling that entire problem at scale. And we build on the foundational layer of IPFS and then create that incentivized structure to be able to hire a network to store your data. I think some of the key problems that we solved include the classic how do you form a huge amount of supply. That the basic inspiration there is from Bitcoin and the block reward. That component is one of the earliest things in the entire crypto space. 2009 is when Satoshi and others built it. And that single mechanism, I think, is the most powerful mechanism in the entire crypto space and is way underused. So, if you take away one thing for this entire conversation, you should take away that block rewards are extremely powerful, and you should use them to incentivize better things. The way that people use block rewards today is quite simplistic. It's part of why they work, but they can be extended a bit to improve all kinds of KPIs. And we'll see that happening with other networks. Filecoin uses them in a more sophisticated way. And we're even going to see Optimism start using this. So like the Optimism RetroPGF program is evolving from what it is now over time to incentivizing metrics and whatnot. So the block reward model is extremely, extremely powerful. Now, most people have tuned that for supply. There are probably ways to tune it for demand. We have not, as an industry, figured out how to do that correctly. That is a much harder problem than supply. But I would guess that whoever figures that out is going to be able to pave a fast way to scale up the demand side of DePIN networks. So yeah, there's one foundational thing. Maybe another foundational thing is the peer-to-peer versus peer-to-pool model that Guy was just talking about. That is a key foundational thing in DePIN networks as well. So the kind of peer-to-peer marketplace is a structure that a lot of systems need in order to or that's like a default naive model that you build up initially. But it has serious downsides and drawbacks because you have to create a market of participants and you have to think about pairwise transactions between them. And there's, especially when the resource is not a super fungible commodity, you can't exchange it that easily. So you can't form the market that well. And there's all kinds of information friction happening. So much more successful models are to introduce a pool in between where clients are making deals with the network and providers are making deals with the network, and the network automatically match makes and moves and assigns the resource. Now, some networks find this model much easier. Some networks find it harder. I'll give a concrete example with Filecoin. So if you're storing small amounts of data and you want it highly geo-replicated, super easy to do the pool model, right? Like the client just stores with a specific set of endpoints for the pool, upload the data. The pool then takes a little chunk of data and distributes it out to whatever providers are gonna store it, copying it around a lot. Easy. That can work really, really well, and we've seen it work quite well in a number of projects and protocols around the Filecoin ecosystem. When you go into large-scale data and you want to move petabytes of data or exabytes, you're not talking about massive physical machines and moving around data. So you can't easily copy something many, many times. And so the pool model is way harder to get right because now specific clients need to know where to send the data. They probably need to interface human to human. And you have email involved and how do we get these massive drives to you? And so the pool model in that setting is way harder to get right. But it's totally doable. We've talked, the ecosystem now is converging into finding how to do that. And the pool model is very, very successful because it provides, in the way that Uniswap does, a one-sided style transaction. A client interacts with the network, the provider interacts with the network, and the market is formed automatically. You don't have to seek the pairwise structure. So I think that those are two very foundational components for most DePIN networks out there. And then the third one that I would add is just seek product market fit really aggressively. The entire crypto industry is, because of it's so financialized so quickly, and these are really powerful tools, a lot of teams end up building things that are just very quickly become overly financialized, and because of a lot of reasons, including the frictions in the ecosystem, certain kinds of projects, think of like all the meme coins and whatnot, can grow super fast, super easily with low friction, and the harder, more foundational actually create an enormous amount of value by building utility projects. All of the DePIN projects have a harder, more uphill battle in terms of the friction. But you have to think, 2, 5, 10 years ahead, what is going to create massive amounts of value? Where is most of the value in infrastructure today? And it's like these huge utilities that provide super valuable services around the planet, generating hundreds of billions of dollars of cash flow. And that's what the entire DePIN industry is chasing. It's not like the small potatoes meme coins. It's going after hundreds of billions of dollars that add up to trillions in utility value. It's just that we haven't figured out how exactly to get it just right to then really beat the massive scale monopolies that are entrenched deeply and do not want us to come in and disrupt them, right? So that's the promise. And so these projects have to be extremely focused on product market fit and figuring out how to adapt their networks to meet the demands of various clients and users around the world, and know that many users of these utilities do not want to touch crypto, do not want to think about having to exchange tokens and whatnot. So as Guy was saying, you need an adapter between the Web3 layer and the Web2 world. And this is fairly easy to build. You build a single corporation on top of the network that can provide that service. Maybe you can afford to have one or a few in the network as an entry point. Or if it's a geolocated service, think of potentially creating an environment where there's regional companies that are able to provide that adapter, right? So think of the sharing economy and how the ride-sharing service industry got super fragmented because there's all kinds of local structures that are different, and certain players got a network effect in a particular environment faster than others. And so today you go around the world, and in some places you use Uber, in some places like here you use Grab, in other places you use Lyft. There's a whole bunch of different sharing economy networks. And so it's possible that some of these protocols can give rise to multiple adapter companies, but that model is like very nascent. I think Helium was mentioned as using it, WeatherXM is using it, Filecoin is using it with Web3 storage, and now Sriracha and Akavis networks. So I think that kind of model of building a foundational protocol and then building adapter interfaces is extremely powerful and enables you to build match product market fit much faster. So anyway, I've been rambling now for like 10 plus minutes. Hopefully that was useful. But yeah, anything else you?
We have time for one more question. No, just kidding. I think there are three points there, right? So we've got the block rewards, which is critical point one, then peer-to-peer, peer-to-pool, which is another point, and then product market fit, platform, product, how that works, right? So I think we'll have time to dive into two of those in detail, but potentially three. So first, let's go in that order you mentioned them, because I think it's really interesting. So block rewards, obviously important. We see that as powerful for incenting supply in DePIN networks. That, I think, hasn't been the issue. Demand, which you sort of referenced in the last bit, and sort of product market fits the last bit. Can you talk about maybe token economics for a second? One thing we've been seeing in newer DePIN projects is buy and burn, where revenue that comes to the network buys token, burns it, and that's not exactly the product market fit concept you're talking about, but it is a model that is, I think, more of a newer generation for more of the physical DePIN network as opposed to the cloud ones, because they maybe interact more directly with customers and not peer-to-peer. So how would you think about either in context of Filecoin, token economics, what drives value, or how do you think about those things broadly?
Yeah, so great question. So a few thoughts here. One is, a lot of people think of the block reward as just an early stage incentive model to just form the network that is supposed to go away. And that's because the Bitcoin papers sort of describe it that, or the Bitcoin community sort of described it that way. And we, the Filecoin community, and maybe me personally, described it as a subsidy and so on. And so we kind of confused everyone a bit with that notion. You have to think of the block reward as a persistent emission schedule that is giving, it's the revenue stream of the providers. And if you connect that block reward, which is paying a set of providers for participation, and you model that as the pool paying the providers, what you now need to do is connect the other side of the equation, which is the clients need to pay the pool. So that's where the buy and burn model that you described works, where you can have a company charging in some normal fiat currency in the world, translating into the token, purchasing the token and then burning it, and that's the consumptive use. And so you have like a consumption on one side and emission on the other side, and that forms the successful value loop. My claim, and I think we'll see this bear out over the next 5 to 10 years, is that the networks that get this balance right are going to generate massive amounts of value around the world, and that the emission schedules that are persistent over time and that connect with the pool model are going to way outperform other kind of transaction fee processing things, because the block reward is just so powerful as an incentive structure to reward participation in a very, very rigorous way. And so I think concretely, and I think here I'll definitely plug one of the projects that I'm most excited about, which is Glow, where Glow is using that exact same model to try and scale solar farm production around the planet. It's basically saying, hey, climate change is a huge problem. Let's solve this. Crypto is a tool for global coordination, and we've seen the massive scale success with Bitcoin, Filecoin, and many other networks. Let's try and scale solar as fast as possible using the block reward. And it's effectively happening now. Like, it's growing quite a bit. In fact, David Vorik gave a great talk on this exact same thing, exact topic. I think at a prior DePIN day, maybe earlier this year.
In Brussels, I think.
Yeah, either the Brussels or the Denver one, where he talks about the value flows and very crisply and clearly describes how you as a DePIN creator or builder need to think about the value flows, connecting it to the token value, where the rewards purchase some resource, the resource is spent to create some value for the customers, and the customers need to connect that to the protocol. I'll give a couple other tactical things you can do here. One is introducing protocol fees, where clients, as they use the service, can just pay directly in a protocol fee. This is good for on-chain native applications. And another is to, I think this is not yet tried, but I think it'll probably be tried in the future, is find a way of measuring the usage of the network and then charging some proportional value. It's kind of the inverse of the block reward. It's like you pay proportionally to what you use relative to the entire network. I think this model has the best likelihood of exactly balancing the emission and the client-side use, but I think it's harder to model it right for the client side, and so this is why I think nobody has quite done it. But I think if somebody does that, I think it could be super, super powerful. And I'll plug out, if you are a DePIN founder or interested in this problem space, please turn your attention to how do you incentivize a massive scale network of participants onboarding demand into these networks. How do you turn that into a good game theoretic construction where you can use tokens to incentivize and approach high quality results? I'll give you a really good hint answer, which is that learn from the sharing economy. The sharing economy now perfected incredible products around the planet by the clever use of star ratings. Star ratings are a super basic, simple, well-tried tool, and they power massive scale infrastructure networks, and they have produced incredibly high quality products and services today. And so perhaps you can combine star rating constructions with some kind of token emission schedule to coordinate a mass scale set of sales processes and onboarding into the network. So, exercise for the watcher out there to build that.
It's certainly interesting. I think related to what you just mentioned, though, is community. And you guys have obviously built a terrific community. It's global, it's engaged, and it has kind of both sides. People are using, obviously, you have a whole miner community. So can you talk a little bit to founders about the resources you devote to the community? How did you start? Any recommendations and thoughts on building and attracting that?
Yeah, and here I would say the word community sometimes, especially in the kind of Web 2 world, is sort of seen as, hey, there's the product builders over here, and they're defining the thing, and then the community is over there. That is not the case in Web 3. In Web 3, the community is the network. The network is a set of participants building the thing, providing the service for the thing, using the thing, developing the thing, marketing the thing, everything. So you have to start with the network, start with the community. How do you construct a good environment for the community globally? You have to reason through all of the different kinds of stakeholders that you might have. You have to think about the relationship between those stakeholders and the network. the relationship between those stakeholders and each other and create good models for how their participation is positive sum. I'll give you a concrete example with Filecoin. So Filecoin early on, we wrote a paper that talked about introducing the Filecoin economy. You can find it online. There's a PDF. In it, you will find a diagram that describes 5 key stakeholder groups in the Filecoin network. The clients, the storage providers, which at the time were called miners, the clients, storage providers, developers, and this includes core developers of the protocol, developers of applications or services in the protocol, and end user developers that are going to use the protocol to build applications, token holders, which are participants in the network that provide financial capital to the system, and that are effectively the participants and users of the system, and ecosystem partners, which are key organizations that can help bring lots of things that are harder for a crypto network to summon into the system. So you can think of this as a wide range of participants that are partners to the network. So think of hardware providers, right? Think of like the NVIDIA's and in Filecoin's case, think of Seagate and Western Digital and other disk providers, data center providers, and so on. So between these 5 stakeholder groups, you can think about the relationships between them and the relationships from them to the network. And if you get those flows right and you create a positive sum game as much as possible between these, you get a network that will grow. And so practically just think about each of these stakeholder groups, model the interactions, produce a good and high quality environment, and then start seeding the network by building good entry points for those groups and measure how well you're doing and optimize. Meaning, if you measure how well you're doing with each of these stakeholder groups and you have a valve to get feedback as a community, if you have a way of getting feedback from each of the stakeholder groups, they will tell you what works or doesn't work. They will tell you what they would like to see and have a way of sorting between those and implement successful improvements for each of those stakeholder groups. So I think with some basic adaptation of the processes that traditional, normal, centralized companies use for great product development and great product optimization, you can take those same kinds of feedback optimization tools and create decentralized equivalents of those that measure how well you're doing and tell you what you should do to optimize. And then as a community, you know what you should go and do. Most of the conflicts and problems that I see in communities stem from not thinking through this kind of stuff well enough or not acting on it fast enough. And especially when there are like value flows that are in conflict with each other, where there are different conflicting ways to generate value that are opposed to each other. That ends up generating huge strife in communities. We've seen a lot of that across a bunch of networks. And also when things are negative sum or zero sum, those environments I think are like fairly bad. So you want to just kind of remove those kinds of structures as much as possible and orient to participation should be as positive sum as you can possibly make it. And if you do that, you'll create something that grows really quickly in a bunch of directions.
So recognize those different constituencies, identify, measure, and get feedback, which sounds certainly reasonable.
You get what you measure. Like I want to super stress this point because I think people don't do it enough. The stuff that's on chain is easy to measure, and we had very good, decades of building blockchain explorers that told us a bunch of stuff, so we were able to adapt that. And then somehow product developers forget that, and then when they think about all kinds of other critical things about the network that are not on chain, they just don't measure those. And so you have all of these networks that are flying blind on how their infrastructure and systems are doing because we don't have a way of understanding what's happening and weaving that into metrics and dashboards. So if you do one thing well is instrument the network really well and provide all of that visibility into the entire network in a fully decentralized way. You should have on-chain metrics that yield dashboards that anyone can generate or view about every major indicator of your network, not just the stuff on the resources and the supply side, but things like the developer community, how well certain things work. For each of the stakeholder groups, what matters in those KPIs.
Shifting gears back to product versus platform in a way. We've seen platforms develop across the crypto ecosystem overall, starting with L1s, right? And you can even look at Bitcoin as a platform. Recent DePIN projects have been very product focused, where they're actually building the actual product that they are themselves selling. I think of those more in the physical DePIN side as opposed to sort of the cloud digital side. So you mentioned earlier, that gave the ride-sharing concept of platforms versus that can be potentially deployed elsewhere. How do you think about it, whether for Filecoin or others, the platform concept versus the build a specific team building a product and productizing the offer?
Yeah, so a platform is a product, but the product is not serving the end users. It's serving the builders and developers of the next layer, right? And so when you're building a platform, you need to both build the platform and the entry points, which are the different products that end users are going to end up using. And those end users usually segment out to different kind of markets. In the ride-sharing economy example that I gave, those different markets are location-oriented. There's different geographies with different rules, different structures, different cities. Like, here in Grab, you have a very different suite of products than in, I don't know, New York. And by the way, please wear helmets. Oh man,
there are
go look up the damn mortality rates in Thailand with motorcycle accidents. Like second highest in the world. Just so you know. Anyway. Crazy, Thailand one-shots the entire crypto industry. Or I guess Grab in this case, not Thailand. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted by that. I just have seen so many irresponsible risk-taking. So you have these markets that can be location-oriented and distribute different geographies and whatnot. You can also have markets that segment out by different style of products. So in the Filecoin example that I gave, you have things like object storage is one type of product. Large-scale data storage and onboarding is a different type of product. Chain storage is a different product. Content delivery networks are a different product. So those different products are the concrete entry points for end users. And then Filecoin is a large-scale system, needs to be able to have good solutions for all of these. And those, by the way, we have a good framework for them, which is to build those as separate and connected networks. The Filecoin network is now jumping into that environment now and being pretty successful with it.
Excellent. Let's talk about DePIN for a second. Where do you see DePIN use coming from consumers, from enterprises, from all the above? Paint the next sort of 12 to 24 months as sort of DePIN ecosystem, whether it's digital or physical.
So there's a lot of usage of DePIN in a bunch of places. What I would say is you have to solve a problem very well for a large customer set. And here there's just standard, tried and true, good advice about building good products. Build something people want. And so with that, today, in the things that I have visibility over, there's a whole set of digital tools that things like Filecoin and others that are entirely aimed at people building applications or other networks and so on. And those are in Web3 building for Web3 tends to work pretty well, but Web3 is pretty small still, so that's not a big market. You want to grow that market over time, and so you want to be in that market and succeed in that market so that you grow with it, but it's not that big of a market. The normal Web2 world is dramatically larger, and there I think we're starting to see the first DePIN networks that are doing well with the traditional market. I think here I will plug, again, things like Glow that can sell the energy directly into grids. Like that's an easy way to plug into a market that already exists. Hive Mapper and protocols like this that generate huge amount of data that can then be sold to specific businesses. WeatherXM, who's creating a bunch of weather data and then can be sold into an existing market for weather data and forecasts. And so you want to not reinvent the wheel in product development in the Web2 world. You want to fit and adapt to existing markets wherever possible. Most end users just don't know that their resource is being served by a Web3 network in most cases, and that's a fine thing. Most people don't know that HTTP runs Uber underneath the hoods, and that's fine. But in Web3, that's where the growth really goes into solving large-scale problems for chains and for different kinds of protocols and markets. And again, those are still very small, but should grow with time. So I think as a platform builder, you kind of have to do a bit of both. You have to think through how the existing markets work and where your revenue needs to come from today, but you have to also build towards the future where Web3 is going to scale and going to be much larger.
Excellent. Well, listen, we are over time, unfortunately, but we could keep asking Juan questions. I think I'm going to have him on the podcast. So if you have any questions that you want me to ask him on DePIN, let me know. But let's give a round of applause for Juan. Thank you.
Thanks.
and coming up next, we've got panelists. Please come up. We've got our investor panel. No, sorry, not investor panel. No, this is the AI and AI infrastructure panel, right? I saw Mark. I see Ben. Come on, guys, let's go. Up here, a round of applause for our panelists.
Right, shall we start? Good. All right. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our panel on AI-powered decentralization. I'm Nick from Cointelegraph. I'm going to be your moderator for today, and we have amazing lineup of speakers. So let's kick it off by a round of introductions. And how do you guys contribute to the field?
Sure, happy to go first. I'm Ben, co-founder of Jensen. We're building the network for machine intelligence. You can think of us as very low-level infrastructure for making machine learning completely ubiquitous in the world. What most people know us for at the moment is building our compute protocol. That allows the execution of machine learning operations on theoretically any device in the world that's capable of doing them, verifies that those computations are done correctly, provides programmatic payments and access, and deals with efficiency and scaling. So the idea is that if you have a machine learning task, you want to train a model or kind of fine-tune a model, instead of going to a large cloud provider and arranging time on GPUs, you can submit that to an endpoint programmatically, and you can scale that computation over however many devices you need. You're paying for the operations rather than the time on the GPUs themselves. And we think that process of making access to that resource, compute, entirely programmatic, can be done for all of the resources under machine learning to make it this completely programmatic process that can scale essentially infinitely with the resources underneath rather than getting captured as it currently does in the centralized world.
Mark here, co-founder of Aether. We build distributed GPU infrastructure for AI and gaming companies. You can kind of think of us like an AWS or a GCP. Main differences being we're 100% GPU focused, and we don't own any of the GPUs within our network. We're a DePIN in that context, and one thing maybe that's a bit different between us and other DePINs in the space is that we're 100% enterprise grade. So every GPU connected into our infrastructure is sitting in a data center or connected to enterprise grade network infrastructure. And that means that our network is really built to serve the requirements of kind of big tech and big AI as they look to scale on our compute.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bria. I lead marketing at LivePure. We're the world's open video infrastructure platform, deep roots in the DePIN community. What we're not is the decentralized Twitch or YouTube. Just clarifying that.
Hi, everyone. It's Henry, co-founder and CTO of Open. And Open is umbrella that covers projects serving the purpose of delivering open information on the open web. And we have two core concepts. First one is information abstraction. What does it mean? It means there are so many different data silos located everywhere. We are trying to standardize all the data so that developers can utilize them for whatever task they're building, such as training AI. And the second concept is compute abstract. Just like Jensen and Aether here, they're providing DePIN, providing compute resources to developers, but we need a decentralized structure, a decentralized network to aggregate everything so that developers can leverage it easily.
Cool, thank you. Let's proceed to the first question, and I'd like you all to share your perspectives on that. So, how does decentralized infrastructure offer unique advantages for AI applications compared to centralized systems? Maybe you could share specific examples of how decentralization benefits AI in terms of scalability, security, cost efficiency. Ben, would you like to be first?
Sure. Yeah, I think you hit it with the scalability point. I think there's probably three main points that decentralization as a technology and all the sort of things that come with that can do for the resources under AI. That's what we spend our time thinking about. So scalability, efficiency, and automation are probably the big three things. Scalability, as in if I want to access as much of a certain resource that the world has as possible as I can, ideally I want some kind of just free market over that resource. I don't want there to be like an oligopoly or a monopoly within that market that cuts off different parts of the market to me. I want to basically have an order book against machine learning operations or against compute, and I want to be able to go through that order book as far as I possibly can. And decentralization allows us to do that. It allows us to create programmatic markets basically over resources, and then allow people to interact with those markets directly rather than having to jump through human world hoops and scale by having relationships with multiple companies specifically with contracts, etc. I think the efficiency piece comes from that as well. So if you have a market over this resource, then you can scale to the right place within the resource. An example we give for compute is like Bitcoin. If you think of Bitcoin as basically turning electricity into a store of value in some way, it does that pretty efficiently because it provides a way of doing that conversion to theoretically anyone in the world. So if you happen to have access to an electricity resource which is particularly kind of low cost or green or something like that, you can actually now get a yield on that without requiring there to be like a town next to your electricity source to sell the electricity into. You can do this kind of value conversion. The same thing can happen with AI, and arguably on a larger scale, given the demand for AI in the world, as long as you can take the ability to generate those ops all the way to the electricity source, which is what kind of decentralized tech gives us. The final piece is automation. We believe machine learning is a transformational technology. It's going to entirely change the way we interact with knowledge. One of the biggest ways it will do that is by shifting a lot of the work that we as humans do to machines themselves. For the machines themselves to do that, they need to act as agents within a certain environment. The environment they can act within right now has a load of human world things that they have to do. If they want to get compute, they have to talk to AWS or something. That can't be the case because it puts a scaling limit on automation. So replacing those human world relationships with just an RPC call allows that automation to grow. It allows machines to act in a larger and larger environment as we keep kind of replacing human world stuff with programmatic stuff.
Yeah, I won't kind of add too much to that, but maybe another simple example to help people understand one of the advantages, right? The way that centralized compute scales is kind of in these big blobs, right? Very kind of centralized locations with large amounts of compute in that singular kind of space. But one of the biggest impacts that is restricting some of the scalability and the utility of particularly inferencing, right, is the latency that exists within these compute ecosystems, right? There's obviously the time that it takes for the model to respond to a question that you may have, but there's also the processing time for that kind of response to get to someone that's kind of increasingly further away from where the compute is happening, right? And when you kind of take that a step further and you think about, okay, what are the ways in which we're going to be communicating with AI beyond just a chatbot, right? Now we've got kind of this text-to-speech and speech-to-text kind of programmatic layer. We've got this kind of maybe real-time rendering layer, right, where we're kind of creating a digital avatar that's kind of responding facially, visually, in line with the kind of the inferencing work that's happening underneath. And all of a sudden, you get a really kind of latency-sensitive ecosystem. And one of the biggest determinants of latency in these networks is distance from where the compute happens. And by definition, distributed compute networks or decentralized compute networks just tend to be more distributed, right? The bigger a decentralized compute network, the higher the likelihood that a user is going to be closer to one of those compute locations, right? So I think that we do have this this requirement for low latency access to kind of AI resources moving forward, and decentralized ecosystems have a really cool role to play there.
Yeah, I'm going to not add too much to that. I think they covered everything. I'm going to comment on it from a security and privacy perspective. I think with the rise of generative AI, blockchain being deterministic programming has the ability to provide the guardrails for AI to perform and essentially almost serve as a bouncer for, you know, retaining your IP as well as like mitigating regulatory risks.
Yeah, I think you guys pretty much covered it all. There's nothing left for me to say, but I would I would like to add the central point of failure. So, with increasing, you know, how many times have we see AWS brought down the entire internet, or at least part of it, or Google Cloud was, you know, somehow somebody unplugged the plug, and some kind of service rely on just not responding at all. So I think that's one thing we need to solve. With AI being such an intensive application, we simply cannot live with that. We need a distributed or even decentralized supplier or suppliers to ensure that our future digital world does not just, you know, rely on single entity.
Cool, thank you. Now I have kind of a round of questions, particular questions for each of you. I'd like to start with you, Ben. So in Jensen, how does your work in decentralized machine learning open up new possibilities for AI accessibility and sustainability?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the way we think about the future of AI is quite specific. Like, we have a pretty strong view on what we think is going to happen and should happen for machine learning to scale and be completely ubiquitous. And one of the biggest things is modularity and composability of models. We've seen this progression within machine learning of taking what's effective within a model and then just like vertically scaling that as much as we possibly can. You can look at like GPT as a good example of that. We just kept scaling it basically, and the scaling hypothesis was that if you make the model bigger, it's going to be more effective, and that has held true. We think that continues to hold true, but the way that we're currently scaling it is reaching diminishing returns, basically. There's only so many GPUs you can put in a single data center before you hit weird limits, like cooling that data center. It's not necessarily that you can't afford to do it. The hyperscalers have, in some cases, almost infinite money, but geographically, can they find a location that can support the infrastructure required to host those GPUs? Can you actually cool a building with more than 100,000 GPUs in it? These are kind of actually quite difficult questions. And so we're hitting those kind of limits on the way we're scaling, and we think decentralization and most of the work that we do in machine learning is looking at how do we release those scaling limits by looking at scaling across much larger groups of compute. So look at all of the compute in the world instead of looking between two data centers or inside one data center, and build a model for that. So we look at different ways of building models, different ways of optimizing the scheduling of models over those devices, etc., in order to allow kind of access in that way. And one of the biggest ways we think that will present itself is a change in the way ML is done. So instead of this centralized model, we'll actually have a look at the kind of individual pieces of ML. So ML itself, you can view as just an effective compression mechanism. It takes data and puts it into model parameters. You don't need to do that centralized. You can do that in many pieces, and then you can compose those pieces together. So long term, we see the future of our interactions with knowledge as kind of humans starting to look a bit like the early internet again, where initially it was read-only. You had a kind of PC which connected to a data center and gave you information, and then other people started making websites and it became a lot more peer-to-peer. The same thing will happen with machine learning. It's just the data representation underneath what's happening is different. It's parameters instead of being raw data in databases. So that's the modularity piece. Very briefly on the sustainability piece, it goes back to what I said in the kind of previous question, efficiency of use of a world's resource. We think right now the way that we use machine learning compute and the electricity underneath it is constrained by these large organizations. So they're buying electricity from places that aren't necessarily the kind of greenest places to get it because they've put their data centers there and they need to get the electricity there. If you have an open free market for compute, you can actually shift that compute to the best place on the planet for it to exist. And in a lot of cases, the best place is a green source of electricity, which is miles away from any kind of human settlements and couldn't previously provide its resource to us as humanity, but now can, because AI workloads actually can be spread across the whole planet and one day beyond as well. So it's an efficiency mechanism that just allows us to use a resource at the lowest kind of overhead, where right now we're doing some pretty big overheads with the centralized data center approach.
Cool, thank you. Mark, how does the use of the decentralized compute resources, such as Aether's decentralized GPUs, impact the costs and accessibility of the AI-powered applications?
I'm glad that I went after Ben, because actually, we're kind of solving a similar problem in a different way, right? The scaling laws that Ben referenced, you essentially have companies with borderline infinite money and similarly infinite appetite for compute, right? The biggest tech companies in the world, they just know that the more GPUs they can get their hands on, the more data they can get their hands on, arguably the more capable their models can be quicker than their competitors. And this race is, one of the most, if not the most important race that I think anyone's ever run, right? And you can kind of look at those, well, as a result of that race, right, those of us that don't have infinite money are kind of left sitting with scraps, right? Fragments of that supply that exist in little pockets all over the world that are increasingly difficult to kind of get access to. So you can kind of go the Jensen approach, or you can go the Aether approach, which is essentially create this infrastructure layer that allows you to easily onboard those compute fragments and make them accessible again to the market. And that's kind of what we've built. And the kind of end result of that is that you have this a very different unit economics and pricing structure, right? It's very, very different to price your compute if you were a compute owner that didn't initially intend to on-sell your compute, right? Maybe you bought a bunch of compute for internal workloads, maybe you misforecast, maybe you underestimated or overestimated how much compute you need, and all of a sudden you're stuck with this really expensive infrastructure that you don't really know what to do with, right? Having access to a service like Aether allows you to kind of plug in that excess compute and then get it re-exposed to the market, and the unit economics of that compute are very, very different to, say, compute that you just plug into a hyperscaler or that you specifically buy for on-selling or renting to buyers in the space. And then, of course, from an accessibility perspective, right, you're redistributing what is effectively lost compute, right? If there wasn't a network like Aether out there, maybe there'd be a competitor to Aether, but unless you have that infrastructure layer that helps these companies re-expose their compute, that compute kind of is incredibly difficult to access. And without this layer, a large amount of kind of builders, right, that don't have huge amounts of capital would struggle to get access to compute.
Cool, thank you. Ria, question about LivePeer, and I want to know, how are you guys approaching the use of AI in real-time video processing and streaming on decentralized networks?
Okay, so two ways to answer this question. The way we, are getting the jobs done is not very dissimilar to how we do video transcoding. So the LivePeer protocol is obviously incentivizing node participation with high performance. So, nodes with low latency rise to the top. Obviously, shit fails all the time. Sorry for those recording. Things fail all the time. You can send the job to more than 2 orchestrators so that you can get the job done. Otherwise, there will be problems in the stream. However, in the other hand of things, we're also building a product that's going to be released on December 13th, where we're trying to learn from the builders and, essentially... Sorry, repeat your question. I have lost track of...
Happens to me all the time.
It's all good. So my question was, how are you approaching the use of AI real-time video processing?
Okay, yes. So there we go. How are we approaching the use of AI in real-time video processing? We're releasing a product on December 13th where it will provide the builders with the ability to build video pipelines, and we're hoping to learn through that process. So it's still fairly early for us to answer that question.
All right, cool, thank you. Henry, my question to you is for RSS 3. How can AI enhance decentralized social content, and what role does it play in curation and moderation?
Well, I wouldn't say AI is going to enhance the content, but I think AI is going to decentralize the AI. AIs are going to enhance decentralized social platforms in general, because today we are basically using centralized platforms like Twitter, so we don't know how our timeline was being, manipulated, and we see content that was fed into us. Same thing applies to other platforms like TikTok or whatever you guys are using. I'm not using any of them. And when it comes to curation, I think decentralized AIs, you can opt for a transparent model where it generates or it populates your timeline with a, more relevant content, or you can, just like this federated social network like Mastodon, if you're not happy with certain instance, you can choose not to join them. So you won't be able to see content from that circle of instances. And I guess the same logic applies to decentralized AI as well. So in the future, we're gonna be seeing a lot of more like models, like vertical specific models. So if you're interested, let's say in sports or finance, you can choose like top performing decentralized AI models to curate the content for you instead of just purely relying on the centralized entity itself. And when it comes to moderation, I think there is a very blurred line between moderation and censorship. So if we are not playing it carefully, we can easily turn any decentralized models into, or not decentralized, any AI models or algorithms into a censorship machine. So we have to be very careful about how are we going to approach this. That is why decentralized AIs are very critical, because we have ways to ensure that decentralized models are verifiable and transparent.
Cool. Yeah, there is quite a bit of complexities and challenges that we are facing, and I'd like to ask you about what are the biggest technical challenges you face while integrating AI with decentralized systems, and how do you guys address those challenges?
Well, I think the biggest challenge from an engineer's perspective is basically the overhead and redundancy. So I think Jensen is working on that, because for now, even the state-of-art decentralized AI architecture is going to create like a really big overhead, which is a waste of compute resources and other resources as well. And it does not necessarily achieve the same level of performance as centralized way of pre-training or fine-tuning a model. And the second challenge is basically the lack of high-quality data. And even though today we have ways to access many decentralized data sources, data silos, they do not necessarily supply the amount of data we need to achieve like similar performance comparing to, let's say, Llama, or not even GPT, because GPT effectively, they have used all the publicly available data set on the internet, and they have the capital and resources to acquire private data set to keep improving their data. That's where I think Web3 space and decentralization can help us compete with centralized entities. We need to encourage onboard more users to this ecosystem, and in turn, they will be generating more high-quality data. And then we have decentralized training, decentralized compute, and then different tools to help developers build even more innovative applications.
Cool, thank you. I really would love to hear Jensen's contribution on that question.
Yeah, sure. I think the three biggest, I think, technical barriers or most difficult things that we think about when it comes to applying decentralization to AI are verification, execution, and efficiency. So verification being, can I trust that this set of operations that I want to be performed have actually been performed? So if I want to use a random GPU somewhere in the world, right now I have to have some kind of agreement with a person who represents that GPU. I need to have a legal contract. I probably rely on relationship and reputation to do that work, but there's a huge scaling limit to that. It's a bottleneck in the human world that we can't really surpass, or we can't kind of work through from a purely computational perspective. We have to use people, and people are rapidly becoming our kind of like limited resource when it comes to knowledge work, because we can scale AI so effectively just by pushing kind of electricity through it. People become a lot more valuable, and we need to think about when we need to apply people, and it isn't necessarily within verification. So that's one big piece. We've worked for many, many years on verification. We have multiple solutions to it. It's very use case dependent. you can apply this kind of box of tools basically to verification where you need to. Second thing I mentioned was execution. So that's all very well and good. You can verify the operations that are performed on a device, but can you actually perform operations on that device? We can do on NVIDIA devices very easily. CUDA's a nice library, but when it comes to doing them on Apple devices, it's a bit harder. The software stack's a bit more nascent when it comes to AMD, Intel, etc. Even new processors, people coming up with completely kind of like neural chips, a bit like what happened with Bitcoin mining and the shift to ASICs. You get ASICs for machine learning, but how you integrate them in the software stack is quite difficult. And we thought about this for a long time and ultimately came down to the approach of building our own compiler stack. So we go from high-level framework all the way down to execution on theoretically any device in the world to allow that kind of scalability to happen. A developer shouldn't think about what device they're using. They should just think, can I get ops efficiently? And can I access a market which provides me those ops? I don't care if the ops are on a MacBook or on an NVIDIA H100. If I get them and they're at the efficiency level I want, fine, I'll pay for them. So that's the execution piece. And then finally, the efficiency piece, it's been hinted at already, but how do you build a model efficiently across these types of devices? It's very different building a very large-scale model in a data center on 100,000 H100s to building a model over like 1 million MacBooks. That doesn't mean it's impossible, though. It just means that it's different. And the world has spent a lot of time focusing on how to do it efficiently for the 100,000 H100s and very little time thinking about how to do it for the kind of wider, more heterogeneous devices. So we focus on that as well. I think realistically, though, in the future, as kind of Henry hinted at, there's a place for those centralized models. Like, they're effective. You take the internet, it's all kind of collected together as structured data in one place. Doesn't make sense to send all of that data to a load of distributed devices. If you got it in one place, train it in one place. But at the same time, there's a long tail of data that's originating out in the world on all of our devices, on sensors, etc. It doesn't make sense to collect that into one place because the communication cost of doing that is huge. If you can compress it into parameter space locally and then send the parameters, is actually more efficient communication-wise. So it's just thinking about this as just a huge distributed systems problem and thinking we're going to apply ML in every place we possibly can. We just need a new infrastructure to do that efficiently across these devices.
Cool, thank you. Mark, would you like to add something on that about the technical challenges?
Yeah, I guess I'll add to the verification piece, right? Because this is a really interesting one when you look at permissionless compute networks, right? So let's say the verification piece is solved, right? And that you can trust in your system that someone that is trying to contribute a 4090 is actually contributing a 4090, right? Or that the work they're doing is actually the work that they say they're doing, right? Then you kind of have this like next problem in front of you, which is, do I just open the doors for anyone to contribute their GPU to our network, right? How do I maintain a useful kind of marketplace, right, that has token-based incentives and a structure that encourages people to join when I can effectively have just unlimited GPUs on board permissionlessly and potentially just come in to kind of drain the token, right? There's kind of a management of your economy there that is kind of quite difficult to overcome even when you have that verification piece, right? Because obviously when you have decentralized networks, you do need these incentive structures. You do need to encourage people to come into your ecosystem. And if you don't have any gates or if you don't have any kind of bottlenecks to control it, it's a difficult situation. So I think for us, that's a big piece, right? We try and maintain a certain utilization rate within our network. We try and understand how much demand we are kind of forecasting for our ecosystem. And we try to be a supply-led marketplace, right? We don't ever want to be turning people away. But at the same time, we don't want that supply to drastically outpace our demand because then you start to get into a difficult situation from a kind of an incentive structure perspective.
Well, thank you. So we have some time for the last question. Ria, I'd like to start with you, then follow with Henry, Ben, and let Mark finish it up. So where do you see the future of AI and DePIN heading together over a course of next, 5 years? Maybe a year, because now we don't really know what's going to happen at the end of this week. So let's make it a year.
I think there's a lot that can be said about scalability, data privacy, regulatory stuff. I think what I'm excited to see is a lot of stuff on the governance side. I think that I said this at the start, like blockchain's deterministic nature, I think can provide a lot of guardrails for AI. I think more education to onboard the users. I know people touched lightly on it because we were speaking more about the compute networks and like, GPUs and everything. But I think where are these users coming in from? I think more people will be onboarded through the convergence of AI and DePIN together.
I think we are going to be seeing more like smaller models as opposed to today everyone is training large language models or general purpose models. And there will be, well, it is already happening because many large enterprises, they're training their vertical specific models to handle specific questions or tasks. And they are going to unleash more productivity from our society because back then when we were writing code, we must do it from scratch. But today, I don't think any engineers are doing that. They're basically writing prompts to, generate the first version of their code. And that means we have more time and more resources and human capitals to do more advanced tasks that AI cannot complete.
I think we see two things. One is a progression of modularity, but not in the way that I talk about, in a much higher level way of people just linking like language models together with interesting prompts that feed into each other. It'll probably be talked about as like agents talking to each other and that kind of idea. To us, that's modularity, but implemented with the current tools we have. It's basically linking models together, but doing it at the kind of easiest interface that currently exists. But I think we'll see an explosion of that over the next year where people just experiment, and it's going to be pretty cool. It's like a nice proof of concept. It demonstrates how things will work in the future, and it'll enable some use cases that don't currently exist. The second thing I think we'll see is a lot of kind of financial hype within the crypto world. Those things are interesting. They attract people. There's going to be a lot of exploration of how can people have ownership in that sort of future economy. In some ways, I think this is good. I think that we need to explore that. In other ways, I think it can be quite dangerous. The crypto world has a tendency to get very, very, very excited about things a little bit early. If we get too excited, then there's potential for a lot of money to be kind of like sucked out of the ecosystem rather than like redeployed within it, which is the message that most people typically have for that. So I think we'll see it. I hope the tech and the kind of progress will keep up with it and allow it to just be just a growing tide rather than what we've seen in the past where it's a bit of a kind of bubble. But yeah, I think we'll see those two things.
Mark? Yeah, I think we're very close to this kind of post-complexity space with crypto. I think a lot of the UX challenges we've been complaining about for the past 10 years are going to be abstracted away by kind of agents that are built into the way that we interact with crypto. I think the navigation between chains and bridges and gas fees are something that agents have no difficulty kind of dealing with. And I think that is going to be something that disappears from the crypto space pretty quickly. But I think what's going to come kind of around the same time is a huge amount of just pollution on chain, right? From a large amount of crappy agents executing crappy coins, right? Trading shit coins with each other, just playing into the vanity metrics that we use to kind of measure things online. I think it's going to potentially be really good for chains like Ethereum, right? As this kind of concept of luxury block space becomes more relevant, as all of these agents will just execute on kind of layer 2s and layer 3s, where everything's a lot cheaper. But it's going to be messy and I think wild, and I think it's going to get shitty before it gets better.
Love it. All right. Thank you so much to our speakers, and thank you guys for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. We've got lunch now. So it's been a long morning. Let's get lunch, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. Bye. I hope people enjoyed lunch. I'm going to count that as the best side event lunch so far in Bangkok. So I hope everybody enjoyed it. My mouth's still a little on fire, but that's how I like it. I imagine people will be filtering in as they finish their coffees. But wanted to welcome Konstantin from Titan to give his keynote. So welcome, Konstantin.
One, two, three. Hello, everyone. Well, as Tom has said, incredible welcomeness here at Fluence DePIN Day in Bangkok. Amazing food, amazing audience, amazing conversations all the way through. So from my side, super happy to welcome you here. Super happy to welcome you from Titan network ecosystem, about which I'll be talking today. And the talk of mine is focusing on the role of people in the DePIN future. When we talk about DePIN, I think we always talk about like infrastructure or solutions or technical architecture, but we always forget about who owns that infrastructure, how that is made available, and how do we ensure that those people who have that infrastructure are happy, satisfied, and benefit from the technology around the globe. So first of all, before going to the actual statistics and why it is important and how we're turning that into something very, very useful with Titan Network, let me give a quick temperature check for this audience. So for the number of devices, that I think is a very, very striking data that helps you to realize how much potential do we have. So in this audience today, how many of you do have more than 2 devices at your home available today? That includes your PC, your phones, your everything that could be connected to the network. Who has more than 4? More than 6? I still has hands. More than 8? Okay, well, we have more than 8 devices with few people across the room. The world tells us that today across the globe, we have on average at least 3.7 devices per person in 2023. We have outliers like North America with more than 12 devices per person, and I think that partially comes from the development of IoT solutions and availability of the technology around the globe. But the reality tells us we have at least 3.7 devices per person all around the globe. So let's round that to 4. Even with 4 devices across the globe for every person, we have at maximum like 12 hours of daily usage. Whenever you sit on your phone, then you switch to your computer, then you work for work, then you go home, then you do something else on other screen, etc., etc., etc. Well, realistically, you can pull in maybe 12 hours a day in one specific device, and no one can really work in parallel on multiple devices at once. So what we look at around the globe, we have 87.5% of idle devices all across the globe. So we literally utilize only 12.5%, and that's with a very, very modest estimation that there are 4 devices per person, and we're utilizing them throughout the day. What the reality tells us, there are billions of devices that sit idle across the globe for more than 21 hours a day. Imagine if you had an opportunity, if you have a small way to leverage all of that devices, that will by itself be the most powerful and biggest DePIN network by itself. Imagine the potential of people-powered network. Imagine how much resources we have already built, produced, purchased, and aggregated around the globe that sits idle, that sits unused. And all of that potential is right now just being wasted. So imagine there's an opportunity to leverage that resources. Well, Titan Network is exactly doing that. Titan Network leverages idle devices for the decentralized future. At the core of Titan Network, we're building a DePIN layer 1 on top of Cosmos SDK that enables community all across the globe to bridge their idle devices. By that I mean, you can connect any type of device to the Titan Network. You can connect your Raspberry Pi, your mobile phone, your PC, your data center, anything that you have at your disposal. You can connect to the Titan Network and share idle resources from there, including storage, bandwidth, and compute. By that, we enable people to unlock the global idle edge for the end customers. Once the resources are being aggregated to the Titan network, we then allow people to rent out those resources in the people-powered cloud infrastructure. So we essentially aggregate the resources, provide them as containerized infrastructure, and anyone across the globe could rent those idle devices otherwise and get the use out of the vast amount of infrastructure that's already deployed at people level hand. Well, why is it great and why we should focus that more? In Titan network, we saw a great opportunity compared to traditional DePIN infrastructure. We have to solve multiple problems with Titan network. Obviously, orchestrating a very, very large network is not easy. And obviously, connecting many and millions of devices to the network that have to coordinate and produce correct output is also a very challenging engineering task. So Titan network, we focused on 3 core problems to make sure that our network is seamless and usable as much as possible. First of all, we made sure that it is that simply to contribute. In order to bring resources to the Titan network, it literally needs only 2 clicks. So if you have an Android device today, you can go on the website, download Titan network application, and click one single button, start earning. And then the node will be running on your device. So by reducing the barrier to participate, we deal with the largest DePIN problem of guarding the walls and barriers to enter for the community around the globe. Once we have solved the easy to contribute part, and today you can contribute from any type of resource, any type of device. Secondly, we made sure that it's very simple to build on. In order to rent the resources from Titan network, you have a containerized applications that you can deploy on every network node available all around the globe today. So the simplicity to build on is also a core goal of Titan network. As soon as you are able to rent out the resources that we accumulated, you are creating benefit for your own project, you are creating the benefit for the community from whom you are renting the resources, and you are ensuring that you are building on top of decentralized infrastructure that otherwise sits idle. Last but not least, we are also ensuring that it's seamless to scale, so that whenever you connect to one device, it's very, very simple for us to onboard you to the journey with DePIN infrastructure. And while we provide this containerized architecture, it's very simple to deploy it on as many devices as your client or as your application or as your community needs. So that's where we find our core use cases and our core solutions available to the Titan network already today. So first of all, we promote Titan network as our data availability layer. Today, we have more than 314,000 registered nodes in more than 100 countries across the globe. And when we are talking about DePIN infrastructure that is decentralized, that's the true way how things should be decentralized. We cover almost 130 countries all across the globe right now. So making sure that there are nodes available across the whole globe and they are ready to serve you content similar to CDN, storage, or even general cloud workloads makes that very, very interesting and makes that ready out of the box for whichever application that you may have to deploy on the network. We'll really focus on the data availability layer as making sure that you can go to the Titan network and rent the resources that you otherwise would rent from traditional cloud infrastructure such as AWS or Google Cloud, and you will not need to face any barriers to enter or problems that you would see with many existing DePIN solutions where you only have one resource available. Speaking more about multiple resources available in one single place at Titan network, we're ultimately positioning Titan network as one-stop shop for DePIN infrastructure. Today, we have already seen a great success in specialized resource layers, such as filecoin for storage could be a very easy one. There are multiple applications that build on top of specialized resources, and we have compute resources such as Lilypad, Glacier. We have amazing Fluence who are building serverless compute available to everyone around the globe. So all of that creates a very unique and very powerful networks that can do specialized tasks. What Titan network does to complement that infrastructure, we essentially build the generalized layer on the bottom, making sure that you have available all 3 types of resources at once. You can deploy your app in full when you connect to the network. And once you have connected to the network, then we enable you to benefit from all the other DePIN projects that are building on top of us and that we're collaborating with. So whenever you're, for example, deploying solution to the Titan network, you can connect to filecoin storage and benefit from their vast amount of cold storage resources available, making sure that it's a seamless integration and you are staying within the Titan network ecosystem so that for you as a customer or someone who builds an application, you don't need to solve all the hurdles of deploying deploying and using multiple solutions at once, you can just go to Titan Network and rent all of those resources with one same bucket and benefit from the cloud decentralization of today. Well, if that's not the only place where it should be, where we are building for the final customers and for the final users, we are also make sure that time for DePIN is to reach people where they are. We, as day-to-day users, do not even need to know that my solution is powered by DePIN. For example, Titan Network is already being deployed on solutions like Telegram apps or even translator solution. We have an amazing project building on top of Titan Network today called peanuts.ai that provides you a real-time translation to multiple languages. You can, right now, if their audience speaking Chinese here, they can go to peanuts.ai and translate my current talk in real time and get the benefit of decentralized technology in nodes around Thailand today to get the access to the fast and seamless translation in the real time while benefiting from the DePIN technology around the globe. Building these apps and deploying those apps on the edge brings us the competitiveness compared to traditional cloud infrastructure solutions, and we're making sure that the seamless experience for the user is something that you can get from Titan Network out of the box. With all of that, our goal for the Titan Network is empowering people and protecting the planet. The reason why I'm pointing here that we are protecting the planet while using Titan Network is because we are focusing on edge devices that have already been produced, deployed, and made available around the globe. So we already have spent all the resources that are needed to produce those hardware. So why not to empower people to utilize those resources for the 100% potential? That's what we at Titan Network is focusing on. And that's where we see a great vision and great potential for the infrastructure, for DePIN projects, and for the future of decentralized technology in general. With that, I invite you to become part of the decentralized future. Join our amazing partners and investors to be part of Titan Network and make sure that you have all the resources and technology available and contributed at a day-to-day basis. I want to make sure that all of you have an opportunity to leverage your resources to the 100% potential. With that, thank you a lot. You've been an amazing audience. I'm happy to provide you some questions and answers as we go through.
Thank you, Konstantin. Do we have any questions before we move on to Vadim? Oh, we have one question.
1 second. Let's make sure.
Yeah, like compared to AWS, for example, where you could easily go and spin up a new server, how easy it is to do it on your network?
Yeah, that's a very great question. We essentially replicated Cloudflare infrastructure so that deploying on Titan Network is exactly similar as you would rent a container from AWS and put your content there. So we're ensuring that the pipeline is seamless. You get an access to the containerized application on top of Titan Network. You put your content there, you put your application there, and it works straight out of the box. So you don't need to create a sophisticated solution that works specifically for Titan Network. You can migrate or merge it directly from your traditional cloud. You can work with it in parallel, for example, keeping your core architecture inside the traditional service providers in cloud, and then use Titan for the benefits of being as close to the user as possible, deploying on the edge devices where the user needs your content, and making sure that all of that is seamlessly integrated into one workflow that works in traditional cloud building.
Great. Do we have another question? All right. Everyone understands everything about Titan Network, it appears.
Wonderful. Then thank you a lot for that. That was a great pleasure to speak to you today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Konstantin. Up next, I want to call Vadim to the stage for his discussion on Robonomics. Vadim, welcome. Here's your mic.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Vadim. I'm one of the core developers of Robonomics network project. And today's topic is vertical solutions on Robonomics. I will split my talk into 3 sections. First, we will speak about the theoretical stuff about what Robonomics is, what it what functions it has, how we can utilize it. Then I will show you a few of the hardware that we design and produce by our team. And then I will speak a bit about a real ongoing use case that we implement on Cyprus and our plans in the future. So let's get started. First, what the Robonomics? The Robonomics is a decentralized platform to manage your IoT devices and robots. We started to work on Ethereum network back to 2017. Then, after seeing or facing a few limitations of Ethereum network, we came up to the conclusion that we need to look at the other options, at the other ecosystems, and that in 2020 we released our, let's say, a Polkadot version of Robonomics. So now we have two versions of Robonomics. Most of the talk will be dedicated to the Polkadot version that comes with IoT services and stuff. We are a fully open source project. As you can see, there are many contributors. The repositories are quite active. The first two repositories, Robonomics itself and Robonomics.app, is a Robonomics core functionality. It's a collator, it's a node that runs the Robonomics. The second one is DIPP. It's an application to interact with Robonomics functions. The rest of the links are dedicated to the most mature project built on top of Robonomics. But before we go to the projects and the use cases, I would like to answer one question. Why the hell do we need to control IoT and robots in a blockchain, in a Web3 way? I'm pretty sure everybody is aware that there is a high demand of connecting all of the smart devices, all of the IoT devices to the internet, to send data, to send command backs, to get the analytics, etc. And there are great corporate, like AWS previously mentioned, or Azure from Microsoft. They already provide you functions to connect all the devices, to send telemetry, to see all the measurements, and to see what type of commands we can send back. Obviously, there are some concerns about using these corporate solutions. One of them is you're really tied up to using this service. If they decide to change a policy, you need to obey. If they decide to change anything, you just obey. It's really easy to start implementing such solutions on top of those cloud providers. But then after a while, you would like to grow more, you need to pay more. So using Web3 technologies, at the very least, is much, much cheaper than using those cloud providers. The other reason that should be the first one is the privacy, the security. And when you deal with AWS or any other cloud providers, they create a key for you, not you create a key for yourself. And for me personally, it's always fun to connect such things and play around with the Web3 and stuff. So in Robonomics, we came up with the approach of using blockchain almost in the same way as you would use the cloud providers. We have a subscription-based model. In terms of technical, it's like you purchase a token, you activate it, and you have some amount of, let's say, gas or computational power for a month, and you can utilize Robonomics function without even paying a single fee. What functions? One of them is obviously to send data to the blockchain. If you need to send a lot of data to the blockchain, please use IPFS and just store the IPFS hash in the blockchain. But anyway, there are like 500 bytes you can store as a raw data in the Robonomics. Then we have a launch command. Launch is dedicated to create a special event in the blockchain, and when the device is connected to the blockchain and listens to the events, it will see the event, it will see the parameters, it will see the command, and we'll try to execute it at least. We have a special model for creating the digital twin, a digital shadow. You can replicate your system in the digital way. Now, since we're in a DePIN day, I would like to briefly discuss the most straightforward and the most obvious way of building DePIN project, but still there are some notes I would like to discuss. First layer of this DePIN Pi is a physical part. It's just a regular device, and on this layer we just think of what actual functions it would provide, what it will do. And here we will think of just, okay, it will connect over Wi-Fi or over Zigbee or any other physical protocol that we can think of. Then there should be a connectivity layer. This layer must consist of a few nodes at least. It's not meant to be just one single server that collects all the data from any device and sends it to the blockchain. There is no reason to have a blockchain after a single server because you have a bottleneck. It's not a DePIN project. It's just a project. Just forget about blockchain and use the project itself. In the DePIN project, it should be a few nodes that not necessarily speak to each other, but at least they need to provide this kind of decentralization. The last layer is Web3 Cloud. It's just a regular decentralized network as Robonomics is. So now let's have a look at the real use cases, and one of them is it actually shows the potential of the DePIN. We call it altruist. It's an air quality control sensor which measures a few parameters like the amount of particles in the air, the temperature, the humidity. But the most interesting part is this sensor connects to one of the connectivity servers, not just one server, but one of them. And sometimes from time to time, like every hour, every 2 hours, the servers, they just close the connection with all of the sensors, and those sensors need to find a way to connect to its server again. It's needed to reorganize sensors from time to time. Obviously, after connectivity server, all the data goes to the blockchain and goes in the peer-to-peer way to be displayed on your map or in your application. The second device that we design and produce, we started to investigate with the RISC-V. The idea is pretty simple. Since all of the stack is open source, then why don't we use IRAM-based CPUs or Intel-based CPUs? RISC-V is an open source architecture of CPU. So we decided that next year we will create a home server that will be fully open source from the bottom, from the hardware part up until the network itself. And the Hikikomori, it's a new project. It's basically Tamagotchi, but instead of interacting with the Tamagotchi itself, you connect it to the smart home system of yours, and you interact with your smart home system, you push buttons, you call automations or scripts, and this Tamagotchi gets hyper when it sees some such interactions in the smart home. So the general idea of those devices is we all love to use smart devices, but every single time you purchase a device, it asks you to install a specific application and to connect it to your Wi-Fi, to provide your email address. And these devices, they send immediately all of the data somewhere. We don't like it. We like using smart Hoover. We like using a smart air refresher or whatever, or a camera. But we don't like that our data is streamed somewhere without our knowledge. So for the next year, our team has decided that we will produce a few devices for the end users that will be cloudless, they will not be connected to any central server until you wish to. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to speak a few words about a real use case that is happening right now on Cyprus. And let me introduce myself again. I'm Vadim, and I'm co-founder of Keynote Limited Company, which is based on Cyprus, and it provides smart home solutions without any cloud providers. So basically what we do, we use wireless devices. We use a home server, which is basically a Raspberry Pi or a computer that you have. We install Home Assistant. It's a great open source application. It's great open source software that allows you to interact and manage all of your smart devices, whether they connected over Wi-Fi or Zigbee or whatever protocol you use. You can create automations, you can create schedules, and you can operate with all of the devices with this Home Assistant help. and all the data stays in your apartment, in your house. What we did is we created a Robonomics integration that allows you to interact with your smart home in a Web3 way. You can open a dashboard, a DApp of this smart home solution, and interact with your smart home solution, smart home via sending peer-to-peer messages, or like creating a list of users that have an access to your home. I think I was kind of fast, so that's basically it. I have time for a few questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions for Vadim? Any questions? All right. That means everyone understands it completely. I say, oh, we got a question. Go.
Great presentation. So for like, I want to know about your risk architecture a little bit more deeply.
All right. So we started to investigate on RISC-V this year, and what we did, we purchased one of the most popular single-board computer on RISC-V, and we installed all the necessary software from operating system, then Home Assistant, Robonomics integration on it, and it was quite challenging, to be honest. So RISC-V is not fully supported yet by a lot of software, so we had to compile a bunch of stuff ourselves on the board, basically. Our plans is to create a computer, basically a server, this small one, with the pre-image of every software you would need, so you would not suffer during the installation process.
That's great. So like you showed your GitHub profile. So on that, I'd want to know like, okay, I'll ask you more about that later.
No problem, okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Oh, yes, another one.
Hi, can you do video distribution from the home in a kind of peer-to-peer fashion?
Not in a like live streaming way, but we can open a channel so you can get an access directly to your camera from your home server, for example. Or we have a special dedicated service that can track movements, for example. It takes like a 10-second video and store it in a blockchain so you can retrieve it later at your convenience.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I think that is it. Well, listen, round of applause. Thank you very much, Vadim. I think the Bangkok traffic has claimed its first DePIN Day victim, which is Ayush from Huddle 01, but I think we have just a couple of minutes to wait. But so I think, oh, nope, we have Ayush, right? There we go, in the nick of time, hot swap, straight in, backpack, stay on, grab a mic, and go. And here we are. But this is, we'll find out if he wore a helmet on the scooter, as Juan suggested earlier today, to get here. Unclear. But we're about to get going. And after this talk, I believe we have our investor panel, which will be, I think, a pretty exciting one. So, yes, we have the investor panel right after Ayush. So that's definitely worth sticking around for. I know, people are not speaking enough. That means I have to get up and give one of my longer talks. Easier said than done. We're just getting the presentation ready. So actually, let's take a poll of the audience right now. Who here works is a founder or is full time in a DePIN project? All right, not everybody. Okay, how many are invested in a DePIN project? Some, but by no means all. That's interesting, right? So, you know, there are a lot of coins. They don't. It's just not. It's not all private market. There's a lot of public coins out there that are potential to purchase. So if you're here, you know, one of my theses is that this year you will see DePIN revenue start to kick up, and you will see buy and burn start to happen, and the projects that have built this buy and burn mechanism should really start to be a compelling investment, because it doesn't matter if no one else knows about the project. If that project is generating revenue and that project is buying and burning its own token, you don't need anyone else to know about it. You don't need anyone else to be involved. That demand should just kick in and drive up the scarcity for that token. So I'm excited about this entire ecosystem for that reason. And I think there's a number of projects that are not here today, but that have implemented that very well. And I think you'll see a lot more supply of those projects also come into the market over the next 4 months. You'll see a whole number of DePIN projects start to list the tokens. Those tokens start to trade in a number of different kind of physical sectors outside of the digital sector that we've talked about before. And I think our DePIN Day in Denver, which will be basically the anniversary, our first year anniversary of DePIN Day, will be in Denver at ETH Denver. And I expect there you will see us have speaking a large number of these physical DePIN projects. Many are U.S. teams, U.S. based. And so I think that is a natural location for many of them to participate in our DePIN Day there. So if you're thinking about being in Denver, I think DePIN Day there will have a significant presence. So that's sort of one component. In terms of one other, how many people here mine or are part of a DePIN network? Is your phone connected to one? Do you have a Helium hotspot? Are you filecoin? Anyone here actually mining or a provider? One. All right, just a solid number. Good. It looks like more people here actually are providing service for DePIN than maybe even work in DePIN, or maybe that's about the same, but that's good. How many here provide or work on multiple DePIN projects? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Great. Well, that's good to see. I should do this poll every time and see kind of how those numbers pick up, because I expect they will. Does anyone use a DePIN project on their phone? Yes. Phone. All right. And the one thing I'm kind of curious about over time is whether there'll be a one phone related DePIN app, or whether you will have multiple DePIN apps on your phone. And will you use, one for location, that you're sharing location, another you're testing noise, another you're testing different types of data. So we're kind of curious what the appetite is to download those. But I don't think it's limitless, but I don't know if it'll be a super DePIN app. We will see. How are we doing? One other thing I'll just mention, since I'm kind of stream of consciousness up here, I think DePIN token economics have not been addressed in any systematic way. So I'm drafting a document to talk about that. It's not going to be an exhaustive research piece, but it will cover a lot of projects, because I think understanding DePIN token economics is interesting, and I think the thesis is that as DePIN revenue starts to come in, traditional investors are going to pay a lot more attention, and there also going to be much more scrutiny on DePIN token economics in a way that traditional crypto has avoided, with crypto being heavily meme focused and revenue not having a direct translation into crypto prices. I think that will not be the case in DePIN, where partly because of the buy and burn mechanisms that some projects have, you'll start to see a big divergence between projects that have really compelling token economics tied to revenue and others that do not. And so as that divergence happens, I think you'll see traditional investors pay a lot more attention and evaluate and have more scrutiny on DePIN token economics. So I want to sort of highlight and disaggregate the different components of DePIN token economics, so people can kind of evaluate new projects more in a more granular way. So with that, by the way, any questions regarding DePIN Day or Fluence or DePIN projects while we are waiting? Any questions out there? Yes, what? Yeah, go ahead. Well, I think the question was what projects address token economics well, and I guess I would say there's a couple. GeoNet in particular, I think is great. So GeoNet is GEOD. It's an RTK location service that provides 3 millimeter location versus sort of 3 meter from like Google Maps. And that is a buy and burn mechanism where 80% of the revenue that network generates is used to buy and burn the token. And so I think that kind of very simple model is attractive. So token is generated on a halving schedule. I think it's an annual halving schedule, I forget, but I think it's around there, to the RTK providers, for which stake is also needed. And then as revenue comes in, it buys and burns the token. And so I think you're going to see, and you already see many projects do that. I think XNet also. XNet is somewhat like a Helium, a smaller version of a Helium, where it has hotspots that do cellular data offload. So if the tower is full in a particular area, a store, a company, a person can deploy an actual facility, an actual device that basically your phone connects to automatically, offloads data to take it off the tower, the cellular tower, and the providers pay XNet for that. That data is also, that revenue is 80% is used to buy and burn the token. So I think, and many projects have some element of that, but it's sometimes as low as 5% of revenue is used to buy and burn. So I think the larger is the better, all things being equal, and the more certainty you have with it, the better as well. So those are a couple that I come to mind.
And do you think that this burn mechanism is enough to get the traction for a token in the long term, or it needs to be some kind of speculative aspect of the token at the end?
No, I think that's enough, but it depends on how much revenue the network generates. And so if you're generating a lot of revenue, then that's all you need. But presumably what happens, it's kind of interesting because the more you buy and burn, the higher the token price gets, then the more revenue is required to burn the same amount of token. So you presumably get to some equilibrium that also discounts future revenue buy and burn. And so there's always will be some level, if there wasn't some premium, all the token would be bought, right? So there always is going to be some level of premium. It's just a question of how much and how much the market effectively expects the revenue to come forward, revenue to be coming in the future to buy the token over, down the road. So it will never be, there'll always be some premium. I guess the question really is at what level that premium would be, and that's gonna really range. But it looks like we are ready. So welcome, and presentations all ready. Here we go. So come on up. Where are we? Oh. There we go. Welcome, Ayush.
Hey everyone, great to meet you. I'm Ayush. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Huddle01. Thank you so much, Fluence team. It's always an honor to be speaking here. I've been always be a part of DePIN Day, and it's one of the best events which we ever go to in terms of DePIN, to understand about infrastructure, about the network, about tokenomics, and all the other things. Today I'm going to talk about what we have been building. So Huddle01 is a DePIN network for real-time communication. What we do here right now, it's RTC, it's real-time. Just doing this in a digital environment is where the whole game changes. And the infrastructure which we use that right now is essentially AWS, Azure, GCP, and all the others. When you do a Zoom call, a Microsoft Team call, a Google Meet call, or when you do any kind of communication with a GPT and everything else, it's all RTC. So talking a bit more about it, these are a couple of categories which have been created. You have heard a lot about compute. Fluence have been leading from front on that direction. In terms of storage, there is Filecoin being an OG DePIN for a long, long time. And there are a couple of now blockchain which have been built, particularly L1s, completely only for DePIN. And DePIN is a new swarm of Wave which has been created over the last couple of years in itself. In that, for the last 4 years, we have been trying to create a new category in itself, which we call as RTC, which is real-time communication. And in this category now, there are more and more projects coming into picture and trying to essentially decentralize the way communication happens right now. RTC already has been serving a multi-billion-dollar market. If you've seen any kind of thing which we do right now in terms of communication, in different categories, be it in a robotics category, in IoT, essentially in video conferencing, in audio conferencing, live streaming, and other things, everything requires a real-time communication in general. And this market will keep on increasing. The whole idea is that for humans to essentially communicate better, to collaborate better, and to innovate better, you require communication to be much, much more latency, have a better latency, have a better performance, and have a better privacy. Now, this is the problem which happens in the current infrastructure right now. When we do an RTC, this is really high operational cost. That's the reason why we started Huddle 01 back 4 years. Essentially, it was COVID, peak COVID time. We were doing a Zoom call, essentially, and we realized that while doing a Zoom call, all the calls were routing through a central server which was in US. While doing so, the call quality was so bad that people had to use Zoom in tandem with something like Telegram or WhatsApp just to understand what did the other person say, because the latency was supremely, supremely high. And that's where we realized that the problem is not with Zoom. The problem is not with Teams. The problem is with the underlying infrastructure on which it is built. And that infrastructure right now is completely controlled by these data centers. And that's why we have not innovated a lot in communication. We have went from the Skype days, essentially, to the days of Zoom, where the thing which has improved is the number of screens, but what has not improved is the immersive way in which we communicate. The latencies are so high that if you are doing a call in Bangkok right now, a Zoom call, you'll not get connected to a server in Bangkok because there are no servers in Bangkok. You'll get connected to a server in North Virginia, which is miles and miles and miles away. And that's what we need to change. Right now, that's the reason why we do a call in a 2D screen environment, and we are not able to do a super immersive based calls. The third problem is that the calls are not, they are just transport encrypted. They're not content encrypted. That means your calls can still be seen by the servers. When you do a call right now on Zoom, when you do a call on Google Meet, these are just transport encrypted calls. These are not content encrypted, and that means all of your calls, whatever you do right now, is completely can be seen by the servers itself, because that's where the decryption happens. And the fourth and the most important thing is the value extraction. All the value which is being accrued is being taken either by the platform itself or by these data centers. Essentially, whatever intellectual content which we are talking in a digital environment, none of that value accrues back to us, which essentially could be changed because now we have a much better infrastructure which could be used to power these essentially real-time communication networks. This is something which I wanted to talk about a bit, and this is something which Cloudflare essentially had called out on AWS while both being a centralized players, is the egress cost. The egress cost essentially means the cost which means data out costings. How much data out cost happens when you put any data onto AWS right now. So when we do a real-time communication call on Zoom, on Teams, or any other place, just a call for 2 people for 1 hour takes more than 1.5 Gbps of essentially upload onto AWS. Now, interestingly, uploading the data on AWS is free, but essentially taking that data out is supremely expensive. And what's the most interesting part here? That AWS pays $1 to an ISP provider, but it charges 80x as a multiplier when it gives that same thing to Zoom. So just for routing those audio and video packets, just for brokering that deal, it takes an 80x multiplier. So the price which you pay for Zoom right now could be much, much lower in terms of subscription fees if we just solve this egress costing, which is nothing but brokering the overall bandwidth, which can be done by the edge-based networks which we have right now. And this is what is happening in US, Canada, and a couple of other places. And this is the kind of And there have been a lot of, GDPR has been trying, European Union has been trying to figure out ways. They have been lodging complaints, making sure that the way the egress cost could be, the data monopoly could be broken. But unfortunately, the bottom-up infrastructure is still not built to make sure that we can still do this in a proper fashion. Now, this is one of the points which I wanted to talk about, that how much money essentially AWS charges just in terms of DT cost. So if you see right now, just the instance cost is coming near $0.4 if you're doing a call of 8 speakers and 20 listeners. But if you just see the costing of data transfer, it's insanely high. It's $403. And that's the reason why TikTok Live or all the other platforms are trying to make sure that they build their own data centers. But the problem is that you cannot build data centers easily. It is a massive investment exercise. And all of these networks requires a people-powered or a bottom-up infrastructure. And this has been a problem happening for a long, long time now. And not just on costing, but also on performance. The performance is also not that great, and you need to make sure that you need to decrease the latency to have a much better performance for the call to become more like an Iron Man style call, where essentially I can do a call with you, it looks like a metaverse-centric call, and I can have a much more immersive experience. This is where come in. We have been building Huddle 01 DRTC network for a long, long time now, where the whole idea is that if 100 people are in this room, if Tom has a good internet connection, Tom's laptop can become a node, and that can power the call of all of us, essentially. Right now, the bandwidth has been increasing year by year by year. We have reached a level where we are now at 5G-based connections. We are looking forward to a 6G-based connection. Starlink has come into picture, and you don't require data centers anymore for bandwidth-related tasks. It could be done in a bottom-up fashion, in a bottom-up infrastructure, and that's what we have been building. This leads to a much better, much cheaper costing, because now there is no monopoly in terms of data routing cost. There's a better performance, better scalability, and leads to a better end-to-end privacy as well, because there's no incentive for you to decrypt to be able to decrypt these packets, and you're able to essentially add FHE and all the different kind of encryption layers on top of these packets so that the routing becomes much more efficient and better. And the whole ROI, or all the money which is getting routed towards AWS and GCP gets routed towards you, essentially, which changes the whole game altogether. And to do this, I think one very interesting talk, fireside panel, which Juan and Tom had right now was regarding DePIN, and why in DePIN you require not just to build the supply side of the picture, but essentially build the demand side yourself first. And that's what we did. The reason why it took 4 years for us to essentially build this whole network was because we started building the demand ourselves. We built our own app, which is similar to Zoom. It runs, it's been live right now. It has done more than 4.5–5 million minutes of meeting. It's been live. Essentially, it's faster, it's cheaper, it has all the features which Zoom and Google Meet has, and has been used by a lot of Web3 people, and it has been used by a lot of people even right now. It has done more than 100,000 minutes of meeting. And right now, we have started essentially getting subscriptions for that as well. Feel free to try it out. You might like it a lot. The second is Farhouse. That's another app which we have built, which is a Clubhouse on Farcaster. That means you can do all the things you do on Clubhouse or on X Spaces completely on Farhouse itself. Supremely scalable. 100,000 people can join the calls, can have a good experience. And it also has this Web3 primitives. That means you can do tipping, you can do token gating, and a lot of other things as well. And essentially, all of these two apps, Huddle Meet and Farhouse, these are production-grade ready apps, has passed the mom's test, meaning that anyone can use it. Anyone, my mom, anyone else, parents can use this app because it's supremely easy to use. There's an optionality to use Web3 wallets, but you don't have to use Web3 wallets. You can use your sign-in, you can do a guest login, and all those things as well. What we did after that was that we just wrapped all of these client apps into essentially an SDK and gave that to people. By doing so, we started powering all the SocialFi apps and social graphs you're seeing right now. So any apps you see on Lens protocol, which has an audio feature sets into it, that's being powered by Huddle 01. Apps you see on Farcaster, which has an audio component to it, is powered by Huddle 01. Apps you see in another things like CyberConnect or any other social graphs is being powered by Huddle 01. Same happens in the case of gaming. When people are playing game with each other, you require to have an audio. routing with each other. And that's where we have a Unity SDK, making sure that anyone can have an audio in-game in itself. You don't require Discord anymore. You can just have inside your own app, which completely changes the game, has a better costing, easier to use, and it basically makes it so easy that our SDKs are very consumer developer centric focus, because we first built a consumer app and then wrapped it into SDK, making the experience so much better for anyone who's using it. We have been getting revenue. We have been doing revenue on SDKs as well. The charges are $4 for every 1,000 minutes, which is much cheaper than any centralized player out there in the market for the video, and $1 for the audio part of things. And yeah, this essentially has led us to have more than 9 million minutes of meetings so far on the overall infrastructure already before the network even being live. And now we are essentially making sure that this network, when people run this network itself, it doesn't necessarily just have a supply side of it, but essentially has a demand side of it. So your incentive and the rewards are much more than just block rewards. It's actual revenue, it's actual traction, it's actual routing, it's actually routing of minutes of meeting, and making sure it's a very impactful, sustainable architecture which has been built. These are all the apps which already have been using Hurdle 01 for different use cases. So we have been doing a lot of things in traditional use cases as well. That means healthcare, edtech, live commerce, you name it, any kind of thing which requires an audio and video essentially uses the infrastructure of Hurdle 01 via the SDKs, via the app, or via the network itself. The whole idea in future is to also do this emergent kind of things like wallet-to-wallet calling. I can call from my ENS to your ENS, from my MetaMask to your MetaMask. So we are also figuring out ways on how the communication can evolve now. If we have solved the problem of latency, how can we make sure that we can just make sure that it becomes very immersive and very new way to communicate rather than just the way which we do right now using Google Meet and Zoom and all the other places. We essentially also, so this is live, this is the app which we have. You'll figure it out that it's very easy. It's similar to Google Meet. The experience is so easy that you won't feel like you're using a new product altogether. And the good thing here is that you can record all of these calls over IPFS, over filecoin, very easily, making the storage supremely cheaper. A lot of people already use Hurdle 01 right now because the storage there is extremely, extremely cheap as compared to that of Zoom, which essentially you have to charge, you have to pay after using 1 GB of cloud storage. And that's where we also have a great go-to market, because for people who require unlimited recordings, Hurdle 01's app makes a lot of sense. For people who want unlimited recordings in their own app, Hurdle 01 SDK makes a lot of sense, and that gives us a paveway or a pathway to make sure that it's very economical for anyone who's using it. This has been the trend in terms of how much data we are putting over filecoin, and we'll be putting over filecoin just for doing the storage part of things. And that's how we grow as a composable DePIN networks, where we'll make sure that all the data which is being stored, it gets stored over filecoin, and that number is going to be in zettabytes as we keep on increasing in the real-time communication industry. This is the whole DRTC network economy right now. So I'll just talk about the whole section for 30 seconds. And this essentially was the most like we have to, like, it's a 30 people team, and it took us a lot of time to make sure that this whole looks sustainable, is sustainable, and works in the long term itself. So if you see here on the side of the purple side, which is the client apps, which is the apps which have been using Hurdle 01 Meet, Farhouse, couple of other apps. There are 180 more apps built on top of us. These are all the clients. SDKs are the ones where essentially people are building on top of our own infrastructure, using Unity SDK, using Flutter SDK, React Native, you name it. The third part essentially is the muscles of the network, which is the media nodes, which means you, all of us. Anyone here who is right now using, who essentially has good compute, and a decent compute and a good bandwidth, that means around 200 Mbps, can power the calls now. And that calls could be powered by them rather than by the data center itself. And then on the green side, that means the dark green on the left side, is the orchestrate, which is the brain of the network, which makes sure that, okay, if the call is happening in Bangkok, you get connected to a Bangkok server or a Bangkok node. If the call is happening in Singapore, it's connected to a Singapore-based node, rather than all of that routing happening in a very overtly centralized and also a very age-old client-server architecture model. And this is how this whole economy essentially functions. Right now, we are at the stage where media nodes are live. You can run these nodes yourself. You can power the calls yourself. And this means that once you're doing a huddle call yourself, you might be earning from that huddle call yourself because essentially you are the one who is powering that. And this is what we call media nodes. It's a extremely like high density engineering which has gone into picture to make sure that we wrap all of this SFUs, which we call selective forward unit, the media servers, into your own pockets, into a bite-sized binary file, which you can use and you can power. And this has been in works for a couple of years now, and now this is the kind of requirements you need to have, and you'll be able to power this yourself via your own laptops, a Raspberry Pi, a VPS, to make sure that your experience is pretty awesome. And in terms of communication, we're just starting it out. This whole game changes as we start moving from communication with humans to communication with agents, to communication between agents. And this whole paradigm is extremely interesting. You want to talk to an AI therapist, it becomes, you need to have a latency of less than 100 milliseconds. You need to talk to, get a suggestion from a LLM as it starts increasing. So you need to have a real-time AI. And real-time AI will become a real thing because our communication with agents will keep on increasing from not just chat right now, which we do with a GPT or with a Perplexity or with a Claude, but will move towards audio. It will move towards video. It will move towards much more immersive ways to communicate. And that's where this is the video. You might not be able to hear the audio here, but I'll just basically talk about what I'm doing here is that I'm just thanking all my community members in English to talk about that thank you for joining the community. And then there are two AI agents here who are setting. One of them is undefined host. And that AI agent is able to real-time translate that into Hindi, into Russian, into a Turkish language, all in real time in a latency of 30 milliseconds. And this is where we are moving towards. We're moving towards a way in which in terms of this caption, you don't require a text-based caption now. You essentially can do that in a real-time fashion, which completely changes the paradigm of communication. And this is where we are moving towards. An AI agent to a human interaction, an AI agent to an AI agent interaction, and a human to a human interaction, all within a latency of 100 milliseconds, and all making sure that the economy is being powered by you and yourself. This is our road to mainnet. We have been, our white paper unveil has happened. You might really like it. It's a 55-pager, dense white paper which talks about communication, how we have reached here, what have we done to reach here. We have been onboarding very early partners into it. We have opened a Huddle 01 media node whitelist. You can essentially be a part of that whitelist. You can run these nodes yourself, join the Discord, you'll get the binary file, and you'll be able to run it. There is a testnet unveil, which we'll be doing in December. And then the nodes essentially is going live now in December itself, the testnet of it. And then we are starting with our own financial systems. Interestingly, when you essentially solve for communication, you can solve for anything bandwidth-related tasks. In bandwidth-related networks, the most difficult thing to solve is a cross-continental latency. You are in Thailand, I am in US. How can we do a call in less than 100 milliseconds in a people-powered network manner? And we have solved that. So once you solve that for communication, you can solve that for CDN. You can solve that for any other things which requires a low latency. You can solve that for an exchange where you require an order book mapping in less than 10 milliseconds of latency. So you can build one of the fastest decks using this infrastructure itself. So this moves beyond communication because of such powerful infrastructure which it is. This is our overall investors. We have been very fortunate to be backed by a lot of different DePIN experts in the space. One being one of the major ones. And that's the reason why our whole DNA has been very focused towards building this infrastructure in a very credible, neutral, open, neutral, and borderless, and censorship-resistant manner. And one of the biggest announcements is that we always organize Phil Bangalore. And Phil Bangalore is again happening this year as well, which is one of the biggest events which we do with Filecoin, Fluence, and all the other awesome partners always comes here. This is another picture of our whole team with Juan. And this is happening on 6th and 7th of December. So if you're in Asia, and if you will be in Asia for a couple of more days, would be awesome to have you here in this event on 6th and 7th of December. My team is here. Would love to chat with you regarding that as well. And yeah, that's about it. This is our Discord. This is our media nodes scanner. If you want to be a part of it, you can scan this. And thank you so much for listening in. And it's awesome to be here.
Thank you. We have a couple minutes for questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes, a question. Great.
Check. I was not able. I was able to grasp a little bit, but I do want to actually understand that how the latency has been reduced so much in such a huge network.
Yeah, absolutely. So latency has reduced a lot because right now the way calls happen is the data centers are only in a couple of places in the world. And you cannot have data centers everywhere. You can have a distributed system, but you cannot have a decentralized system in itself. And building data center everywhere is very difficult. A small example is that if you use Huddle01 Meet right now, our own app, and if you use Zoom right now, you'll see the latency of Huddle01 Meet is much better than what of Zoom is. The reason is that we can get connected to a network which is much more nearer to you, rather than connecting to a server which is much more. So Zoom optimizes for making sure that they have a better economics. And the better economics is when you have more racks of data centers all across. So the biggest data center racks are in North Virginia, and that's where it's cheapest. So all your calls get routed through that server in that sense. In our case, we get connected to a node which is much more nearer to you. So the latency decreases a lot because your packets don't have to transfer all the way from here to a different continent altogether, and it gets connected to you, where you are the most nearest to. It's like having an Uber, and you having an Uber in the area where you are in Bangkok, but you don't get connected to a Uber which is much more like 50 kilometers away from you, which will take a lot of time to come. And that's the thing which we have built here in the supply side of the network.
That's fascinating. Thank you.
Awesome.
Other questions? Question right here. Right here. Question there.
Hey. I have a question. You had in presentation also the use case of AI, that you can communicate with AI chatbot, and I'm curious because, like from my understanding, the models are usually actually run the audio part on the user device. So how are you actually like tackling this angle? I'm curious.
Yeah, that's a great question. So that happens when you're doing a normal chat-based communication. That's where you can do it on user's device. But as soon as you move to a very high bandwidth intensive task, something like ChatGPT has to use an infrastructure. Right now, they are using something called as LiveKit, LIVEKIT, which is a CPaaS solution, a communication platform as a service solution, which just wraps an SDK, gives to OpenAI, and that's how the whole architecture has been built so far. Now, the problem is with LiveKit or with the other infrastructure is that these SFUs or these media servers are still located on data centers. It's still completely dependent on data centers, which can be given to people themselves. The whole idea behind it is that media servers can be run by people themselves, which is not happening right now. So when you do a call with ChatGPT right now, you will notice that the latency when you are doing in Bangkok, a kind of communication will be higher. When you are, let's suppose, in States, it will be comparatively lower. And the whole reason is that it's not happening via your own device right now. It's being routed through these central servers when you move to an audio or to a video-based experience with these AI agents.
Anybody else? Yes, right here.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I guess I was just wondering which parts of this are open source, or all of the SDKs open source, the servers?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now you can just plug and play the SDKs. You can use the SDKs right now itself. It's open source, our SDKs. You can use it right away. We essentially, the first thing which we did was that we used the first SFU which was built in the past, which was MediaSoup. So essentially we made sure that we are built on the top of these open source giants. So MediaSoup did a fantastic job of making sure that the whole repository is completely open. So we use the MediaSoup demo client, the demo app, and essentially made sure that becomes very scalable. So if you want to use it right now, you can do that, and you can build your own apps completely using the infrastructure itself. Same goes for the binary file as well. You can download the binary file. As soon as you get these media nodes, you can just download the binary file and can run it yourself as well. And the whole idea is that we want more and more people to build on built on top of Huddle 01's network. And even the whole app which we have right now, Huddle 01 Meet, a lot of the community people have actually built the transcription service or the caption service or the calendar or this different kind of scheduling services. And that's how we want to keep it, to make communication get out of hands of the overtly centralized players outright on the market. And that's why we also spend personally a lot of time in San Francisco to convince people like Zoom and others to essentially move out of that infrastructure which they are using and move to a people-powered bottom-up infrastructure. And that's how we can have that step function growth. And as Tom was talking about, having that burn and mint mechanism model so that your economy becomes very sustainable in nature.
Well, that transitions to exactly my question, which was the role of a token in your ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. So the role of the token is it's a work token. It's essentially powering bandwidth to your network. And that's the role which it plays in the overall realm of things. So if you want to use the network, that means you want to build any kind of audio and video apps on top of it, you need to pay $4 for every 1,000 minutes for using the video part of things, $1 for every 1,000 for using the audio part of things. And that will happen in our own native token, which is essentially Huddle 01 token. So it acts essentially as a payment token as well, and it acts as a work token as well for providing the service. So right now, if you run the media nodes yourself, you essentially earn 21% of the tokens till the TGE itself in terms of bootstrap rewards. And then the performance minting reward starts after the TGE during the mainnet, where you are actually powering these audio and video calls, and you keep on earning that. So right now, you earn north of 500 tokens per day from the day you start running these media nodes to the time till the testnet ends. And then the mainnet phase, all the actually Farhouse-based calls, the Huddle 01 Meet calls, or the calls which are happening on our Lens apps or on Farcaster apps, all get routed towards you based on your location, your geography, your availability, and all the other things.
And so then revenue that goes into the network basically buys those tokens?
Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha. Great question.
Hey there, thanks. I'm just kind of more curious about that use case, that you were talking about between the user and the AI agent potentially, because obviously we all know that that industry is getting bigger and bigger, right? But so I'm just wondering on your kind of opinion, because it seems like that I don't know how much along other use cases, like this is some use case that you're counting on, but I would be just curious how you approach it, because I guess you're fighting against two big trends, right? Like one big trend is basically local compute, whether we are talking mobile phones, etc. And second thing is potentially just as these models are progressing, I guess let's say the efficiency would be increasing. So it might be the case that eventually you would not really need to kind of do that communication between the phone of a user and a cloud, but localized as well. So I'm just wondering how you're approaching it. And also I think one other thing is that this is a problem that probably all the big tech will be jumping on, right? So I mean they're competing with the big tech here as well. So I would be curious on your take on that, how you're approaching it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of just talking about the AI component of it, we have been seeing this problem happening a lot with GPT right now. For example, OpenAI, they started integrating LiveKit for a while, and then what they noticed was that they were facing latency issues in general. And what that made us realize was that this problem essentially of a decentralized versus distributed systems will always remain. And there are ways and there are infrastructures where decentralized infrastructure makes more sense in terms of performance as compared to distributed systems. And it's less pain. It's much more better performance because of the way internet or the WebRTC module or the WebRTC architecture has been built so far. WebRTC started as a peer-to-peer, like the protocol which we use for real-time communication was started as a peer-to-peer protocol by Google itself, similar to what they did with attention as all you need. But the problem was that to scale WebRTC or to scale real-time communication, we added these central servers on top of it. And that solved scalability, but what it didn't solve was performance or the latency issues. So yes, big tech are jumping on it. We are seeing Agora, one of the players, who is what they're trying to do is that they're trying to build their own distributed systems, making sure that people can run it themselves on their own. So edge-based competition has started coming into picture, you're right. What I'm seeing is that they're not using crypto economic primitives, which will make sure that I will not run a model myself or a node myself if I'm not getting incentivized to run that. And that's where crypto economic changes it. So I think the battle will happen on an edge-based network versus an edge-based network with the crypto economic primitives. It will be an interesting battle to have. Yeah.
Great. Well, let's give a round of applause to Ayush. Thank you for the...
Thank you.
presentation. We have the investor panel now. Let's get the investors up. I see Chad, I see Vinny. Let's go, guys, up to the stage. Everybody is waiting. We've only have 3 chairs, so the first 3 up make it. Yeah, sure. The Bangkok traffic almost took another victim, but luckily a lot of questions for Ayush, and the panel was saved. So welcome, everybody. Looking forward to this.
Timer is going. We're here. Okay, good. Hello, everybody. How are you? Is it, finally, it's Friday. It's Friday. We're almost done with the conference. It's been intense. I don't know about you guys. Especially, I know a couple of, of things happened before the panel, but we made it on time. I'm Gabriele Zennaro from Outlier Ventures. I'm the partnership lead. Outlier Ventures is the biggest accelerator in the space. We have more than 300 portfolio companies, a couple of them in the room with us, Oki Labs. And yeah, so very interesting to talk about the DePIN space. I think it's an area where all of us are investing in. So we're going to talk about it from an investor perspective, and to give some suggestions even for the people in the room. So first question, that is not really a question. I would love an introduction from all of you, and a brief introduction about what you're working on.
I'll start. My name is Stepan. I'm from Cyberfund. I'm principal at Cyberfund. Cyberfund is a venture capital firm, but we also build companies and incubate companies occasionally. For example, Lido Protocol or P2P.org. But I'm focusing on investments, focusing on specifically AI, crypto AI, and pure kind of classic machine learning investments for the past couple of years. I think it's just like one of the main technological wave that is shaping the economy and the society, and I think DePIN and decentralized AI are kind of cornerstone of that happening.
Hey, this is Stan from Hashed. I'm based in Singapore. We started around 2016, 17, right before the IC era, with some of the serial entrepreneurs in this space. I would say the transitional side of the space first, and then moving successfully onto the Web3 side, like doing some of the most earliest, I would say, consumer and also the gaming side of the investment, starting from the late 2018, early 2019, with some of the notable but like old names like the Sandbox, Decentralized, and X Infinity and whatnot. So we now do a lot of the investments in a more like sector agnostic manner, but still basically given the fact that we are heavily like located in the Asian part mostly, like headquartered in South Korea. We also like opened an office in Singapore last year, joining some of the founder level and also some of the work level, moving to Singapore, and also opened up the U.S. office back then in 2019. So quite distributed, doing all the investment, but at the same time we have a like big umbrella like consisting of more than 2,000 like 500. 250 the employees under our umbrella, from the regulation and the research firm. We also do the venture studio, building some of the leading the consumer application cases, and also the quant firm and whatnot. So yeah.
It's a long introduction. There's a lot of things to say.
I'm Chad. I'm from Blue Yard Capital, GP and CTO. We do everything from nuclear fusion to synthetic meat, and we also do crypto. We accidentally got into it in around 2015 because we wanted to upgrade the internet and make it better for humans. And we made our first DePIN investment in early 2016 in Protocol Labs and Filecoin, and we've been doing that ever since. So I focus primarily on crypto. And I like developer stuff because I'm really a developer that's just trying to figure out how to be a VC.
Hi, guys. I'm Vinny. I head research at EV3, and I invest there as well.
We were founded a couple of years back, and I think is one of the earliest DePIN-focused funds. With this idea, before the term, I think DePIN sort of existed. We worked early on with the Helium team to sort of develop how they were going to not only launch their token, but also their network as a whole, and then launched a fund soon after. We focus on DePIN space, but now we also expand into infrastructure as a whole, as well as some of the consumer side as well. And we also run DePIN Ninja, as well as the Proof of Coverage podcast. So DePIN Ninja will give you stats on a lot of the different DePIN projects. So we run that, and hopefully some of you guys can find value in that as well.
Great. Good mix of different kind of investors on the panel. Great. I would love to know, first question, whoever wants to take it first, the latest investment you did in DePIN for one particular DePIN project, and why so?
Okay. So I guess I'll start this one. One of the founders that we are really excited about to back, and they just recently announced they had raised their Series B as well, as Daylight. And so what they do is they operate as a virtual power plant, right? And they help you mitigate the energy consumption that your house takes. So if you think about it, it's not just you have a certain amount of energy that you take, but actually the grid has a certain amount that it can give you at a time. And if you go underneath that during busy times, it's actually like you're giving energy back into the system. So this is not only really profitable for houses as well, but it also allows you to then integrate smart devices that can then modulate the energy that you take in and actually returns energy back into the system. Very exciting for us, and we think that we're excited to see how they grow.
Do you want us all to go?
One more.
Okay.
Let's go like that.
Anyone?
I think that's you. I think that's you.
Yeah, I can mention one an investment we made. It's called a company called Aiden, and they're focused on decentralized data collection for AI pre-training and fine-tuning of AI models. And they mostly focus on video data, which is which is required for creation of better model or fine-tuning of existing models for specific use cases, such as self-driving or generative video. And this is just a way of using blockchain, using decentralized network to crowdsource data, to gamify this process, and to make it to make users actually owners of part of that, especially as AI is getting more capable with these skills.
Seems like the intersection of AI and DePIN is what is interesting to you more than anything. Okay, so as a segue, the most interesting aspects of the DePIN space, and from the investor perspective. So the aspects that on the space. Chad?
I'll say something here. Yeah. So, I think. In crypto, I've said for a while, everything in crypto is DeFi, and at least half of crypto is DePIN, I think. It's kind of like, how many Haskell developers are here? Probably zero, I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm going to give you a metaphor that you won't understand, but look it up, and still won't understand. It's like blockchains are a monad, which means this compute thing, this context you can't get out of. So it's famously difficult in Haskell to write a hello world program because it can't interact with the outside world. A lot of what has been happening in crypto over the years has been inside the blockchain monad. It's just stuck in the blockchain. It's a weirdly closed kind of type of system. DePIN is the thing that allows you to get out. So internal stuff, all the MEV things, the modular ecosystem, DeFi, et cetera, that's all this internal stuff. Then the external stuff is what actually interacts with the real world. So I think DePIN is interesting because that's what you need. Crypto economic incentives driving behavior is what got us into crypto at all. Happened to be with filecoin because we were really sold on that idea of upgrading the internet by building mechanism design into protocols. Now I'm sort of excited by what that can do in the rest of the real world and not just on computers. And even can we use crypto to program humans, for example, in the real world? We were just talking about DeHen.
Yeah, we were just talking about dehumanized networks, decentralized human.
Not dehumanized.
No, not dehumanized. Decentralized.
What was the question?
Wait, can I segue with that actually?
Please. Okay.
Because what he's saying, I think, is really important. And when you think about it one level deeper, one thing that we think a lot about is verification. So when you deal with hardware, not only do you have things that can break and you have to worry about manufacturing them and installing them and how they're going to be deployed, but you also have a paradigm where, if you take the compute example, right, I'm actually incentivized to not do my job and somehow convince you that I did and still get paid, right? And so verification, and when teams think about it, it's a very complicated problem, and it's a really interesting design space. So I think it's an intersection of art and science. Like, there's no perfect answer right now. But that's something we pay attention to, and I think it's unique to DePIN because, as Chad was saying, this is an intersection with the physical world. And so we need to be able to verify that the physical devices are actually doing what they said. In the daylight example, for example, you have to be able to verify that the energy meter in your home is consuming a certain amount or is giving back a certain amount, right? And so we think a lot about that, and I think that's something we look for when we talk to teams as well.
To add a bit on top of that, like I have like 2 points. Like I'm typically excited, getting more and more excited in the DePIN space. The first one is that there is a couple of different like sectors within the entire the industry, but basically, in my point of view, like there's some really like small handful of the sectors that can actually influence at the level of like 1 billion new users flowing in. So when it comes to the DePIN, like there's a lot of the different database, more like a virtualized version of the like resource networks, and like as per the coin term from like Hasib and Nagisari a couple times before, and there's like a physical more like engaging with the real network, like what mobility and the ride-hailing type of the network are doing, right? So basically, for the latter one, I think. There's like 2 points. First thing is that it really engaged with the daily life for the people who are like the normies who are like they've never like used a wallet since once before. So basically, there's going to be a new net influx of the users that can be potentially leveraged by those PRNs. Given that like it's really hard, and also the verification type of the problem is really big for those like physical type of the resource network in the DePIN area, but still that means at the same time there's a lot of the the mode we can think of in the more like business side. For example, if you acquire more than like 1 million users in the DePIN network, DePIN with those like ride hailing or like any type of those more physically engaged type of the network, then basically you're more in the like traditional side of the way. You're acquiring very loyal users that does not really care about the like crypto part that much, but still want to be engaged in getting incentivized and getting also a bit of like benefit in their like daily life. So both like both parts combined, I think there's going to be more like unexpected, like fictive area that we can think of with some of those like mass adoptions coming with the DePIN side.
I'd also add one thing. I mentioned about AI, and I think there's very specific reason to be excited about decentralized infrastructure for AI it is really control, variability, and ability to error correct for these systems. Because today, like building large models, machine learning models is very capital intensive. It requires a lot of energy, requires a lot of capital, a lot of data, and we have all these scaling laws. And that means that only a few companies in the world can do it. Like really, there's like 5-6 companies that are doing state-of-the-art models today. And a lot of the world economy, like healthcare, education, governance, business, use cases will be dependent on these models. And we need more variety in order to have flexibility to choose, in order to have control, in order to have privacy. And that can be enabled by physical, like we need a whole decentralized data stack for that, but physical infrastructure is the more important part for that. And like the software parts, which is like model parallelism, pre-training, private inference, fine-tuning, and there's also like a compute network and maybe open source hardware for that.
Storage network, compute
storage, yeah, the whole stack.
Good. And anybody wants to add something on top of it? We covered all the aspects that we
One quick thing, Dan mentioned, appealing to users, maybe that they don't care about crypto, I think everyone needs to be thinking about that all the time and just erase any idea that we care about users that are thinking about crypto, or else no one finds product market fit, and this is all a bunch of bullshit. I agree with you on that.
I want to quickly add something to that too. Is just, I think it was Tarun who tweeted something, which was that Polymarket was the winner of the last few months of crypto by actually removing crypto from the equation. And I think I entirely agree. We should be thinking about designing user experiences that don't require you understanding a wallet or a private key. We should be designing user experiences that are just as seamless as they are in Web 2, but yet still inherit their security and other parameters from being decentralized as well.
And it's not just UX, it's actually like you need to design things that people need. And we don't need like ride hailing for crypto unless somehow it's way better because of crypto, right? We need to build things and use crypto as an implementation choice. That's true in DePIN too. In the same way, like I was a Linux nerd in the 90s, surprise. And there's this big joke about Linux next year's the year of Linux on the desktop, and it never came, and we were all ashamed. And really, it was just because all of us zealots wanted this Linux open source thing in your face, which was a stupid thing to do. But Linux is probably in this thing that's telling us we have 14 minutes left. It won. But my mom still doesn't know she's using it, and that's what we need to do with DePIN, crypto, et cetera. Sorry for the rant, kind of off topic.
And like just a bit on top of that, the decentralization, we still, definitely we should still have to think about it, since like DePIN, the world itself is also coming from the decentralized part, and the combination of the decentralized and the physical infra network. But still, basically, the decentralization part should be in my point of view, always have to be taken care of after reaching a certain amount of the users that you can actually put the decentralized work with. So basically, I think that the progressive type of the decentralization is a must, definitely. And it's it provides the better option out there with a centralized one, but still we have to make sure that we bring a substantial amount of the users first to do that, the more like a vision type of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, in the whole space, crypto space, the problem is the users that need to come in general, right? The DePIN is going to help out, it's going to help, or possibly is one of the use cases going to help the mass adoption of crypto primitives.
Right, which like a higher level, or another way of saying that is, and a DePIN specific thing is, turns out it's really easy to build supply for almost all of these networks and almost impossible to build demand. And so you have to start thinking about demand first, and don't build anything until you think there's some chance that there's going to be demand.
What do you think the demand is going to come from?
I don't know. It's a specific, I like what I said about thinking about Linux or crypto as an implementation choice. I think demand comes from situations where you can do something that wouldn't have been possible without the power of crypto economic incentive mechanism design somehow driving something. So an idiotic version of it is Constitution DAO, which wasn't really a DAO, but amazingly almost bought a copy of the Constitution just really quickly. That's the kind of thing where you can coordinate capital, you can coordinate behavior in a way that hasn't been possible in the past, unless you were a massive OpenAI, Microsoft, hyperscaler type of thing. And so, I think thinking about ways that you can use the decentralized world to harness this power, that's how you figure out how to create demand.
I don't get, and anybody can take that. Why do you want to remove the incentive part of it? It's intrinsic in the crypto.
You don't want to. No. If you thought that's what I said, yeah.
I think the idea was you want to leverage that to unlock new use cases. And maybe an example of this is helpful. So Glow, for example, what they do is very simple. It's just there are certain projects in usually developing countries like India, for example. It's great for solar, right, to be able to deploy it there, but the issue is that requires some capital. And what we now have is a paradigm where blockchains take away that trust that we would need to have between two of us, right? If he and I were going to go build a solar farm, I'd have to know him, we'd have to sit down, we'd have to spend a lot of time together, but now we're allowed to coordinate amongst much larger people to actually galvanize these physical projects. And so then the way that Glows monetizes that is then they generate carbon credits from that as well, which can then be bought by individuals, and that goes back to the people that have funded and provided the capital to actually build out these solar farms. So this is, I think, an example where crypto economic incentives allow for a new use case that otherwise wouldn't be as easily facilitated.
Maybe another way to put it is that incentives is not product market fit, because you like what crypto gives. It gives you larger design space to build product. And for example, in DeFi, any DeFi protocol has a larger design space, and it's easier to build something that is very, very hard or almost impossible to do as a bank or as a fintech company, because you don't have all the composability, because you have a ton of regulation, and because you just cannot like harness the power of community. And again, back to AI use case, it is like people would be using AI models. I don't know, they would use like AI doctor, AI education software, or a business tool. But if decentralized networks and mechanism design applied to incentives can allow and can create better products, which are more tailored, more private, easier to access, or have a larger amount of contributors and therefore has higher quality, then that product would win. So, and at the end of the day, it is about which product gets the product market fit. And I think a lot of products are just impossible to build unless they are sufficiently decentralized because of the that variety that you get.
Interesting. I hope nobody else has another point. We need to move for another question now. Let's go back let's go to the investment side a little bit as well. So what are the risks and the rewards on investing on DePIN project? If you have any example, would be great. Dan?
Probably I'm just going to like mention a short thing around the physical side, since basically the ones that, to go back to the like, first question, you know, like we invested in some of the DePIN projects back then when the coin wasn't termed, the term wasn't coined as DePIN in like 2020-21, but since then didn't really been active in the space. So we're now actively like seeking for the potential, the investments that we can do. And one of the things during the due diligence I figure out, like especially coming from the like, more physical side of the research network, is basically around the regulations, like 100%. And also the founders in the DePIN space, usually coming from the physical spaces, actually they do have the track record doing similar type of the business, like something like the gig economy business back in 2010 to like 2015, like 20 era for like a decade, and pivoting into the Web3 to have like all the know-hows, like bring all the know-hows with the token side of the incentives. And yeah, there's a bit of a mismatch between like how they can actually play out in the Web3 space with the like same logic, same the go-to-market strategy they did with venture funding back then, and also like back to the regulation story. There's basically there's a lot of the like I would say the roadblocks coming from different set of the regulations, and that really adds a lot of the burdensome things that should be done handled from the project side, since basically DePIN itself, once going back to the like term itself, is actually the power will come out, making some of the unexpected the utilization and the use cases coming from quite region agnostic manner, not really focused on the like one or two different regions. So yeah, we are now talking to some of those type of the more ride hailing like businesses, but yeah, I think the biggest thing, the risks that we are taking care of is those like regulation, and also how they're gonna mimic the entire strategy once again. But still, the reward is, I think, quite fruitful if they really create something similar to what they did in the Web2 space. Once again, with the token dynamics, that would basically mean that they're bringing like much more successful and also sustainable business that also can compete with traditional like incumbents in the Web2 space. So they're going to have more of the, I would say, defensibility on the way, and also creating one of the best use cases that merges all the like know-hows from Web2 and Web3 at the same time.
Yeah, I would say like sort of a restatement or an agreement with you. A risk in the DePIN space is that you've got some crypto nerd that comes up with a great idea of how to use an incentive to do something in industry that they know nothing about. And so they just go off and they build some crap that no one wants. So like an opposite example of that, just plucking one out of the air that I know because I know the people, is Demo. You talk to them, they really know the automotive industry. And that, to me, is like an exciting thing, because you can fill in the gaps as long as you know that you need both sides of what you're describing.
any other point on risk? So one is regulations, the other one is demand, the building something for the actual board. Some other risk that you can see on the DePIN space?
I don't know if this is particularly a risk, but so in order to incentivize people to act in accordance with any protocol, and then usually to be able to punish them, people will use stake, and they'll usually use a staking contract and a slashing contract, right? That by itself is not an adequate answer to how are you going to handle individuals who might try to mess with the system or not act in accordance, because a slashing contract by itself requires a fault that you can actually witness. And so the reason I bring this up is because it's not that founders, especially in the early stage, need to have all of the answers surrounding this at the get-go, but I have come across quite a few projects, and obviously not going to name them, but who will just list, oh, we have a slashing contract, and then when asked, what are you going to submit to the slashing contract, they kind of come up empty. So one thing to think about is ensuring that whatever tech you're trying to build, that you have some roadmap or game plan or thoughts on how you're going to make that attributable and verifiable on-chain, which is going to be really important if you want to use a slashing contract, for example.
Were you missing on the thing?
Maybe I'll just say to the point about tokens, like big risk for any crypto project and DePIN project specifically is when you over-index on, like you launch token before you have product market fit, because it is a one-way decision, as Jeff Bezos puts it, like you have two-way doors where you can make decision and undo it, or you can make decision and you don't have a way back. And economics and launch token is like, it's as a project, once you do it, you're forced to optimize towards token price, just like public company versus product, which is the most important thing on pre-PMF stage. Yeah.
Okay, we do have 4 minutes running on Linux over here. So the last question, I guess, for all of you is how many startup and founders we have in the room? Oh, okay. So since we are on the other side, what is the best advice you can give to them in order to approach you? Or when is the right time in order to approach you? You personally as a firm, yeah, not an investor in general.
Anytime, I think, is the right time. If you have an idea and you're excited about it, we would love to be able to chat. I think one thing, also a piece of advice on like how to maybe approach it is try to explain it pretty simply. I think we encounter a lot of people who want to throw around terminology, and there's a lot of really cool cryptography work being done. I'm not trying to minimize any of that, right? Zero-knowledge proofs are incredibly fascinating, incredibly interesting. They don't need to be in everything, though, right? And so I think when asked, hey, what are you working on? What is your project? Try to keep it simple. I usually try to explain it explain it to me like I'm 5, right? And I think investors at least would really appreciate that, because it helps us understand what you're really trying to build, how you think about things, and at least from our perspective, I think that's hugely important when going forth and making an investment decision.
Yes, and focus on why people need this and why it has to be on crypto.
It's also, I personally love, I prefer demos or white papers or open source repositories rather than very animated websites and pitch deck with a lot of design put into it. So I think the faster you put something that is working, that is a product or description of a product or a demo or open source code, the more inbound interest you will get. Because I'm constantly monitoring, I have this script that monitors all the trending GitHub repos before they actually got trending, and there's a lot of, not a lot, but there's a few projects that we found this way and eventually ended up investing. And that's also a community proof. Like if you get users, if you get contributors, that's much better proof than trying to calculate this some metrics for the product that is not launched or very early stage. For later stage is different, but we mostly focus on early stage.
One really quick, sorry, Dan, let me cut you off. One really quick thing about the white papers, please send them. At least I think all of us here, we really like diving into how you're thinking and the technicalities behind what you're doing. The only thing I will say with white papers, please, unless you need 80 pages, don't take it, right? Like, stick to concise white papers so we can actually dive in and read through it. I counter a lot that are maybe 120 pages and can do just as well with a tenth of the space. So that's just one thing. Unless you need it, please don't use a 100-page white paper.
And to finish this question, I generally speak to founders. I think, but this is not the case for many of the DePIN founders. But yeah, try to be avoid. I try to be concise, as mentioned, and also try to avoid the SISP, the solution in search of the problem. Just boasting the technical. I mean, how you're technical and how you're going to compete with the other, the decentralized network out there, and to be more practical and level of, going back to the DRN and the PRN once again, the digital version of the research networks, like the wireless DePINs and the things that we can do with in the virtual manner. I think in a more practical manner, you should give really clear and concise the differentiation and the defensibility compared to the other ones already out there having their own tokens. Since I feel that the entire the industry is quite diluted in that part. There's so many different diverse type of the tokens that are incentivizing the same actions. So that's going to be the one for the DRNs and the PRNs. I think definitely are the ones that I personally care a lot about is the how you're going to tackle the Web 2. Going back to the last answer I provided. How we can tackle the Web 2 startups that already made a success in that the network, and how the sustainable the tokens that, and also how impactful you can make the growth compared to what the Web 2 companies were doing, learning from their own growth trajectory. So yeah.
So for the audience, since we're up, you can go to Vinayak anytime. We have a clear idea.
Anytime for us.
Come on up. You can go. And to Stepan, only if you have a very clear and concise white paper. Don't talk to him, just send him the white paper. He's going to read for 120 pages. Thank you very much, guys. We are done. We're going to be around, so if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you to the panel. Appreciate it, guys. We are going to not do a coffee break and go straight to our data ownership and sovereignty in DePIN. Who owns the infrastructure? So let's just get our panelists up and go hot swap straight into this. Okay, and as we, right before we kick off this panel, there's an announcement that NodeOps would like to do. So we are going to run a quick NodeOps announcement, and then the panel is going to kick off. So let's start that video if we have it ready. It's running a video, Nadia? All right, good. Here we go. So this is a guerrilla marketing NodeOps video, last minute edition. There will not be a quiz on this, panelists.
All right. Thank you so much for playing that quick video. Just wanted to announce that we're going live with Atlas Network today. That's going to be the DePIN orchestration layer, verifiable by launching as an AVS as well. We'll talk about it in the panel for sure.
It's exciting. Can't wait to hear. All right, well, let's kick off. Last panel of the day, so thanks for hanging out with us, and especially thank you to Fluence and all the other sponsors for putting on such a great event. We'll try to keep you entertained for the next 30 minutes, and then we'll hear final remarks from Tom. So this panel is called Data Ownership and Sovereignty in DePIN, Who Owns the Infrastructure? And as decentralized physical infrastructure networks expand, they redefine traditional ownership and governance models, decentralizing everything from telcos to data networks and utilities. This panel is obviously going to feature leaders in the DePIN space. I'll let them introduce themselves. And we'll explore potential challenges of DePIN, focusing on how decentralized models influence data sovereignty, ownership rights, and user empowerment. And so before we jump into questions, I'd like to turn it over to all of you for just a quick intro for yourself and your project.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sebastian. Thanks for having us, Fluence. Thanks for being here. So what we do in Possible Cloud Network, or ICN in short, we're a decentralized cloud company. Like so many others here. What makes us different is that we did product first. So we have an S3 object storage solution out there with 3 million ARR and counting, more than 1,000 enterprise customers. And on the Web3 side, we're scaling now our hardware layer below to not only scale the service, but also to become multi-service in the future. In 3 weeks, we're going to have a node sale. So shamelessly plugging that in here as well. Yeah, and looking forward to the panel.
Awesome. Thanks for that quick intro as well, Seb. Hi, everyone. I'm Naman, founder and CEO at NodeOps. NodeOps essentially focuses on providing one-click node infrastructure support for protocols, node operators, and developers out there. We actively manage around 45,000 plus nodes today, working with close to 60-odd protocols. 3.5 million ARR. The video that you saw right now is our next step to actually go and bootstrap the supply side as well from the compute front. We are also product first, got the right validation out there from community that was very keen to run the nodes. And now we are going to bootstrap the compute side by introducing Atlas Network, which is going to be launching as an EVS on Eigenlayer.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Yannick, co-founder and CEO at Arcium. And at Arcium, we are a decentralized confidential computing network. And what that means is that with Arcium, it becomes possible to build confidential on-chain apps and run any computation in a fully confidential way. And so we support confidential execution of computations, confidential smart contracts, confidential DePIN, or even confidential AI on existing blockchain networks with our dedicated confidential computing network. And just last week, we announced our acquisition of our largest Web2 competitor, who've been the leader in confidential AI, and we are integrating that technology into Arcium and allowing for confidential collaborative training and inference and also federated learning within our network.
Hi everyone, I'm RG and I'm the founder and CEO of Repo. At Repo, we're building a composable IP network. So what that means is we're building an incentive layer to tackle some of the incentive challenges that Chad was mentioning and Vinny was mentioning in the previous panel, where what we do is we allow DePINs and small and medium-sized businesses to share their metadata, which is usually proprietary data, and then compose that into like a derived IP and have a co-ownership model where people can basically bootstrap DePINs and tokenomics models as well as different sorts of AI agents that they want to deploy and fast-track their GTM.
Thanks for the intros. As you see, we have a pretty diverse panel that I think can provide us a lot of insight into these concepts of data sovereignty. Quick intro on myself. I'm Michael, co-founder of Ceramic Network, also a DePIN, or a decentralized application data availability layer. But this isn't about me. So let's start off with Yannick. From your perspective at Arcium, what governance models do you believe are best suited for DePIN? And how does Arcium approach ownership rights within decentralized networks?
So the way I see Arcium really is as foundational infrastructure to be used by DePIN networks. So I don't see Arcium as a DePIN network. For us, it's important that nodes are decentralized, but Arcium really serves as this execution layer that allows for any kind of execution to take place. We have different DePIN teams building with us, and what we've seen is that there's DePIN teams that, for example, use Arcium to run some server logic, some proprietary server logic that usually those teams are executing on some central server they are executing. For example, that's this example I'm talking about, that team is using some blacklisting logic, basically, where they blacklist nodes based on some behavioral mechanism. This mechanism, however, should stay private. So they want this functionality to remain private. Still, they want it to be trustless and verifiable. So they're able to do that. And I think that would be an example of how DePINs actually can employ confidential computing for governance-related tasks. What we also see is a big interest in confidential voting, so to have more than just binary voting and have the ability to vote in a confidential way without exposing the votes performed by individual nodes or participants within DePIN networks.
Exciting. Yeah, and thanks for that clarification. And now I'll open it up to the rest of the panelists. So in decentralized infrastructure, who should ultimately own the data? Users, contributors, the entire network? And are there cases where shared ownership can complicate governance?
Okay, I'll go first. I think there's no straight answer to it, to be honest. Like every use case would have its own governance mechanisms as well. And in terms of data ownership and sovereignty, like one important aspect is always going to be the stakeholders distribution overall, right? If you look at node operators out there, which typically are responsible for everything in terms of governance and chain security, the community members are essentially trusting them if you talk about the delegated proof of stake infras out there as well. But the objective for any kind of governance mechanisms out there and the data ownership, it would always be relying on that particular use cases. And there's like no standardization right now around it. One thing that definitely can be taken care of in a much better way is how do we actually make it much more decentralized as well from the participation perspective, right? You always have a very fixed set of operators that are responsible for majority of the governance decisions as well. Getting community involved to at least get the validation done, setting up the right incentives could be one approach.
Yeah, I think the answer is quite clear. I think that if the data that is generated by the supply side nodes should be owned by them. I think today a lot of the devcos are just sitting on that data, which is like metadata, and they don't even publish like block explorers, which I think is very centralizing. We started this company trying to model reputation and risk of different DePIN networks, but realized that less than 20% of DePINs have like a proper block explorer out there. So I think at the end of the day, especially the kind of world we're moving in with AI, who owns the data owns the infrastructure. So that's the answer to this panel, I think, partly from my perspective. If you are a storage network like filecoin, then of course if the user data, the users who are storing the data, they own the actual data that is being stored, and you need to make sure that there's sovereignty inbuilt. But I really think, and I've kind of said this at the Berlin panel as well, that we need to kind of properly acknowledge that the supply side providers of DePINs are users of the DePIN. They are, and the data that they generate should be owned by them and not be kind of stay in the walled gardens of the devcos of different DePINs. So.
Yeah, so chiming in here on especially on the storage side of things, at least for now. So our view is, I agree. So it should be the customer at the end of the day, right? So if somebody decides to host their data with us as a protocol, then that customer will always remain owner of whatever data they have, right? Of course, there's the hardware provider side of things, where they essentially they contribute their hardware to the network, so they also have to have some sort of incentive to serve that customer demand, right? But the customer will always say, okay, I want to delete this data, I want to modify it, whatever. The hardware provider is more of a service agent to serve that whatever demand that is from the customer.
Yeah, I think data should be owned by the person, the party, the individual or company that provided the data, right? So the question is, how can we actually facilitate that? How can we build something like this with decentralized infrastructure? Because with most systems, everything is either public by default, everything can be, every single piece of data can be used by anyone, right? I can scrape the entire internet and train my models on that data. At the same time, if we don't want that, the go-to approach really has been, let's spin up some centralized service and use that as an intermediary, a trusted intermediary, that then can have some guarantees, some maybe bilateral contracts with those individuals to protect that data and not share the data with any third parties. So for us, what matters is that we provide this infrastructure that actually allows to fill this gap, to have encrypted data that can sit on different storage solutions and yet have that data be usable. So it's not just that data that sits in some encrypted way, but it becomes possible to have this data in isolated encrypted data silos, and now with confidential computing, combine it together and, for example, train an AI model without ever having to share a single bit of information. Yet it becomes possible to then deploy these models, even those models themselves, in a fully encrypted way, and then build smart contracts to have some economical incentives to actually, in the first place, produce the data. And I feel like that's important for DePIN, also in the long-term game, in order to have those economic incentives to provide higher quality data, to ensure that people remain in those networks and people still provide new data.
Yeah, I think it sounds like there's an interesting sort of ownership versus access piece in there with encryption specifically too. Not just who owns the data and who is able to access and what are the rights and permissions around that. Which kind of brings us to the next topic, which is maybe we'll start and sort of go down the line here, but obviously Repo's approach to infrastructure suggests a strong focus on user-centric models. How does Repo ensure that user data sovereignty is maintained, especially in global networks that have conflicting regulatory requirements?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So our approach is, as everyone said here, there's no like one single kind of answer. So we try to tackle it at like different stages. So we are using, we're partnering with the Gateway Protocol using their kind of encrypted data vaults. So every time a user is sharing their data, like the modeling network, they are, encrypting it. And then every time that data is unpacked and let's say there's some compute that happens, or there's a model that's built out of it and is stored, or the metadata is being stored, we're generating CIDs at every step of the way. And then those CIDs are being, stored in a decentralized manner as well. And so I think that's kind of part of it. And then the other big thing that we're doing is using of course, we're using like ZK-TLS at different kind of like parts of the system. So every time the data, there's an execution that happens off chain, like that, it has a representation on chain. And so I think you need to kind of like, have this kind of like complex system, but for the end user, you need to make it super simple. I think that cost needs to incur so that you can basically provide a proof a provenance to the user and verifiability to anyone in the world who can verify that how the user data was used. And I think for us, this is also about building explainable AI. I think explainable AI is going to become more and more important down the line. And of course, you can't bring full explainability to if you're building derivatives of foundation models, but I do think that you can bring a lot of explainability to how did you manipulate the data and what sort of computations you did. And I would actually be curious to know if how would those things happen in a kind of system like Archium where there's confidential compute. So
Actually, a great point, because we just published a paper about explainable privacy-preserving AI, and the setup that we have there is the explainability there is not on the where does the data come from side, but the paper that we published there is about having fully encrypted model weights. So you don't see the model, and you run inference into those tree ensemble-based models, and you get your output back. And the explainability part is understanding which of your inputs really were significant for the output that is being produced, but not revealing the model weights itself. And I think explainability is incredibly important, and I think decentralized AI can bring responsible AI on the front of confidentiality and explainability. I think those are two of the main components. And with the decentralization of data that is used for training, it becomes possible to have this trail of origin, basically, right? To have this ledger of what happened with the data, how has it been transmuted, and that can, at the end of the day, then lead to end-to-end encrypted AI systems, where you have training data that is encrypted, is owned by different parties, and through collaborative training, models are being formed that are fully encrypted, and then people can run inference into those models, again with sensitive data, can have explainability. They don't see the model, but they can be sure through verifiability that this model has been produced by this data, and this data originated from these parties, and there's different proving and confidential computing schemes running on top of that. So I think that's very exciting, and that's one of the big benefits that decentralization can actually bring to these kind of systems.
So I'd love to hear from Sebastian for a second. So with ICN's focus on network security, what are some of the primary technical safeguards that can help DePIN networks protect data while keeping operations transparent?
Sure. So I think there's maybe a couple of angles to this. So number one, it starts with the user, right? So the user, I mean, no matter what you do on a technical level, product level, the user needs to be on top of things, right? So just password encryption, this is starting there, right? Then there is something you can do on the product side of things, right? So you can make sure that when the data is transferred, so in transit there's encryption, there's server-side encryption, so SSE, and at rest, right? And then there is something we do, which is at least for hosting the data, so the hardware provider that offers the resources to our network, at least as for now, we're handpicking them, yeah? So they need to be up to, again, what the customer requirement is, which for us is enterprise grade, so it needs to be performant, it needs to be in a tier 3+ data center, it needs to have the right compliance, right? All these things are needed. And I think the combination of all of those then allows for us to scale because we have enough trust and enough security in the system for these enterprises to trust us with their data.
Cool, anyone else?
Yeah, so we're kind of following like a multi-layered architecture here to evaluate every compute provider out there as well. We're deriving something called node score, which is consisting of like 7 different factors, right? One is performance for sure. Second is hardware. Third is SLAs. Fourth is compliance. Fifth is in terms of availability. We also ensure to have like certain algorithms been running to derive like standard metrics to evaluate it against the benchmark that we have set up, and ensuring that all of these providers stick to that as well. Like compliance plays a very important role there because this data is literally not owned by just a single stakeholder. It would be accessible by various stakeholders involved within the infrastructure as well. So making that compliant heavy mandate for providers is also like one aspect that we are very closely looking at, and ensuring that every provider sticks to it. Of course, with respect to accessibility, like having a trusted execution environment makes sense in a way that you need to have all the things exposed, but you have like a strong verifiable layer created on top, which would ensure that all the stakeholders accessing the data just follows that standard as well. So yeah, we've been putting a lot of efforts into creating like a node score for each of these providers as well, because at the end, this entire data is reliable on this infrastructure providers.
So this one is a bit more forward-looking, and we'll just sort of open this up for input here. But what is your vision for a fully decentralized, scalable infrastructure model? And are there specific examples from your organizations that demonstrate the scalability and impact of what DePIN can actually achieve?
Sure, I'll open up. So a fully scalable system to me, I mean, I mentioned before, right now we're handpicking hardware providers, right? To make sure that we serve the customer requirements correctly. So ideally, I mean, you can't really scale infinitely with this model, right? Because it's very labor intensive. So for me, where decentralization comes in is, and the node sale also will come in, is essentially there is an element in the protocol that achieves this trust level in this network without anybody overseeing this full time, right? So if you have very simple for SLAs, right? Right now we have contractual arrangements, but over time, ideally, these are replaced by automatic pings in the network that very simple make sure, okay, this hardware provider is still there, this whatever data shard element is still there, right? So that's one element you can do. And then I think it's a third element in there, which is actual service providers building on top of the ecosystem. So it can't be a central entity building services, right? It has to be community ecosystem driven, right? And if that is done the right way, then essentially it's a check mark. That's for me the vision that needs to be achieved. So there's services that are building on the network that are building on it because there is a trust building element in the system. And then there's hardware providers that supply the right hardware for all of these new services coming in, and they're being incentivized accordingly. And then it becomes basically then it's automated, right? Then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's my take on this.
Okay. With respect to like the use cases as well, like we've always been like product first approach here. Like what defines scalability, right? It's always going to be the demand on the products, right? And I think with working with like 60 plus odd protocols out there, one thing that we've realized is bootstrapping the supply is definitely never the toughest part here. You have a strong set of compute providers out there. You have partners that can essentially give you access to the entire compute layer as well. The scalability aspect would only come in play when you're like at 100% utilization rate, which according to me right now, none of the DePIN projects out there have reached that level, right? And to reach that level, first thing we have to ensure is the user experience and performance on the platform. That is something that you cannot mess up with. One thing that we've realized so far, working with all these node sales-based projects lately, right? We've worked with EtherCloud, Carve, very soon with ICN as well. The objective had always been to ensure that if a community member is coming in on the platform with an intent to like just run a node, for example, and the responsibility for us is always going to be to ensure that we stick to a standard SLA that a particular compute provider can also provide, right? So because we are like a middleware orchestration layer that is connecting the compute to the end user, for us it's more about ensuring that we have like a strong SLA been maintained. So for me, scalability is like not the topmost priority, if you ask me. Like, of course, we'll get to that level slowly and steadily based on the use cases that comes out, but it's more about ensuring that performance and user experience is at top notch to actually compete with the traditional, players in the game as well.
Yeah, I would say scalability for us is highly important, and it boils down to increase bandwidth, reduce latency. And the way we achieve that is through the way we design our network, and our network is a stateless, purely computational network. It's not a blockchain. It's nodes coming together, nodes coming from GPU networks, all kinds of nodes that provide different kinds of computing power to the network. And all of those nodes are running cryptography. All of those nodes are running secure multi-party computation. And so we are adding cryptography on top of execution, which is required because we want to achieve confidentiality, but we need to ensure that it's as efficient as possible. And so what we've done really is a lot of foundational research and engineering on that front to bring those execution times as close as possible to plaintext execution times. So, for example, what we did is we built a MPC protocol that makes use of some very clever cryptography and arithmetic that allows us to to generate some randomness in some decentralized protocol, and then we can use that randomness to very efficiently compute over encrypted state. And what we're doing as well is we don't require the entire network to run these confidential computations. Instead, it's basically partitions of the network, so subsets of all nodes running those computations, and those subsets can be as small as 2 nodes and can be as large as the entire network. It really depends on the use case. There's this configurability and adaptability based on the trust model and performance requirements. And each of those computational clusters operates in the so-called dishonest majority trust assumption. So all we always require for any kind of computation is one honest participant, one participant that isn't maliciously collaborating with all of the others. So decentralization between 2 parties, I guess, is the minimum that we require. Additionally, we've designed a cryptographic scheme that allows for accountability. And so at no point in time for computations within Archium, there is any decryption taking place. Data always remains encrypted. So it's not possible for data to leak out. With an accountability protocol, we can ensure that parties actually behave that way. And if they misbehave, we can cryptographically identify that and punish them for this.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I think decentralization as a kind of primitive needs to be we need to be more vocal about it. I think right now when you go to DePIN scan or the dashboards that exist, you're measuring success of DePINs by the number of X followers or Discord followers, right? Because there's very few that actually have real revenue. And so I think we actually need to have a metric and care about decentralization. I think partly the non-DePIN community, they will start to take us more seriously. I also feel we've over the past couple of years, we have collected enough data that we can start to templatize things like SLAs and things like node scores, so that not everyone having to do work from ground up, and you can have this shared intelligence, which is kind of what we're trying to do. It just has to have willingness from all the parties to kind of say hey, we all care about decentralization. Let's start to think about templates and reputation scores from day one, so that it's very, very hard to enforce something like reputation or compliance down the line when you've allowed rampant behavior from the start. Of course, it's a bit more slow, a bit more painful, but at least from my experience with Filecoin, in the long run, it always pays off, because it can create a lot of ruckus and problems in the community if you are not thinking about from first principles approaches. So and then we actually did this recently for the Glow network. So if you go to repo and go to the access intelligence place, we built an audit agent which basically completely automates how nodes, which are solar farms and Glow, are audited, which is basically automating I think it's we did a calculation. It's $3 million a year in savings for the Glow network, because now these GCAs don't have to fly to India and do all this data gathering. So really, I think if you're able to, if you publicly share your data, someone like Repo can come and build you an AI agent for a week and a half, and you can really solve your problems. So open source more open source in DePINs can really change the industry, in my belief. So.
Cool, thanks. And we're running a little low on time, so maybe we'll do one last question, rapid fire. What do you see as some of the biggest or amongst the biggest security threats in DePIN networks, or your network specifically? And what security measures or other mechanisms do you use to protect against that?
I mean, in general, for DePIN networks, I feel like, as you pointed out, centralization. I think that's really a big concern. And then what we are trying to give to other people is data security, to not have to have data public.
So from our end, couple of security threats that we observed, because it's a consumer-facing interface. You definitely give access to servers to them. The biggest challenge so far within the space was no one was able to actually SSH into a server and do any kind of activations beyond that. But yeah, we were I think the first one to enable Playground, where you could literally have a template to be deployed at ease as well. And that's where the biggest threat that we observed was, what if the provider goes down? How do we manage those downtime before it's rescheduled via our orchestration layer? Like, how are we managing it? How do we slash it correctly? And this is not like a soft slashing. You need to have a very rigorous slashing because a workload was deployed on that compute, right? And now it needs, because of the downtime, you need to ensure that they're heavily slashed as well. So we're very aggressively working on slashing incentives and ensuring that, we literally make it a heavily sustainable and incentivized network, but also heavily strict network by enabling very rigorous slashing overall.
Promise I'll be fast. So a couple of measures I already mentioned, encryption and so on and so forth. Fully agree with the slashing as well. But one aspect that hasn't really been mentioned, and maybe I can share that here, is the community aspect. So it's sometimes underrated. If you open source, you can actually leverage that quite nicely. So you can incentivize people to double check what you've done. And sometimes, you just open up to this. You can be surprised by how motivated people are to find flaws in what you've done, right? And it might not be, major breakthroughs, but it can also be minor stuff. And I think that's sometimes overrated. That's just something I want to highlight here. What Web3 is really poised to, that's how you can really benefit as a protocol, as an ecosystem from when you involve community more.
And last comment, I think this is a hot take, but I think node sales are actually like a big threat to the DePIN ecosystem, because I think it doesn't let us get out of this 2-year cycles of you bootstrap supply, then you everyone mints inflation, the network becomes inflationary, the users jump to another network, right? There's so many options, and I think we need to think about different tokenomics models which kind of balance the supply bootstrapping and the demand bootstrapping. And there are, we're experimenting with the V-tokenomics model where you give voting rights to users from day one. But I really think that, we need to stop copy pasting just the tokenomics models for DePINs and try to be a bit more innovative. So that's kind of a hot take.
So we've heard token models, data privacy, slashing, and engaging the community. Well, thanks for hanging with us. Our time is up, so I think we'll all be around to answer questions. And with that, give it back to Tom.
Great. Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you guys for the panel. We are wrapping up our DePIN day. So I just thought I would finish with a couple of quick slides just to let everybody know what happened. Do you have the clicker? So I think this was our DePIN day today. I think just a couple of quick stats to run through. We had over 550 people here, so this is our largest DePIN day ever, 29 speakers and 11 partners. So congratulations to everybody for coming. These DePIN days are only growing, which I'm very excited about. These are the ones we've done this year. There's also Korea. We did a couple others down on the slide. These are the large ones we've done. So we're going to keep it going. This is all the partners we've had this year. So we've had a great number of partners, very excited about this. And we're going to keep it going and get ready for next year, Q1, Denver. DevCon was, ETH Denver is where we did our very first DePIN day in February of this year. Next year will be our 1-year anniversary of DePIN day. And then ETHCC in Cannes, that will be in the summer. Dubai will be around Token 2049, and then Singapore Token 2049 again in September. So at least 4 on the schedule for next year, unless we add another one. So thank you all very much for coming, and I will see you at the next DePIN day, I hope in Denver. Thanks, everybody.